Hi guys! This manhwa is called A World Without My Sister Who Everyone Loved. Enjoy watching!
The story begins with a young girl who has golden wavy hair and glowing chartreuse eyes that were adorned by many, even the servants in their house. Her name was Lorena Minansaranda, the older sister of our female protagonist. She was like the center of the world who was kind in the eyes of everyone, even to her younger sister, Sienna. Our protagonist made her older sister her whole world. In her eyes, she was a perfect being, like an angel whom she could rely on and protect her even from their family. But that was all an act to benefit her. The truth was, the older sister, whom she loves wholeheartedly, hated her so much that she wanted to end our protagonist's life with her own hands. Imagine what Sienna felt after seeing her sister's true nature. The only person she believed, and she followed everything that person ordered her to do, even if the price was to be bad in the eyes of people, including the family who took both of them in as wards. In the end, it was that person who wanted her existence to erase in the world. It's unbelievable and unacceptable, to the point that our protagonist drank poison on her own to make Lorena displeased even just once before her last breath. That was how Sienna's life ended, without receiving love from anyone. But that was only what she thought before going back in the past. It was the time when our protagonist was still at Kendall Orphanage. It has a poor environment, but it is full of special children who can use magic. It was also where noble families could take children they were fond of to be wards under them. Sienna and Lorena were not actually biological siblings, but rather, they became sisters after they both became wards supported by one of the great families that founded the empire, the Nacht family, or what they called Nacht of the underworld. She remembered her previous life when people compared her to Lorena. She was humiliated even though she was supported by one of the three great families in the empire. At first, she was happy that Archduke Nacht chose her, since her life at the orphanage was not great, but she didn't expect that she would experience the worst things after. But now that she has come back, she won't let it happen again and just stay quiet when the Archduke arrives at their orphanage. She stayed calm not to get noticed again, and even prayed hard to avoid the worst things that happened to her. But it seemed like it was destined that she would get chosen, as the head of the Nacht family kneeled before her and asked if she wanted to come with him. The great Archduke Nacht was cold and could feel his overwhelming magic just by staying close to him. Sorcerers were very important factors in the empire due to the constant fighting with the demons, even after the demon battle of the founding fathers had already ended. Because of that, commoners like Sienna were given a chance to take part in a noble family if they had the talent for magic. They even married their noble children to the ward chosen to continue their sorcerer heritage through that ward. The family where Sienna and Lorena were not ordinary nobles. They were nobles above nobles. The three great families who founded the empire were the Euros family of the great heavens that protects the sky, the Parato family of the vast ocean that protects the sea, and the Nacht family of the underworld that protects the land. Archduke Nacht, who was the head of the Nacht family as well as their sponsor, composed 10,000 sorcerers. She was surprised as to why that person was in front of her and was asking her name. Since a lot of eyes were watching her, even though she didn't want to answer him, she still had no choice but to say her name, Sienna, and greet him. He asked her again if she wanted to come to Nacht with him, but there was something different from him as he was saying her name affectionately. Remembering her past with the Nacht family made her not want to answer him, to the point that she lost her strength because of overthinking. When the Archduke tried to help her stand up, she was too scared of him that she passed out. Before totally losing consciousness, she got a glimpse of the Archduke's face. She couldn't understand why he was having such an expression like that, as if he was worried about her. While Sienna was unconscious, she dreamed of the time when she first met Lorena as a ward of the Nacht family. She acted like a kind sister to Sienna and even proposed to be sisters, and since then, she has become the older sister of our female protagonist. She even invited Sienna to visit her parents' villa since they were curious about her. As expected, they welcomed her with so much generosity. But one night, Lorena came to Sienna's room with an old book in her hand. It contains things about magic, including the law of distributing mana to others. Lorena acted like she was looking forward to trying it together with our protagonists, so who Sienna was to decline her older sister when she showed only kindness to her and even her parents too. She made Sienna believe that she had little power over her, so as her older sister, she wanted to share some of it with Sienna because she had a lot of magic to give. With that being said, she thought that she may be useful to the Archduke who sponsored her, but she hesitated since it was equivalent to deceiving others. To convince her totally, she talked about going back to the orphanage if she couldn't be any useful, and that she wanted to be her sister forever. Our protagonist believed her since she showed her nothing but kindness, and so a promise to keep that a secret between them was made. But that trust she had and expecting love from people had led her to end her life. So the time she went back to the past, she decided not to get involved with her sister Lorena anymore, and that includes the great family of Nacht. When she woke up, she didn't expect to hear the Archduke punishing Marnan Kendall, the director of the orphanage, for performing his duty poorly. A moment ago, the head of Nacht noticed that Sienna passed out because of nervousness from the touch of other people, but there was something else he noticed. It was from the moment he talked to her and even tried to help her stand up, it looked like she was afraid of him. It must be just his imagination, so he didn't think over it too much and diverted his attention to Sienna's physical condition. She and the other kids were too skinny or experiencing malnutrition. They were important children who could use magic, so investment in that orphanage was enough to cover their food expenses. It was obvious that the director embezzled the fund that was supposed to be for the children. With that observation, the Archduke reminded the director that children with a natural ability to use magic were extremely rare, so those children and the Archduke himself were the military resources of the empire that should be given with utmost care. It was obvious that the director was not qualified to be the director anymore, so the Archduke ordered him out of the orphanage and would be punished later on. The director tried to persuade the head of Nacht that he was innocent and it was his private property, but he had been warned that if he talked more, not only his property would be taken away from him but also his life. The Archduke looked worried at Sienna, who just woke up, but from her perspective, it was a look that pitted a weak girl who passed out suddenly. She grabbed that opportunity to look more pitiful in his eyes by hugging one of the staff whom she was close to while being scared. She even stated that she would be a good kid who would eat little and would take good care of the other kids in that orphanage. The staff, who was also a teacher to the kids, was named Lisa. She explained to Archduke to understand that Sienna was acting like that since she was very attached to the place, but our protagonist acted even more scared to leave and even cried in front of them. To stop the kid from crying, the secretary said that the Archduke was not a person to force a child from leaving and whispered to his master to tell her that personally. When he obeyed his secretary, Sienna immediately stopped crying. She was too obvious that she didn't want to go with the Archduke, and even when he was just about to mention her name, she cried again, so he had no choice but to go back without Sienna for now. After that, the teacher comforted Sienna so she could stop crying. It was a feeling of genuine comfort that she had never felt before. Compared to the past, what Lorena showed to her was a false act of kindness to trick her. She hated Sienna so much that she wanted to end her life. That day was also the day our protagonist realized the most important thing as to why Lorena tricked her. She confronted her sister to tell her the truth behind the law of distributing mana that they did in her parents' villa. It was revealed that Sienna was a fool in that she didn't notice Lorena was stealing her magic instead of sharing mana with Sienna. That was how she got tricked by her sister with fake warmth and a smile her whole life. She came back to her senses when teacher Lisa called for her while she was being comforted. She had thought that maybe if she had been with teacher Liza in her previous life, she wouldn't had a hard time. On the other hand, the teacher thought that it would be best for the kid to go with the Archduke so she could have a happy life. While the both of them were immersed in their own thoughts, the director suddenly came to the room and grabbed Sienna's hair. He cursed at the child who caused a ruckus that made the Archduke notice his misdeeds and lose all his money. The teacher who tried to help Sienna got hit by the director as well. He had already lost his temper and told the kid that he would sell her to the slave market. Before anything serious happens to Sienna, the eldest son of Archduke Nacht, young Master Aziel, comes to rescue the little kid. The director was bitten hard and lost consciousness. When Sienna looked up to see her savior, it was Aziel with an angry face while looking down at the bitten director. She was surprised to see that face since she remembered that the young master was not the type of person to get mad at things like that. But more importantly, she was questioning her second life given to her. She almost got in trouble not in the hands of Lorena who betrayed her but with the orphanage director. She could now feel the power of the Archduke who came back to settle the matter. It always has been like that, she was powerless without the Nacht's protection. The teacher came to hug Sienna, who was in great shock. Looking at it, the secretary suggested that it is better for her to come to the Nacht given the situation that had happened. Without delaying any further, the Archduke extended his hand out to her and asked again if she wanted to the underworld with them. Before giving him an answer, she noticed that the expression he was giving her was a first. It was more like a different side of the Archduke's emotions. She came up with the assumption that she was more talented than she thought since they really wanted her. Maybe it was because of that reason that they took her away from the orphanage but then got disappointed when she didn't meet their expectation of her. But from what she observed before, the Archduke was cold and had no emotions from those things. And even though she thought that they were fooling the Archduke after Lorena took her magic from her, she let them stay at the Knack's residence. To make herself useful and to free herself from the guilt of fooling the Archduke, she did everything she could, even if it was small things. Copying the handwriting of Lorena so she could write letters on her behalf and even help her with the things that a maid should do, she did all of it just to be useful, but in the end, the eldest son, Aziel, saw all of her efforts were useless. A person who was already equal to being worthless, just because she was falsely accused by her sister and lost her value, was thrown into prison by the Archduke without consideration. That was her fate before, so she needed to have a change, even if it was a little. If she stayed in the orphanage, there was no guarantee that the new director would be better than the last one, and it could get worse if they sold the kids or more than that. But if she were to accept the Archduke's hand, she would end up meeting Lorena in about half a year. The sister she loved all her life but betrayed her in the end. Compared to her old self, she could avoid that now. She just needs to refrain from loving Lorena so she won't get betrayed at all. Going to the Archduke's household would be her first step, and then, at the age of 10, she could enter the military academy, so until that day came, she needed to endure everything. But that means she should part ways with her teacher. Suddenly, the teacher suggested Sienna go with His Highness while apologizing for not being able to protect her. When the little lady had a sad look on her face, the Archduke offered the position of being the director to teacher Lisa. That surprised the two, as they didn't expect that. The secretary thought that it was a good idea, and Sienna could visit the orphanage any time as it was close to the underground palace. She wanted to stay if it would be like that, but she assumed that it would be the condition for being a child of the Knack family, so she had no choice but to come. When the teacher was comforting Sienna that everything would be okay, the secretary knew that she was sad to go. He suggested the Archduke to carry her in front of the carriage so she could feel a little safe. But the teacher was surprised when Sienna hugged her tightly, as she didn't want to be carried by him. So even though he had never done that before, he had no choice but to let the teacher put the kid inside the carriage. Before they parted ways, she wanted Sienna to make a promise to her, and that was to be happy with the Knack family as she would visit her often. She added to be kind and accept love from the Archduke, to which Sienna agreed and thanked her teacher. Inside the carriage, the silence could feel in the air between the three of them. She asked herself if she needed to thank them, but when she looked at the two, it seemed it was not necessary, and she was already tired to do it anyway. Looking at her reflection in the carriage window, she promised herself not to live like a nice child anymore. They finally arrived at the mansion, but the little girl had fallen asleep, so the Archduke carried her inside by himself. All the servants were gathered together to greet their masters, but the head of the family said not to be noisy as the child was sleeping. The eldest son offered to carry her, but the father didn't accept it, and instead he asked why he was still there when he had a lot of things to do. Aziel answered that it was okay, but deep inside him, as he was looking at Sienna, he knew that he was really busy, but he couldn't stop himself from walking. Suddenly, the youngest son greeted their father, and his name was Michael. He runs down fast in the staircase to ask his father who was the child he was carrying. Instead of answering him, he scolded his son for being noisy. Since he didn't get any information from his father, he turned to his older brother to ask the age of the girl and if she was to stay with them. Aziel answered that she was a year older than him and would live with them from now on. In Sienna's room, the Archduke put the little girl down quietly so as not to wake her up. The eldest son couldn't help but wonder why the three of them were acting differently when it came to her. Even at the moment when he saw that director hurting Sienna, he could feel the anger surging inside of him. It was also the same now just thinking about that incident. When Michael noticed his brother's reaction, their father invited them to leave so Sienna could get some more rest. Before Aziel left the room, he looked at her and swore in his mind that this time he would definitely protect her. Meanwhile, Sienna woke up after hearing a voice calling her name. But when she looked around, it was all dark. All of a sudden, her sister Lorena showed up in front of her. She grabbed her hand tightly while saying that she hated her for taking her place. And when she forced Sienna to answer her if she was happy, she came back to her senses and realized it was all just a dream. She woke up in a place that she was so familiar with, and it was the moon's cradle that Lorena used to have. When the maid showed her room before, she couldn't believe it. Even though it was small, at least she had her own room, unlike in the orphanage. But her sister, who was behind her at that time, thought she was unbelievable as she was satisfied in that small place. After that, she grabbed Sienna to show her the room she liked as if she wanted to boast about it. She even told her how the moon's cradle was one of the best after the Archduke and young master's room. It also had a maid's place inside it which was perfect for her, and invited Sienna to play with her there in the future. That was how her sister acquired that room, which the Archduke didn't decline. In the end, it became her place and laughed at her face without her knowing. Because of that, it was hard for her to believe that they gave it to her, since she almost spent her time in the maid's room connected to the moon's cradle. She told herself that she didn't want Lorena's spot and held on quietly before she could enter the military academy. Sienna went outside to look for her old room, as she could complicate things if she were to stay in the moon's cradle. She could feel the cold in the hallway while looking for the room she used to stay before. While walking, she tripped over and hurt her knees. But she still continued to search for her old room. After a while, she finally found it. Everything had a dust cover, but she didn't mind it and fell asleep. The next morning, the newly appointed head maid, Deborah, came to greet Sienna. Before that moment, the butler already informed her to treat with utmost care the new ward that the Archduke brought. Deborah got excited about it, as they finally had a new duchess, but the butler told her that she was an orphan. Despite that, she was incredible and given the moon's cradle, so she should treat her well. The head maid wondered how amazing she was that the Knack's given her that special room. When she knocked at the door and no one responded, she let herself in but was surprised as nobody was inside. She gathered every servant available, but still they didn't find her. Deborah had no choice but to inform the Archduke, which the other disagreed with, as it would displease their lord. Hearing their words made her angry, as the Archduke cherished that child, and yet they wanted to hide her disappearance from him, so she was a little disappointed in them. A moment later, the Archduke got disturbed in his work the moment he heard that Sienna was missing. He assumed that the head maid was neglecting her duty, so Deborah had no choice but to apologize and thought that the child was more important than she had expected. Everyone was already looking thoroughly at the house, but the Archduke wanted to look for her himself, which surprised the head maid. The butler saw His Highness and assumed he needed something from them, but the head maid informed him that the Archduke had come to look for the missing lady. They all looked surprised, as it was unexpected, so they were curious to know who was the little orphan they brought. Looking at how many servants gathered in the hallway, the Archduke couldn't believe how they still didn't find Sienna. He knew that the girl was still somewhere inside the mansion, as the dangerous ancient sorcerers of the underworld were asleep. When he was wondering where she could be, he felt something that tells where she could be. While walking, he found it odd that something was leading him to Sienna, just like at that time in the orphanage. When he saw that child whose face he couldn't see, he was sure that she was the one he was looking for. It was also like that in the very room he was standing right now. He felt like Sienna was inside of that room. When he was inside, he felt like that messy place was used by many people. After touching the blanket, he already knew that Sienna had gone there. He couldn't help but be worried about her, as she slept in that cold and dusty room all night. Suddenly, he saw some blood on the blanket, as if she had been injured, so he ordered them to call his men and search every area of the mansion. When everyone left except for the head maid, she noticed something before she could walk outside the room. It was Sienna who came out from the cabinet and told her that she hid herself on purpose so she should not talk loudly. When the head maid asked why she was hiding there, Sienna answered that it was her fault that everyone got in trouble, especially Deborah, if the Archduke were to find her first. By the time when she woke up early in the morning, she realized that the room was really in a mess. If they planned to give that room to her this time, it should have been organized, so she knew her situation had changed, but it was unexpected that they would give her the moon's cradle. Not only that, but also the Archduke invited her to the underworld twice. If she had gone missing on her first day there, the maids would surely hate her, so for her to live quietly, she needed to gain favor from the head maid. When she was about to tell them, she heard people's voices outside the room, even the Archduke. Since she couldn't be found by His Highness, she hid herself inside the cabinet. She was used to hiding herself quietly, as she always did in the past too. That was why she could hide her presence earlier when the Archduke was inside the room. Sienna told the maid to bring her outside and tell everyone that she found her. The head maid assumed that she was helping her, but the lady said that she was not, but at the back of her mind it was to gain her favor. Deborah did what the lady instructed. When they saw the two of them, they were surprised, as she already found Sienna. The Archduke asked how did she find her, and the head maid answered that she was inside the closet. After hearing that, he didn't expect that she was not close to him earlier. He noticed the injury on her knee that should be treated right away, so he offered his hand to carry the lady. When Sienna heard that, she suddenly hugged Deborah tightly, which surprised the head maid, as well as the Archduke, as it looked like she didn't want to be carried by him. Deborah was quick to catch on, so she assured His Highness that she would take care of the lady. The doctor told them that she fell hard, but she endured it well, so he wanted to give her candy as a reward, but Sienna declined as she was not a kid anymore. That situation made her think that she had come back to a different world, as she had never been treated before properly because all of their attention was on her sister Lorena. While looking at her, the Archduke couldn't help but ask why she slept in that small room. She answered that it was such a nice room that while she was half asleep, she thought it was hers. It saddened him that he couldn't say a word about that, while the butler and Deborah couldn't help but pity the child. Sienna noticed the expression on the Archduke's face as if he was enduring a lot of pain, just like that time in the orphanage. She was curious why he gave the moon's cradle room to her, but she couldn't possibly ask him about it. Because asking unnecessary questions might give her hope in the people from the underworld that she no longer wanted to get attached to, since that world would disappear anyway once her sister showed up. So instead of asking, she apologized for causing such a disturbance and said that it won't happen again. The Archduke wanted to ask why she was apologizing, but he stopped in the middle, as he was not there to interrogate her. He just told her not to be sorry as it was not her fault, and he added that she should familiarize herself with the moon's cradle since it would be her room now. After hearing that, she wanted to decline it as she didn't deserve it, but a sudden thought came to her mind. Since she would have a different room naturally when Lorena arrived, and she was already familiar with the maid's room connected to the moon's cradle, there was no need for her not to accept it now. When the Archduke asked if there was something she wanted to say, she just stayed silent and turned her head down. Looking at her like that, it seemed she still needed to adapt to the Nax family, so he couldn't do anything right now. Since Sienna didn't have any for breakfast, the Archduke ordered the head maid to bring her food before he left. While walking, Deborah found the little girl a strange one, as she noticed how she felt when accepting the moon's cradle, as if it were a nuisance. Before entering her room, she just thought that the lady would definitely enjoy being a child of Nacht and would forget her situations from before. Inside the room, they couldn't see Sienna, so the head maid assumed that she went to the room again where she found her. But a second later, she came out from a little room which Deborah explained that it was the maid's quarters. Sienna pretended that she didn't know about it, and just said that she felt at ease when she was inside that little room. Before she could eat, the head maid reminded her not to go in there again as it was not the place for her to stay in. Sienna obeyed her for now and thought that they might give in to her someday if she continued to stay in that maid's room. It made her realize how comfortable it was without struggling in life. Since she didn't get enough sleep, she felt a little sleepy even though she wanted to eat the delicious food in front of her. Deborah noticed her, so she advised her to eat a little before going to sleep, which Sienna obeyed. When the lady started her food, the head maid couldn't help but wonder how she learned her table manners when she was from the orphanage. Sienna was already sleepy, so she couldn't eat anymore. Since this was the case, Deborah thought that she would not eat anymore, so she helped her go to bed. Before leaving, she instructed the other servant to watch the lady carefully, and she said yes. A moment later, Sienna had a dream about her sister again, so she woke up in the middle of her sleep. The reason behind her nightmare may be because she was in her sister's original bed. Since the servant went to sleep while watching her, she slowly walked towards the maid's quarters as it made her feel at ease there, but at the same time, that room reminded her of the unpleasant memories. It was that time when she was about to go down from her room when she heard the servants talking about her. They called her the gloomy orphan who only ghostwrites and sews handkerchiefs. Since it was all the maid's job that she does, they assumed that once Lady Lorena became the Archduchess, Sienna would probably end up as a maid for her. After that, there was also a time when she was the one brushing Lorena's hair while boasting about the gathering that she went without her. Sienna told her that she was able to rest at home when she didn't go with Lorena. But what her sister said after hurt her a little, as she told her that everyone would feel uncomfortable if she went with her. When Sienna turned her head so her sister couldn't see her reaction, Lorena said that she still felt happy having her around though. At that time, she believed it and was even thankful for it because when everyone hated her, she was the only one who accepted her even though she had a worthless power, and allowed her to call her sister. Not only that, she also believed that Lorena allowed her to share her powers with her so she wouldn't be kicked out. But for some reason, she felt she wanted to run away from her sister that time, wherever it may be, she wanted to go but she didn't. She was a fool back then because she thought when Lorena said that they should sleep together, it would be in the same bed, but it turned out she meant she should sleep in that maid's room. Sienna wondered what would be her reaction once she saw her occupying the moon's cradle. She didn't want to think about it more, so she just went to sleep. A few days later, the head maid arrived at Sienna's room only to find her at the maid's quarter again. She reprimanded her not to go in there again and get used to the moon's cradle instead, but she told Sienna that she was not trying hard enough. The young lady was wondering why she was acting like that. She thought since the Archduke was away as he was on the outskirts of the capital subjugating demons, Aziel went back to the military academy, and Michael was nowhere to be found. She would have a peaceful life, but then the head maid was scolding her. Sienna had no choice but to obey her while noticing that Deborah was more devoted to the Archduke than her last life. She wanted not to think about it too much and just hold on for half a year. When she picked up her book, the head maid thought that she was going to stay in her room again and do nothing, but Sienna said that she would do something. When Deborah heard that, she said that she would go to the maid's room again, which surprised Sienna, and told her that she was comfortable there. The head maid got a little mad, as it was an insult to the underworld if she thought that an insignificant room like that made her comfortable. It greatly shocked her after hearing that, as she lived almost half of her life there in her past life, but she couldn't say that out loud. Deborah noticed her sighing again, so she invited her to go outside to familiarize herself with the underworld. While walking, the head maid was so happy that she was able to tour the lady around, but on the other hand, it was just a waste of time for Sienna, as she already knew everything in that place. They started with the basic exhibition room on the second floor. The word basic was based on the standards of the wealthy Nacht family. It was the result of them protecting the territory. They own a lot of possessions within their land, from crops to mines. The exhibition room was more luxurious to call it a basic one. Deborah explained that the theme of the exhibition room changes every quarter. After entering the room, they didn't expect to bump into the young master Michael. The head maid greeted him, but Sienna didn't want to. When Deborah told her that she should greet the young master, she hid behind her instead, as she knew that Michael hated weak-minded people. If she would show that side of her, he would definitely leave. That was what she thought, but instead of getting mad, he told them that it was fine not to greet him. When he asked Deborah if she was showing Sienna around the exhibition room and the maid said yes, he ordered her to leave, as he would take her place showing Sienna around. She was surprised to hear that and hoped that Deborah would decline it, but it was the opposite, since Michael was a much better guide than her. She couldn't help but worry when she was left alone with the young master. When Michael asked if she would greet her, Sienna did as he told her, but in a rude manner. That annoyed him and gave her a little advice. What he said to her about not staying in the house longer was misunderstood by Sienna, that he didn't like her just like in her past life. It eased her that he was exactly the same as before, so she told him not to worry about it, as she was already thinking about it as well. She thought that there was no reason for her to pretend in front of the young master, while Michael was confused by what she said. She still remembered how Michael told her to just leave, since she was already aware of her lowly status by taking those maids' jobs. Since she wanted him to ignore her in that new life she had, and she knew what he wanted to hear from her, she told him not to worry about anything, as she knew her place being an orphan and would leave in the future after applying for the military academy, so until then, she said to ignore her even when he sees her. The young master was a little annoyed after hearing that she would leave them. Sienna was surprised to hear that, as she thought that it was what he wanted. When Michael saw her reaction, he didn't push the topic anymore and talked about it next time. Sienna assumed he was hurt, but she had nothing more to say to him. But what confused her more was that Michael still wanted to tour her around, since he promised it to the head maid. At the back of her mind, she wanted them to go their own ways already. When she asked him if he didn't like her, he didn't answer her directly, and just said that he couldn't be superior if he didn't keep his promise. Sienna understood that he was trying to maintain his dignity as the young master. As promised, he toured her and carefully explained everything inside. Sienna, on the other hand, was not even interested at all, as she already knew all of it, and since Michael was the stubborn one among the 3 men in that house, she couldn't help but listen to him. A moment later, something caught Sienna's eyes. She felt something familiar with it, and the young master noticed her, so he asked if she wanted to take a look closer. When they were beside the sparkling necklace, he explained that it was called the Flames of Hessaros, one of the named. They were objects sealed in a millennium box and an ancient heirloom that could be controlled only by qualified people. It was said that there were 13 existing named in the world, and only the Nacht family who possessed of 4 of them. The 2 belonged to her father, the Archduke, one to his brother Aziel, the heir of the Archduke, and the last one, she was not aware of it. While Sienna was looking at the object, Michael shared that Hessaros was a bit special, as it was the only one that had never been controlled by human beings. Now that she thought about it, she suddenly remembered how she became a little familiar with it. It was the one that her sister Lorena touched before after exchanging powers with Sienna. Lorena collapsed at that time because her immense magic power clashed with Hessaros and the object broke into 2 pieces. After that, she became famous as a genius because of the Millennium Box that couldn't handle her powers. On the other hand, Hessaros disappeared from the Nacht's household. A sudden thought came to Sienna's mind after remembering all of those. If Lorena survived that incident after receiving her powers, then maybe it would happen to her now if she would try to touch Hesaros or could even end her life. Michael saw her intentions, so she apologized for it, but the young master said that she could touch it since nothing would happen. Sienna didn't push the matter as it was not the time yet, but she thought that it was nice to gain some information on how to end her life. The young master didn't force her if she didn't want to do it. After that, Michael continued his tour, which surprised Sienna. While he was seriously explaining, she was so bored that she got sleepy all of a sudden. She even yawned in front of him, which annoyed the young master. She apologized for it, but soon after, she couldn't help her sleepy eyes, which triggered the young master more. With that, Sienna was left alone in that room and didn't bother to follow Michael since they were not that close anyway. Soon after, Deborah arrived and didn't see the young master. Sienna pointed to the door and said that he left the room first. The head maid thought that she must be disappointed, but in fact, it was the opposite. Deborah was still happy since they needed to prepare the lady as well. Since it confused Sienna, she explained that a telegram arrived earlier saying that the Archduke would be returning early after his job ended successfully. Not only that, but also there would be a formal family dinner after a long time and the eldest son would also be there. She didn't want to attend the dinner, so she said something softly that she shouldn't. When Deborah wanted her to repeat what she just heard, Sienna acted cute in front of her and said it was nothing. The head maid then invited her as they needed to hurry for her preparation. But Sienna came up with an excuse that she was still not familiar with etiquette, so she suggested it would be better to eat in her room until she got used to it. To her surprise, Deborah angrily refused it as it was a direct order from the Archduke, and besides, the eldest master even got permission to stay overnight just because of that dinner. She also added that there was something exciting awaited the lady. That night, she had no choice but to come since she couldn't keep avoiding them. While walking, she noticed how terrifying the night in the underworld is always. She even remembered how she cried herself out because of the atmosphere at night when she first arrived at the palace. Deborah announced the lady's arrival, where she was welcomed by the Archduke and invited her to sit down. While walking towards her chair, she noticed that all of them were wearing formal attires and well-dressed. Unlike her, she still wore the clothes from the orphanage, which was the best she had. It felt like they were trying to show off in front of her. Even if they didn't say it like that, in just one look, she could already tell that she was the only one who didn't fit. Sienna also noticed the pomegranates in the center of the table, which she got curious about. Since the Nacht family's crest included pomegranate, maybe that was the reason why they put it there. A moment later, the Archduke rang the bell to signal the start of their dinner. While eating, Aziel told his father how relieved he felt when their subjugation in the skirts ended early. That was how the Archduke felt as well, since the demons would be aggressive in bad weather like that. Meanwhile, Sienna was thinking how unlucky she was for eating with the people she didn't want to be with. She felt like she was going to have an upset stomach after. Suddenly, the eldest son noticed how she was not eating properly, so he assumed she didn't like the food, but Sienna said she was okay with it. It was not a surprise for her that he was watching her, as he had always been like that, paying attention to things surrounding him. When she apologized, Aziel said he didn't mean anything by it. He wanted to explain more when the Archduke interrupted and told Sienna that she didn't need to force herself if the food was not to her liking. She didn't say anything about it, so the Archduke signaled the butler to bring food that she liked, but Sienna refused as the meat was okay for her. Seeing her reaction, it felt like he was being impulsive for calling Sienna over. He reminded the lady to inform the head maid later on if she got hungry before ringing the bell again, a signal to bring something, and it was the pomegranate. The Archduke stood up to start their custom. He sliced the pomegranate with his bare hand, which confused the lady. Later on, the other half was handed to her while the butler congratulated her for being one of the members of the Nacht family. There was a custom where the head of the family had to split the pomegranate and hand the other half to the new member to eat as a welcoming gift. It meant to enjoy as many blessings together as there were pomegranate seeds. She guessed it was what Deborah meant earlier as exciting, but for her it looked like the blood of raw meat, just like the leader of a wolf pack sharing its food. Her sister Lorena had never mentioned any custom like that to her before. When the Archduke told them to eat it, the two young masters obeyed, so she had no choice but to do it as well. She could feel how the three were looking at her while she ate the seed, and it was giving her goosebumps as if she just joined something that she shouldn't have. A moment later, the Archduke announced to everyone that Sienna had been recognized as a child of Nacht, so the entire family would protect her from that moment on. After hearing that, instead of being happy, she asked him why they would do that when she was just an orphan. She added that she may not live up to their expectations of her. The young master couldn't understand why she said that, but before he could continue his words, the Archduke stopped him. It was not something a child could say, so he assumed that someone must have been talking harshly about her and asked the headmaid's opinion. Deborah defended herself by swearing her honor and said that it may be the others who recklessly talked about the lady while she was away. The Archduke reminded her that since Sienna received the pomegranate, those things shouldn't happen again. Before things could heat up, the butler calmed their lord down and said that he would also supervise those people from now on. To convince His Highness more, he said that the lady was a smart one compared to others her age, so everyone would admire the Archduke soon enough for his keen eye in choosing her. The headmaid had an idea and suggested to get a private tutor for the lady. Sienna thought that it happened so soon since in her past life she started her education 3 years later. A second later, the eldest son agreed with the headmaid so as not to delay Sienna's education. Even the youngest son suggested taking lessons together with him, which surprised Sienna since he was just annoyed at her earlier. The head of the family agreed to everyone and would search for a teacher for her and also ordered them to assign a budget for Sienna. The Archduke also told her not to mind others' people's words as he already acknowledged her as the child of the Knacht family, which left her speechless. After hearing that, it was hard for her to do that when she clearly remembered all those hurtful words that they had said to her before. It was not like she wanted to hear those things from them, and now they wanted her to forget everything. Even though she did that, she knew that her wounded heart would not be in peace. Just thinking about it made her heart ache. The Grand Duke got worried when he saw Sienna was not responding to him. She was thinking it so deeply that she suddenly started to feel unwell and became dizzy, which caused her to fall into the ground. The head of the house ordered to call the doctor immediately while comforting the little lady. When she looked at him, he asked if she could walk and suggested leaning on him while resting, but Sienna didn't even want to get too close to him. Even though she didn't want to rely on them, she had no choice as she couldn't breathe properly. The Grand Duke grabbed her so he could support her, but at the back of Sienna's mind, she didn't want him to touch her. He asked the servants how long the doctor had to arrive. While he was talking, Sienna thought that his behavior suffocates her, so she didn't want him to treat her as if she was that important. On the other hand, the two young masters looked worried while looking at the little lady. But she couldn't accept their actions for being kind and thought how horrifying their mansion was. Before she totally lost consciousness, she wondered what big mistake she had ever made to suffer like that and to experience it all again in that mansion. After a while, the doctor explained that Sienna collapsed because of her nervousness, which was normal to young children. The Grand Duke couldn't accept his examination as it never happened before to his sons, so he assumed that he was not doing his job properly. The doctor said that since she lacked nourishment, she suddenly fell sick after eating greasy food. But what he said was unacceptable for the eldest son as he noticed that Sienna didn't even eat that much of the greasy food. The doctor assumed that since it was her first time having a meal with them, she was nervous and fell sick as she had a weak condition. Michael asked if what he was trying to say was that Sienna had a weak body and her heart was not prepared, but she was invited to have meals with them against her will. Aziel covered his mouth to stop him from talking further before he could say anything inappropriate. To lessen the intense atmosphere inside the room, the butler suggested leaving the little lady and letting her rest for now, since she would eventually wake up by tomorrow, and until then they would surely assist her. The Grand Duke had no other options left, so he went along with the butler's suggestion. Meanwhile, Sienna was having a dream about her past life when everyone mocked her, insulted her, and even compared her to Lorena. In her dream, she was already 18 years old, but she was still having a hard time falling asleep, as she believed that she stole her sister's magic, and the guilt she felt because of it. As it deepened inside of her, she even did what maids usually do, but not a little bit of it washed away. The symbol formed in her after exchanging magic with Lorena made her feelings worse. The entire night she was just crying until the sun was up again. It was the time when she was making the amulets that her sister told her to do after giving her the instructions. She had thought that making that thing was the best she could do at that moment. Lorena said to her before that cleaning was something anyone could do, so she should at least do something more to repay the Knacht household. When the naive Sienna asked how she should show her gratitude to them, her sister happily suggested making some amulets. She knew that it was the sorcerers' need to relieve their pain. It was said the sorcerers used magic with chaos as their property. And due to that, it was easy to get influenced by malice. To be more specific about it, they could be controlled by their own malice, which led them to become demons. In short, sorcerers were always at risk of becoming demons, and amulets were essential objects for their protection. Sienna was worried if she could make one with the little magic she had inside of her. When Lorena saw that she was hesitating, she held her hand while reminding her about her sincerity towards the Nacht family, and she wouldn't let her go unless she agreed with her. So Sienna forcefully said yes. The only problem she had was that she had little knowledge about making it, so she had to endure several experiments so she could do it properly, and she could only do a lower-grade amulet because of the little magic she had. For the past few days she had been doing it, she gained little information which seemed to be useful. One day, a maid came to Sienna to ask a favor in cleaning their master Aziel's room, to which she easily agreed. While she was inside the room doing the job, she remembered how she felt when she gave the amulet to the eldest son. It seemed she was not confident at that time, but she still hoped that it could help the young master even just a little bit. She wanted to brush it off from her head and just focus on cleaning when suddenly she saw something underneath the chair that shocked her. It was the amulet that she tried so hard to make for the past few days, but she felt like it was just nothing for others. While looking at it, she remembered the eldest son said that, even though she was trying her best, her efforts were useless. It was foolish of her to think that the amulets she made could help the people in that mansion. Suddenly, the maid went inside the room to check if she was done cleaning, and even ordered her to organize the storage room as her next task. After agreeing to that maid, she wondered what could be the reason why her amulet was there. While she was in her deep thoughts, the youngest son, Michael, showed up interrupting her while saying that it was good she was busy with something. When Sienna heard that, she told him that she was just doing whatever she could to help. The young master was displeased as no one was ordering her to do that, and she was also taking away the maid's job. With a disdained look on his face, he suggested she just leave the house if she was aware of her lowly status. Sienna apologized to the youngest master, but Michael mocked her by saying that she couldn't leave on her own as she had an absurd dream while sticking around on his brother. She couldn't understand why she was being misunderstood like that. But she knew he was right, as she was really having an absurd dream, and it was to appreciate her little effort even just a tiny bit. Sienna wouldn't dare to tell what was on her mind, so she just apologized to the young master, but instead of accepting it, he said that she was a shameless one. Finally, she woke up from that nightmare without noticing her tears started flowing. When she got up, her whole body was full of sweat, and it was all because of that long and hateful dream she had. She looked around the room and knew that she was in the moon's cradle again with the maid who was sleeping. Since the bed reminded her of Lorena, she couldn't rest there peacefully. She took that chance while the head maid was sleeping to go to the maid's room to rest. The next morning, young Master Michael visited the little lady and asked the maid why Sienna was in that small room. Deborah was surprised to see him and explained that while Sienna was having a fever last night, she went to that room while half asleep. The young master got mad as it was hard for him to believe that Sienna chose that small room over the nice and warm bed she had. He even added that the head maid was pretending to be nice only when his father was around. That was a strong statement, he said, so she wanted to explain herself when Sienna stopped Michael from arguing. She told him that what Madame Deborah said was all true, that she came there on her own. The young master didn't want to believe that and even assumed that she was covering for the head maid. The little lady thought that he had naive thinking, so she explained that she was not that kind to protect someone who harassed her. Deborah couldn't help but appreciate her, while Michael wanted to know why she was in that small room. Looking at him, she couldn't help but think of her previous life where he thought that it was natural to treat her badly. Before things got hard, she wished he could have that kind of thinking, but right now, she needed to reject his concerns. Even the ending that she had nothing was miserable enough. She thought that if the young master kept on being nice to her, she was so sure that it would hurt her in the future. Michael suddenly said that she had the best room, but before he could even finish his words, Sienna interrupted him by saying that the moon's cradle was too good for her to stay in. She also reasoned that the maid's quarters were similar to the room she had in the orphanage. That was why she was looking for it in her sleep. But the young master reminded her that she was no longer there, as she was now a child of Nacht. Moreover, she already received the pomegranate, which was an important event for their family. Sienna thought that it was a horrifying ceremony, so of course she would remember it. Michael said that not everyone could receive it. He wanted to explain it in detail, but it was too complicated, so Deborah helped him and said that they would treat the little lady as a family. Hearing him say that made Sienna want to forget it even more, and if she could, she would spit out those pomegranates she had before. When the young master asked if she already got it, the little lady didn't know how to respond to him, so she just said thank you, but with a question mark at the end. Before the mood between them got intense, the head maid caught the young master's attention while saying that the little lady would eventually adjust in time. On the other hand, Sienna looked at him and thought that it was ridiculous of him to expect that she would be happy after hearing that they were a family now. Deborah then politely asked Michael to step out of the room so the little lady could change her clothes. When he thought about it, he just realized now that Sienna was still wearing her pajamas. He had no time to notice it before, as he hurriedly went there when he heard from another maid that a sick child was sleeping in a maid's quarters. Now he realized that he was being rude for suddenly barging into the room of a lady who had not gotten ready in the morning. The young master apologized for his mistake and then took his leave. The doctor also decided to do the same since there was nothing wrong with the young lady's body and politely said to rest well. Looking at him, Sienna realized that it was her first time seeing that doctor who was respectful towards her, unlike the one before who was so shameless that he couldn't even pretend to acknowledge her. He didn't even want to check up on her if it wasn't for the Grand Duke's orders, since she was just an orphan. The head maid noticed that the little lady's mood turned bad again, and she thought that she was still unaware that the old doctor had been demoted for not checking her properly. Because of that, there was a rumor going around the servants that the young lady was not someone they should belittle. Deborah was happy that the maids were disciplined for that matter, so she just served Sienna her meal before taking her medicine. She was surprised that she ate all the soup she served her, and that gave her relief as her sincerity was already appreciated by the young lady. It didn't end there, as the head maid also prepared a dessert that she could easily swallow. She tried to feed her while Sienna thought that she felt burdened by it, and at the same time she was not used to this kind of treatment. But in the end, she still tasted it, which made Deborah happy, and suggested getting up already as there was something important that they needed to do. Sienna was confused about it, but she had no choice, so she went along with her. A moment later, a woman greeted her happily. It turned out she was a tailor that the Grand Duke personally called upon. She would rather stay on her bed earlier, but since it was an order from the head of the house, she had no choice but to comply. It made her wonder about the time when she looked like a well-off person worthy of being in the Nacht household. She experienced bothersome matters everywhere she went, but when she ruined the important dinner they had recently, the Grand Duke couldn't hate her. She couldn't think of any reason why he didn't like her in the past, so she thought that it might be because she had no talent at all, but if that was not the case, there might be some other reason she was not aware of. Suddenly, the tailor complimented the young lady's emerald eyes, as well as her beautiful hair. Because of her clear skin, she commented that light-colored clothes would suit her better. On the other hand, the head maid commented that the young lady would also suited for dark-colored ones. The two seemed happy while choosing the dress that would complement the little lady's beauty. But the tailor noticed that Sienna was not happy when receiving those words, which was unusual since children always like compliments, and yet, she had a saddened look on her face. The tailor brushed off all of her thoughts as she needed to watch her mouth in front of the child from the Nacht family. On the other hand, Sienna knew that she was thin and had an unattractive appearance. It was because of her pale skin, gloomy eyes with the shade of green, and hair with a dull shade of brown. Anyone could tell that she was an orphan as she looked shabby and wore simple clothes, so she didn't need to fool herself as it was all an imitation of her lovely sister Lorena. She thought that she was more suited to that position than her. Everything that had happened around her lately was strange, but she knew that if she didn't attract more attention, her insignificant life would be back just like before. Suddenly, their attention focused on the servant who arrived while asking if Lady Sienna was there. The man was holding a bouquet of flowers that was meant for the little lady. When she tried to carry it, she nearly stumbled due to its weight, so the head maid offered to help her. She also noticed that there was a card included, and it turned out that it came from the eldest son, Aziel. The letter said that he hoped the young lady would recover quickly while his name was written below. Deborah was happy and said that the young master was concerned about her health. On the other hand, the maids couldn't help but feel happy too, and commented that the flowers cost 1 gold coin each. When she looked at it, she assumed that there were around 50 flowers, so in total it would be 50 gold coins. She preferred it if he just gave the money to her instead, since she could use it when she left the mansion and entered the military academy. Thinking about it, that bouquet was something he had bought, and the value would decrease over time, so it was hard for her to believe that the eldest son gave it to her. Suddenly, she just remembered if it was the one that caused Michael to misunderstand her before. He thought that Sienna was dreaming of marrying his older brother, Aziel, for him to say such words to her before. Despite how naive his thinking was, it was still confusing why would have thought of such a thing. There was one answer that came to her mind, and it was her sister Lorena who told her to express her sincerity instead of doing some chores. It was a big possibility since she was once controlled by her persuasive words and got her magic stolen. So it was possible that she pulled tricks sometime in between. Since she already fooled people once, she could also do it again. Before she could do that to people in that mansion, she needed to escape quickly. She then informed the servants that she was grateful for the gift sent by the young master. But since it was too much for her to carry, she asked if she could share it with everyone present in the room. She needed to do that to avoid getting misunderstood by Michael again for receiving those flowers, and at the same time it wouldn't be wise of her to reject the gift that the eldest son gave in front of so many people. In order to not confuse everyone, she explained that, when she was still in the orphanage, whenever they received gifts, they would share them with everyone, so she wanted to share the joy of receiving those flowers with the people in that room. Deborah and the other maids were happy when they heard that while saying how kind the little lady was. She then started to give one flower to everyone and they all thanked the young lady for it. The tailor also received one, but she asked if she was okay with what was left to her. Sienna answered that she was okay with having just one piece since she also had the card with her. Since the tailor couldn't accept it just like that, she offered to give the lady a beautiful sample outfit they brought with them. She explained that it was a sample outfit and those clothes were displayed in each boutique according to the season. She added that they were representative items that present the boutique's skills and fashion trends. They wanted the young lady to accept it as it was their boutique's pride, but Sienna had no idea of how amazing they were. Before she could even answer them, the head maid appeared to thank them for their offer and told Sienna that, since she already had clothes, she could start her lessons tomorrow. When the young lady heard that, she was taken aback as it was too early to receive her education compared to before. The madame proudly stated that it was all thanks to the Grand Duke's acceptance of her suggestion while the tailor called her attention. She got back to her senses as the woman wanted to show her the catalogue they had brought with them. Meanwhile, Sienna was worried about her lessons. If the tutor she had before didn't change, then it was the man who hated her in the past. When she thought about it, if that tutor liked her, it would make things harder for her. But it could also be another person as he was coming 3 months earlier. While the tailor was discussing the clothes that the madame chose, Sienna couldn't help but be shocked as she ordered so many. She wondered why the head maid bought so many clothes while the tailor showed the initial total of their orders. Deborah was not even bothered by the sum of it as the Grand Duke provided a blank check in advance. Everyone was so happy to see that check except for the young lady who was just annoyed by it. It was none of her concern since the Nacht household had a lot of money to waste anyway. The next day, the head maid helped Sienna with her dress, and she was surprised as she looked different from before just because of a single beautiful dress. Instead of being happy, she looked sad as she thought that the bright color and perfect design of the dress were not suited for her. The expensive jewel on the buttons and the fabric used on the ribbons were the ones that made her happy, as it lessened her worries about half a year's worth of rent for her house in the future. It gave her relief if she thought of it that way, so she just enjoyed wearing that dress for now. It was the first time that she felt that happy ever since she arrived in that mansion. When she entered the room where she should start her lessons, she was so surprised to see the young master inside. On the other hand, Michael was kind of embarrassed when she saw him since he shouldn't be there. The second young master had come, explaining that he was there to study as well. Sienna, upon hearing his reasoning, couldn't help but wonder why he would choose to be there when he could be studying elsewhere. She had a multitude of thoughts to express but decided against it. Not wanting to appear childish in front of him, she dismissed her feelings and took a seat beside him. Despite not needing to glance at him, she could sense his gaze on her. The intensity of it made her wonder why he was staring at her so openly, much like a curious cat. Then, Michael made a remark about her appearance, commenting that she looked less like a bumpkin now that she had new clothes. Sienna, reflecting on the outfit she wore, realized it had cost as much as half a year's rent. Even if it didn't quite suit her, she couldn't afford to appear out of place in such expensive attire. Finally, the teacher assigned to her arrived. Upon entering the room, he was taken aback to see the young master present as well. He had been told he was to teach only the young lady, but Michael explained he was there to observe the class. The teacher, unable to argue with the young master's reasoning, simply accepted the situation. Meanwhile, Sienna tried to recall what her former tutor had looked like, but her memory of him was clouded and vague. The man introduced himself as Samuel Lowell, the one who would be teaching her from that day forward. Sienna greeted him with the politeness she had learned over time, unsure if he was somehow different from the tutor she barely remembered. He began the lesson by asking them to solve a set of problems, having her write down as many words as she could spell. The task proved difficult for her. If she wrote too well for someone her age, it might raise suspicions, especially since she had been an orphan. She had learned to write in the past, not out of natural skill, but for the practical purpose of writing letters on Lorena's behalf. Sienna noticed that the young master had already finished his task. In her past life, the unexpected test and Michael's sudden appearance would have discouraged her, but now her main concern was how to make her writing look clumsy in front of them. She tried to act as if she didn't know the alphabet, scribbling random marks on the paper. However, as she worked, she realized that her writing skills hadn't fully developed yet. Meanwhile, the young master patiently guided her, showing her the correct positioning for the letters she struggled to form. When she finally finished, Michael couldn't help but express his happiness at her progress. Despite having no formal education in the orphanage, she had done well. Sienna, though, felt a bit embarrassed. Being praised by a 10-year-old boy for her spelling, especially in her second life, left her feeling awkward. The teacher, however, was far from impressed. He criticized her handwriting, claiming that while she could spell, her writing was unreadable. With a stern expression, he slammed her paper down and insisted that she practice her writing properly. As she observed the teacher's reaction, Sienna began to suspect that this might be the same person from her past life. Just then, a man suddenly interrupted the lesson, addressing the young master. He smiled politely at the scene before them, then turned his attention to Michael. Sienna, watching this exchange, realized that the man was the reason Michael hadn't been attending his own classes. The young master seemed a bit embarrassed and hastily clarified that his actions shouldn't be misinterpreted as concern for her. He simply hadn't wanted to go to his own class, and his teacher had warned him into compliance. Before they left, Michael gave a parting remark to Sienna's teacher, cautioning him not to act recklessly in his absence and reminding him to teach her properly. His tutor struggled to drag him outside, but eventually managed to get him moving. Once the others had left, Sienna felt a fleeting sense of relief, believing the storm had passed. However, it wasn't long before a greater tempest arose. Her teacher, now unmasked, revealed his true nature. He made it clear that, in his eyes, an orphan like her had no right to challenge or annoy the young master. The familiarity of his disdainful gaze struck her. In an instant, Sienna recognized him as the very same tutor she had endured in her previous life. The hateful words he spewed, calling her shameless, worse than an insect, were all too familiar, etched into her memory like scars. It was almost a relief to face something unchanged, unlike the deceptive kindness she had encountered in the underworld, which had felt more like a suffocating trap than genuine warmth. The tutor's blatant hostility was at least honest, even if it was cruel. He berated her mercilessly, insisting she remember her place in the shadow of the Archduke's descendant, a boy of noble blood and incomparable status. In contrast, he reminded her that she was nothing but an orphan of unknown origins. With a deliberate motion, he tore apart the paper she had been working on, sneering at her supposed stupidity and lack of proper education. But Sienna was no longer the same girl who had endured his abuse in silence. While part of her noted the grim consistency in his behavior, she decided that it didn't mean she had to accept his words as truth. As the tutor droned on, emphasizing how fortunate she was to be taken in by the Archduke's household, Sienna's thoughts shifted. She recalled his own background, a fellow orphan who had clawed his way into the military ranks, only to face demotion. It wasn't hard to see the bitterness driving his hatred toward her, someone he perhaps viewed as undeserving of even the scraps she was given. Her resolve firmed as she interrupted his tirade with a calculated remark. Though unspoken, her thoughts carried a sharp edge, one aimed directly at his insecurities. The reaction was immediate. He stiffened, his composure unraveling as anger flared in his eyes. Sienna's quiet defiance only seemed to fan the flames of his rage. He stepped closer, grabbing her arm with a grip that made her wince. She knew what was coming. The raised hand, the threat of violence, it was all too familiar. Yet she held on to one hope, that this confrontation might lead to the end of his tenure as her tutor. Before he could strike, the tension in the room was shattered by a booming voice, halting his actions mid-motion. The interruption came from none other than the Archduke himself, together with his secretary and the head maid. Their presence instantly shifted the atmosphere in the room, replacing the oppressive tension with an air of authority and judgment. The Archduke surveyed the scene before him, his irritation growing at the sight of the teacher. Nearby, the head maid signaled for the young lady to approach, prompting her to push the man aside and obey. The tutor brazenly insisted he had been wronged, claiming the accusations against him were based on a misunderstanding. His claim that the young lady had insulted him with inappropriate words only fueled Sienna's frustration. She vividly remembered that he had been the one to start the conflict, throwing curses and even resorting to physical aggression against an 11-year-old child when his temper flared. When the Archduke turned his cold, scrutinizing gaze toward Sienna, a chill ran through her. It was the same expression she had seen in her past life when he had misunderstood her. Tired of enduring constant slander and misjudgment, she resolved to change how others viewed her. Summoning her courage, Sienna stepped forward and clutched the Archduke's clothing, silently pleading for him to trust her. Her sudden boldness startled him, especially since she had avoided him from the moment she arrived at Nacht Castle. For her to act this way, he realized she must have been deeply shaken by the teacher's actions. The teacher, still determined to defend himself, protested strongly. However, the Archduke silenced him with a gesture, and his secretary, Devon, stepped forward to take charge. Devon swiftly restrained the man, his grip firm and unyielding, as he prepared to extract the truth about the teacher's treatment of the young lady. The teacher, refusing to accept the gravity of his situation, continued to spew insolence, dismissing Sienna as just a mere orphan. Devon's response was deliberate. His grip tightened, sending a clear message of authority and retribution. He outlined the argument about the legal status of wards in various households, explaining that while some treated wards as servants and others as daughters, the Nacht family regarded them as their own biological daughters. With a final declaration, Devon made it clear that cruelty toward the daughter of the underworld carried a severe price. The teacher was led away, his protests fading as his punishment was revealed. As the ordeal concluded, Sienna released the Archduke's clothing. Though the matter had been resolved, the Archduke could see the lingering fear in her eyes. He resolved to approach her carefully, knowing that earning her trust would require patience and understanding. The Archduke instructed the head maid to take special care of Sienna, mindful of the shock she might be experiencing. Madame Deborah, ever dutiful, acknowledged the order and reassured him that there was no need to worry about it. Before departing, he left a quiet suggestion for Sienna to rest. His unexpected consideration caught her off guard, and as she reflected on the events of the day, they felt surreal. Yet, she dismissed those thoughts, knowing that dwelling too much on hidden meanings could spiral into endless speculation. Such thoughts, she feared, could lead to a destructive force she would be powerless to control. Madame Deborah escorted Sienna back to her room, her mind troubled by the audacity of the teacher to harm a child under the Nacht family's protection. The head maid observed Sienna's pensive demeanor and urged her to speak up if she felt any pain or discomfort. Yet, Sienna seemed lost in her own thoughts, preoccupied with matters she was reluctant to face. Eventually, she broke her silence, turning her attention to a lingering question. She inquired about the significance of the pomegranate ceremony she had participated in before, a subject that seemed unrelated to the recent incident yet weighed heavily on her mind. The head maid pondered the unexpected question. Perhaps it had been triggered by Devon's earlier mention of paying the price for offenses against the daughter of the underworld. Drawing from her knowledge, Madame Deborah explained that the pomegranate on the Nacht family crest symbolized blessings and recognition. When presented, it carried deep significance. Despite the explanation, Sienna felt there was more to the story. Her intuition told her that a deeper meaning lay beneath the surface. The head maid admitted that, while it was an age-old custom within the household, even she was unaware of all its details. Madame Deborah suggested that if Sienna was truly curious about the pomegranate ceremony, she could ask the young master for more details. However, Sienna did not seem enthusiastic about the idea. As they discussed Michael, he appeared unexpectedly, startling both of them. The head maid immediately reprimanded him for his lack of proper etiquette when visiting the young lady. Acknowledging his mistake, Michael stepped outside, knocked on the door properly, and apologized upon re-entering. Michael had come because he had heard about the incident. His disapproval of the teacher was evident as he expressed his long-held mistrust, mentioning how condescending the man had always been. When Sienna looked puzzled by his remarks, he clarified that he was referring to his former tutor. He then seemed to blame himself for not protecting her, expressing regret over leaving her alone with the teacher. Madame Deborah silently admired his kind-hearted nature, but Sienna couldn't help but think that Michael was far too naive about the harsh realities of the world, even as he voiced such strong opinions. Despite his concerns, she reassured him that she was fine. However, Michael quickly grew frustrated with her dismissal of the situation, nearly scolding her for minimizing what had happened. Catching himself, he apologized, acknowledging that she had been through something traumatic and needed care and understanding, not harshness. He explained that he knew about the incident because his father, the Archduke, had informed him. Sienna was surprised to hear this and, out of curiosity, asked what the Archduke had told him. Michael revealed that, for the time being, she would be attending classes alongside him. The young lady was visibly surprised upon hearing the news. The young master explained that, although it would be challenging for her to follow his lessons, there wasn't much they could do about it until they thoroughly researched and found a suitable teacher for her. The recent incident had made them more cautious. Her reluctance was clear, as the thought of studying with someone she didn't even want to interact with was difficult for her to accept. The young master noticed her reaction but firmly conveyed that there was no alternative. Michael, observing her silence, assumed she didn't want to cause trouble and even silently commended her for it. However, he misunderstood her reaction entirely, as he often did. Yet, he was correct in observing her that she was the type of person to stay still even when something bad happened to her, which left the young lady both surprised and unsettled. Confident in his judgment, Michael sat beside her and reassured her that his father was taking great care in selecting a new teacher. For now, he insisted she study with him. Though Sienna suggested waiting for the new teacher to arrive, Michael dismissed the idea, pointing out that many people still looked down on her for being an orphan. He challenged her to prove her worth through her education, showing those who underestimated her just how capable she was. However, Sienna remained unmoved, expressing no interest in proving herself. To her, striving for recognition felt like building a fragile sandcastle in a place destined to be washed away by the waves. Any mistake could cost her not just the structure but her entire self, leaving her unwilling to risk it. Her indifference to others' opinions frustrated Michael, who briefly lost his temper. Realizing his outburst, he quickly apologized for his tendency to become angry so often. Sienna accepted the situation, though Michael continued to complain, leaving her with nothing more to say beyond insisting she was fine. He soon urged her to hurry to their class. Once inside Michael's study room, their teacher greeted her with polite formality. Introducing himself as Seth, he explained that he was responsible for overseeing Michael's education and would also serve as her instructor for the time being. The introduction left Sienna feeling slightly overwhelmed. Despite this, Seth appeared genuinely pleased to have her there. Sienna couldn't help but recognize him as the same person who had dragged Michael away before. His cheerful demeanor reassured her, making her feel welcomed even though she was intruding on their lessons. As the session began, Seth informed them that the day's lessons would focus on sorcery, noting that Sienna already knew how to spell. This prompted her to express concern about her writing skills, as her previous teacher had emphasized the need for improvement in that area. Seth, though visibly annoyed by the previous teacher's approach, refrained from voicing his frustration outright. Instead, he reassured Sienna that another teacher would handle her general education. He added that as she progressed through her studies, her writing would naturally improve. To her surprise, he emphasized that dedicating her time solely to spelling would be unproductive. Michael quietly warned Sienna to be cautious of Seth's seemingly kind words, hinting that his teaching style could be demanding. She took note of his remark but surprised both of them by expressing her gratitude. Her appreciation stemmed from finally being taught by someone who seemed sincere. The prospect of learning from such a teacher filled her with optimism for her future at the military academy. Seth was delighted to see such enthusiasm in a student and eagerly began outlining the structure of their lessons. He explained that magic was a supernatural phenomenon that allowed individuals to wield magical powers. He elaborated further, describing how the energy known as magic was dispersed throughout their world and flowed as mana, setting the foundation for their studies. Seth continued the lesson, explaining that when malice infiltrates stagnant mana, it can result in the creation of demons. These demons, born with an innate ability to manipulate magic, distinguish their power from human magic by referring to it as dark magic. In essence, humans wield magic, while demons utilize dark magic. With a smile, Seth announced the conclusion of the more complex part of the lesson. Observing Sienna, he was surprised to see her diligently taking notes, despite her visibly poor handwriting. Though he felt an urge to praise her effort, he restrained himself to maintain the flow of the class. He went on to explain that because sorcerers are especially susceptible to malice, the cornerstone of sorcery lies in achieving one's stability. This revelation left both Michael and Sienna stunned as Seth revealed the harsh reality sorcerers face, the constant risk of losing their sanity or transforming into demons due to misuse of magic. Michael found this truth cruel, while Sienna remained quietly absorbed. Seth reassured them, noting that a lineage of sorcerers known as terraformers exists to address this instability. Terraformers specialize in healing and purification, helping other sorcerers maintain control and safely use their powers. He concluded the day's lesson with this explanation and assigned the students their first homework, summarizing the first half of their textbook in a notebook. Michael, clearly displeased, voiced his dissatisfaction, but Seth was unmoved, setting a firm deadline for the following week. Though Michael grumbled about the teacher's strictness, Seth turned his attention to Sienna, assessing her reaction. She appeared unfazed, her determination evident as she diligently began her assignment. This response filled Seth with quiet joy. He had not expected to encounter a student so eager to learn. Meanwhile, Michael's disdain for the homework seemed to drain his energy entirely. After the lesson, Sienna wasted no time, exploring her studies with enthusiasm. She read about the role of terraformers, who purified mana by establishing a domain within a chosen area and declaring it as their own. The description exhilarated her. For the first time, she was learning about magic. Reflecting on her past life, she recalled the mistreatment she endured and how her powers had been stolen by Lorena. Back then, she had been deemed unworthy of instruction and left as a lost cause. But now, standing at the starting line of her journey, she felt an energizing sense of purpose. She had returned from a long and difficult road and was finally ready to begin anew. At Sayabin Military Academy, where Aziel Nacht, the eldest young master of the Nacht family, was enrolled, a bird arrived carrying a letter. One of Aziel's friends remarked that traveling through the skies to deliver messages seemed far from ideal after noticing the bird and its delivery. Aziel explained that this was the only way to receive letters from his home, leaving his friend puzzled and wondering if something unusual was happening in the Nacht household. Dismissing the concern, Aziel reassured him that it was nothing of importance. His friend's thoughts wandered to how Aziel's reserved demeanor reminded him of the Archduke himself. Curious, he asked if he would be returning to the duchy over the weekend. The young master confirmed and invited his companions to get moving. When the weekend arrived, Michael couldn't hold back his admiration for Lady Sienna, who had diligently completed her homework over the course of 3 days. Her handwriting had also improved significantly, adding to his praise. Comparing himself to her, Michael joked that he had no talent for studying, claiming it was absent from his very soul. Meanwhile, the head maid was overjoyed by Lady Sienna's hard work, believing it was her way of repaying the Nacht family. Sienna, observing their enthusiasm, found herself puzzled by their assumptions. She also wondered why Michael made such a fuss about studying, knowing he would inevitably become the top student when he joined the military academy. In contrast, Sienna saw herself as an average student who had to rely on extensive notes just to understand even the simplest concepts. Despite her self-doubt, she felt a deep sense of fulfillment. This was her first experience with studying magic, and the effort she put in made her genuinely happy. The head maid noticed Sienna's joyful expression and reflected on how much she had changed. When Sienna first arrived at the duchy, she had barely eaten and spent most of her time sleeping. Seeing her now, brimming with passion and determination, filled the head maid with pride and happiness. Madame Deborah, noticing how the young lady had been buried in her studies, suggested she take a break and enjoy a walk in the garden. The weather had turned pleasantly warm, and the season of fresh greenery was returning, making it the perfect time to step outside. Meanwhile, Aziel Nacht returned to the duchy, greeted by the butler upon his arrival. Reflecting on his time at the military academy, the butler remarked that although it had been 3 years since he enrolled, he only recently realized how often he could visit home. The butler, ever observant, responded with a gentle tease, prompting Aziel to joke that the butler should just call him an ungrateful child outright. Their light-hearted exchange was cut short when the butler noticed the direction he was heading. He cautioned that going to the moon's cradle, Sienna's room, might be a waste of time, as she had been spending all her hours studying and was likely in the study room. The young master paused, suddenly realizing he had been walking toward the moon's cradle without thinking. This unconscious action caught him off guard, reminding him of a similar situation when he had reacted violently toward the orphanage director. The memory unsettled him, stirring a mix of emotions. He couldn't shake the image of Sienna's frightened eyes, but he knew her gaze wasn't rooted in fear. It carried hatred and rejection, a weight he struggled to bear. He resolved it would be better for her if he kept his distance, convincing himself that checking on her through letters, as he had been doing, was enough. Yet the butler, sensing his hesitation, reminded him of his earlier instructions to receive daily updates on Sienna's condition. He also noted how Aziel had sent her flowers upon hearing of her recovery. Encouraging him to visit Sienna in person, the butler suggested confirming her well-being directly if the young master was truly concerned. The idea wasn't unappealing. After a moment's thought, Aziel considered asking her a simple question, like whether she had received the flowers. It seemed harmless enough, yet the thought of facing her lingered uncertainly in his mind. The butler, in his calm and reassuring manner, encouraged him to express his feelings directly to Sienna. He mentioned how admirable it was that she had chosen to share the flowers he sent with others, a gesture that reflected her thoughtfulness. As Aziel walked away, the butler reflected on the young master's transformation. Once the epitome of rationality and control, a man whose life seemed dictated by perfection and purpose, Aziel had changed in ways that made him appear more human when it came to Lady Sienna. The butler couldn't help but wonder what greater changes might unfold within the Nacht household. Meanwhile, the head maid was tidying up the young lady's study room when something outside the window caught her eye. It was a figure not dressed in the uniform of the duchy's servants, indicating they likely came from another family. The head maid guessed that if a servant was delivering a letter instead of a postman, the message must be of significant importance. Her thoughts were interrupted by Aziel's arrival in the study room. His eyes scanned the space, prompting her to ask why he had come. Noticing his search, she quickly informed him that Sienna had gone out for a walk earlier. The young master took a moment to observe the room. Its neatness and organization reassured him that Sienna was being cared for as a proper member of the Nacht family. The head maid mentioned that this study room had been his when he was younger, chosen for its proximity to the moon's cradle. She pointed out that even the desk and chair he once used had been left as they were, now serving Sienna. The realization that Sienna was using the same furniture he had once used created an unexpected sense of connection. Aziel brushed off the thought, dismissing it as trivial. However, something under the table caught his attention. He was struck by a jarring sight that sent a wave of shock through him. For a moment, it was as though he had seen a ghost. But it was no ghost. Lying on the floor was a flower, unmistakably one of those he had sent to Sienna as a gift for her recovery. The sight left him deeply unsettled. Aziel knew that it was just a flower. Even his enemy could receive something unnecessary item like that from him. But that girl is different. The one to whom he sent flowers as a gift was the girl who had just come from an orphanage. She was too young to even realize the meaning of receiving a present from the young master. This must be the reason why she shared his gift with the servants instead of keeping it. As he picked up the flower from the floor, he tried to convince himself that it didn't matter, recalling how he, too, had received insignificant items that he had easily forgotten about. However, a strange pang in his chest made him wonder why he felt so affected by the sight of his present being disregarded. The servant observed his reaction and feared that he might be upset by seeing the flower on the floor. She immediately took the blame, reasoning that it had fallen while cleaning. She even bowed her head and begged him not to get mad. But to her surprise, the young master said that he was not mad. It was unusual that he did not lose his temper at a moment like this, just like what the servant feared. Before he leaves, he tells the head maid not to tell Sienna that he visited there. As he took one last look at the flower, he suddenly remembered something that surprised him. It was as if he had already experienced something like that before. Suddenly, the butler came and reported that Count Gildenac had sent them a letter regarding the named flames of Hasaros. That day, Lady Sienna returned and saw how busy the servants were. She wondered what happened in the duchy while she went out for a short walk. She may not say a word, but Michael noticed that she was contemplating. The young master informed her that it was because of the letter that they received from Count Gildenac. Seeing her confused expression, he then explained that it was related to the flames of Hasaros. He then asked if she could still remember the 13th name that she saw in the corridors of the exhibition room. Sienna could still recall what he was talking about. Those names are the cherished treasures of humanity in order to protect the people from the demons. Moreover, it serves as insurance for her when she can no longer endure living her present life. Michael elaborated that each name required a qualified sorcerer as its master, and any sorcerer could compete for an unclaimed name. This led to Count Gildenac's daughter wanting to claim Hasaros, which had never been owned before. Hearing it, Sienna could not believe that Lady Gildenac would do such a thing when something like this did not occur in the past. Only Lorena made a connection with Hasaros before. She also realized that the Count was the one who was supporting her traitor sister. In the past, Count Gildenac had been neutral, only siding with what benefited him. But now he was acting in a way he never had before. In this case, there was a variable that could change what was happening. And that variable is her, Sienna, since she was the one who was doing exactly the opposite of what she did in the past. The firm and cold Archduke of Natch valued a mere orphan and even gave her their emblem, which was the pomegranate. In that case, Sienna could perceive that Count Gildenac was thinking a little of an orphan like her. They were confident enough that their daughter could claim the Hasaros without any hindrance. That was something that the Countess would think. Before, Count and Countess Gildenac had an argument with Lorena, which only led to the destruction of their self. Meanwhile, young Master Aziel had a conversation with the butler. He inquired if the fame of his father had decreased. The butler knew that it was impossible to happen, since the story of how the Archduke walked through a battlefield holding the head of a demon slain by his name called Ilisketer had spread widely the previous year. However, the position of the Archduke's ward overshadowed his popularity. Moreover, there was also a rumor that the young master would be an excellent groom. Aziel responded that there was no law requiring the son of a household to marry his ward. The butler noted that many people assumed the ward's status would ensure a marriage to the young master. Hearing how that position was a big deal to everyone made Aziel think that he was responsible for it. The butler inquired what his plan was about, so he answered that he must have a word with his father first, who was away for a subjugation. Aziel knew that the challenge for the flames of Hasaros was a matter of public interest for mankind. Unless there was a valid reason for disqualifying someone from the sacred challenge, they must be accepted, and even the Archduke would have no power to refuse. Still, even if they planned to show off their abilities through the said sacred challenge, no matter what happened, there was only one child of Nacht at this time. Meanwhile, at the library, Sienna was trying to reach a book that was located on the upper shelf, but she could not get it without stepping on something that could make her reach higher. This made her remember that from the previous days, the maids and Madame Deborah were sticking to her the entire day. Since the house received a letter from Count Gildenac that his daughter gave him a new rope, everyone went to grab onto that rope. The newly assigned maid for her must have probably left for it. But this situation was not something that would hurt her. It seemed that her current life was no different from the past. Just like before, she was doing things on her own. In order to get the book from the upper shelf, she took a chair for her to step on. But as she reached for the book, she lost her balance and fell. She felt hurt, and what happened certainly created a noise, but no one attended to her. She could not believe that the silence and being alone at this moment felt so unfamiliar. This is what she was afraid of. Living in this house, she received unwanted care and attention, but at that moment, she felt that there was no one there for her. This feeling was the most miserable thing for her. Rather than dwelling on that unnecessary pain, she chose to focus on the book that she wanted to read as she wanted to concentrate on learning sorcery. This way would bring peace to her mind. After all, she was best at fooling her injured heart. Sienna spent the rest of the day reading. When hunger finally prompted her to stop, she left her room in search of something to eat. She recalled her life before when the people in the house tended to forget about her and let her starve. But the only difference is, she now knew where the food was kept. When she reached the kitchen, she was grateful that no one was there. There were slices of bread on the table and decided to get some. She was wondering whether to take an extra piece, just in case she didn't know when she would be fed next. As she looked into the doorway, she was startled when she saw Aziel. The first question that His Highness asked was how she got into the kitchen all by herself. Sienna answered that she was hungry, so she kept walking until she reached the kitchen. Young Master Aziel was so worried because the Nacht Duchy was filled with magical devices and hidden passages, making someone get lost easily, and worse, there were also some cases of disappearance in that place. This made it hard for him to believe that she managed to go around all by herself without getting lost. Sienna was well aware of that information. The safe path that she discovered when she was living like a servant in that place in her past life was the hidden passage. There was a time before when the chef, a fully grown adult, was crying in fear while insisting that he had heard something creepy. The orphan still managed to roam around, although there were rumors that they could hear someone crying or there were crashing sounds. Upon hearing that she came out because she was hungry, Aziel inquired if the head maid did not take care of her meals. She replied that the madame must be very busy. That was why she sent another maid. While answering him, she was wondering why he kept on asking her questions. The young master speculated that the head maid was busy preparing to welcome the Gildenac family, but then he wondered what the substitute maid was doing for Sienna to go to the kitchen by herself. This gave him a hint that they must have neglected her and let her starve. He also thought that the lady was always doing this for her to know the exact location of the kitchen. Sienna could not answer about the whereabouts of the substitute maid. Aziel was still drawing some conclusions, realizing that she had come to the kitchen driven by hunger, with no one else to rely on at Nacht Duchy, no less. That thought made him mad and he clenched his fist. But he still tried to manage his temper and urged the girl to go back to her room first. When he told her that he would settle it, Sienna refused and told him that she was just fine. Before, Sienna had believed that Aziel did not hate her because he was always distant and cold toward everyone. She had assumed that he would not dismiss her efforts, which was why she had given him most of the amulets. Even just a little, she believed that he would not treat her efforts as being foolish. But now she knew upon remembering how the young master told her that her efforts were useless. She regretted how she believed that Aziel was good to her. She admitted that she was blinded by her own conclusions. Sienna became firm as she said that he could not scold someone else on her behalf. His Highness agreed as he volunteered to take her to her room, but the child firmly refused as she said that she could go by herself. He did not press further as he thought that she was still afraid of him, although he already had an idea about it. Later on, the butler came and stated that he wondered where he went and inquired why he was in the kitchen with the young lady. Aziel signaled him to be quiet as he ordered him to take Sienna to her room. Before they left, he reminded him that the child had not yet eaten and instructed him to find out who had neglected her and handle the matter. The butler followed his order as he escorted the young lady to her room. At that moment, the young master reflected on the emotions he had seen in her eyes. They weren't the same fleeting feelings she had once shown to the orphanage director. As he contemplated it, he felt like it was something deeply rooted for the lady to fear him. That afternoon, their guests arrived. The servants opened the door of the luxurious carriage for them. Lady Isabel Gildenac, daughter of the Count, went out and greeted the young master. She thanked him for allowing her to come to his place, although it was a sudden request. Countess Gildenac went out and stated that she could not say anything more while commending how perfectly her daughter greeted him. Young Master Aziel acknowledged them, but in the back of his mind he noticed how the woman flattered her daughter as soon as they arrived. Fortunately, he could perceive that their intentions were clear. Later on, they urged them to come inside. The two sons of Nacht ushered the ladies as they entered. Lady Isabel roamed her eyes around the place and expressed how happy she was as her dream of having dinner at the Nacht Duchy came true. Michael, although he was guiding the lady to their house, just responded but did not show any emotions that he was pleased to have them as their guests. Lady Isabel remarked that she was more nervous about this moment than challenging Hasaros. Aziel could hear from his back how her brother responded to the lady. His brother was too obvious that he did not want them to be in their place. He must also be putting in effort in his own way. A while back, the two sons of Nacht had a conversation. Michael knew that the women who were coming to their house were attempting to steal the spot of Sienna, and he expressed how disapproved he was of that idea. But his older brother remained calm as he stated his official request as the heir of their household. Aziel wanted his younger brother to behave when they greeted the Gildenac family. Michael could not believe that he would go this far, but he seemed to reluctantly agree to him. When they entered the dining hall, young Master Aziel was taken aback by how pretty Sienna was. His younger brother immediately attended to her, inquiring why she had already come so early. But the lady was uncomfortable with how he tried to be close to her in front of their visitors. Aziel was just watching them as he noticed that his younger brother was not just simply attached to her. He couldn't help but wonder whether Michael and Sienna had grown closer or if she had already opened her heart to Michael. Countess Gildenac tried to catch his attention as she referred to the lady before them. This made him introduce Sienna, the child of Nacht. As he did that, the orphan gracefully greeted them as well. But their guests seemed not to be happy to meet her. They were fully aware that she was the rumored orphan cherished by the Nacht family. Sienna dressed up well to attend the dinner between Nacht and the Gildenac family. The Countess was surprised to see her, but upon addressing her by her first name, she sarcastically stated how rude she was for calling someone by their name when it was the first time that they had met. She then boldly asked for her surname. However, Sienna knew that the Countess was already aware of her status as an orphan since she expected that she had gathered information about her. Still, she replied that she does not have a surname since she was an orphan. Even though the visitor apologized for asking such questions, young Master Michael could also sense that she indeed deliberately asked that question. Looking at their presents, he had already anticipated that the dinner would be tiresome. As they proceeded to the extravagant dining, the guest family was surprised that they prepared a cordial reception even though it was just a sudden visit. The Countess raised her glass to express to His Highness how grateful she was for the luxurious welcome. The young master just replied that this was just common for someone who was an owner of a named. His reply made the Countess praise how he had an outstanding sense of responsibility. But according to him, this was just what their father ordered them to do, and he just obeyed it. While talking with the visitors, he overheard his younger brother, Michael, urging Sienna to taste the foods that were served on the table. He had a lot of suggestions for her that he thought she may like, while she was just silently trying those foods. At some point, Aziel could not deny that there was a huge jealousy forming inside him. He had always been envious of his brother, but this was the first time that he felt this way towards Michael. However, he couldn't help but appreciate that Michael was showing such kindness to Sienna, as it seemed she had not been eating well lately. While she was tasting the food, the young lady of Gildenack was watching them. With how Michael accommodated the orphan, she commented that the Nacht Duchy clearly cherished their ward. She added that she envied Sienna for the endless blessings she received from Archduke Nacht, noting that no one had ever enjoyed such privileges from the family before. Even though Lady Isabel was stating that with a smile, Sienna could sense the hostility in her eyes. She wasn't sure if it was ignorance masked as kindness, but she was once skilled at recognizing the blatant hostility. Sienna just replied that she was merely grateful for the generosity of the Archduke. Everyone fell silent when they heard her speak. She then added that it was what she learned to respond. Lady Isabel commended how the orphan had learned something, but her expression did not show she was genuinely happy about it. In the back of her mind, she was surprised that an orphan like her could respond that way, as she sounded like an adult who had spoken to her. Sienna noticed her reaction, and she was surprised that her simple response could easily affect her. Facing her was just nothing compared to the endless hidden mercilessness of Lorena. She was the one who managed to conceal her hostility for almost a decade, which made her feel her deceptive kindness. Lady Isabel noticed her sighing after looking at her. That made her think that she was arrogant for doing that. In the back of her mind, she was frustrated at how the lady before her acted like she was higher than her just because she was in a position that she did not deserve. She thought highly of herself as she claimed that she was more deserving to be the Archduke's ward, not the orphan who was joining the table for the nobles. Seeing her relaxed disposition, it seemed that the orphan still did not know her place. Unable to accept that a commoner had been granted such privileges, Lady Isabel decided to make Sienna aware of her standing. In order to do that, she invited Sienna to join her in a challenge against Hasaros, to be held the following day. The people at the table were surprised after hearing her. They could not believe that she would be involved in the challenge that she started. Even the Countess appeared disapproving of the idea. Lady Gildenack explained that she was certain the orphan possessed more talent than she did, given that she was the only ward of the Archduke. She argued that they couldn't just let Sienna sit idly by while Lady Isabel faced Hasaros alone. In the back of her mind, she was confident that an orphan like her would not be chosen by Hasaros. However, this challenge will also expose the gap between them clearly. This would certainly lead her to a huge embarrassment. Meanwhile, Sienna found the situation intriguing. She wondered if this challenge might present an opportunity for her. There was a lifeline that screamed, "This life is ruined, so hurry and escape." Along with it, and it was the relic also known as the Flames of Hasaros. It earned the nickname Untamed, due to its refusal to ever select a master, and it was one of the 13 weapons within the Millennium Box that survived the Great Destruction of the ancient period. Michael had explained to her the reason behind its name. Besides, the people of the Empire were particularly fond of coming up with such nicknames. There was an adult watching them while they were discussing the relic. He was entertained to see how the young master climbed up to the table just to teach Sienna, which made him inquire if he really had to do that. But he did not get any response from the boy. Michael then remarked that it was bound to end in failure, as there was nothing more to observe. Sienna already understood what he meant when the young master handed her the book, suggesting she read it on her own. In the past, Lorena managed to make contact with Hasaros because she stole her powers. If someone like her had barely managed to survive, then there was a higher chance that Sienna could not make it herself. But in this life, she was not afraid of failing anymore since she did not need to prove her worth to be in House Nacht. Michael explained to her that if Lady Isabel succeeded Hasaros, everyone would claim that she was more deserving to be their ward than Sienna. The young master was worried that she might be sent back to the orphanage while the other girl would start receiving the sponsorship. Sienna reflected that, if that happened, she would indeed return to the orphanage, wondering if her favorite teacher there was still doing well. Michael scolded her for casually stating that it seemed like it was easy for her to leave them. But for them, he exclaimed that they couldn't simply discard her from their family. He wanted her to understand that she was already a member of House Nacht. They have the power to cancel the sponsorship, but they could not do it to her. After all, she had already eaten the pomegranate, a fruit that bound her with a spell that couldn't be undone. When the adult heard the words of the young master, he corrected him. He explained that some long-standing customs, when combined with power, could turn into magic. The Nacht Duchy, in this case, had met the right conditions for their customs to be considered magic. Unlike a curse, this magic wasn't intentionally planted but was irreversible, with effects that were difficult to predict. He then added that this would help Sienna to live comfortably in the palace that only accepts blood relatives. Seeing confusion from the lady, he further explained that a powerful magical field surrounded the palace, causing discomfort to sorcerers who were not blood relatives of the family. To make her understand, he informed her that he cast a spell of resistance on Countess Gildelac and Lady Isabel, who just recently visited them. Hearing it, she recalled what Lorena was talking about before. She mentioned that she needed a regular resistance spell to be cast on her. At this moment, she now understood that the magic from the pomegranate was what allowed her to be recognized as a blood relative of House Nacht, a bond she couldn't escape from. A realization struck her like a warning. Her life was ruined, so she needed to escape. At the Nacht guest room, Isabel was worried because of her hasty invitation to the only ward of the House Nacht. Countess Gildelac was just calm, urging her to not blame herself. Besides, in that way, she could show everyone how big the gap between her and the orphan was. The lady's concern was that she was not hearing a precise response from the heir of the dukedom to allow their ward to accept the challenge. Countess Gildelac reassured Isabel, claiming that she could handle it, but Isabel remained anxious, fearing that Sienna, an orphan, might win against her. This idea infuriated her mother, as she was certain that it was impossible to happen. The Countess reminded her that compared to that orphan, she was fortunate that she had a mother. With her words, she finally convinced her daughter to calm down. She even assured her that she had already bribed the head servant from House Nacht and promised that she would do anything to make her the Archduchess. All she had to do was to trust her mother. Meanwhile, Aziel was asking the butler about the progress of the preparation for the challenge ceremony of Hasaros. The butler replied that the magic tower, where the sorcerers who would be hosting the event were, had already responded to them. Because of this unexpected occurrence, young Master Aziel was stressed out, and it was making his head hurt. In regards to the competition, the butler commented that he expected that none of the challengers would even succeed. For the young master, this would only be the case if Hasaros were a good weapon to simply save the world. However, they carefully assessed the capabilities of the challenger with their own preferences. He added that most of the time the challengers would simply fail, but there was a very small chance that they might not be able to get out. Upon listening to Aziel, the butler could tell that he was worried that Lady Sienna might be in danger due to that small probability. Later on, young Master Aziel inquired about his opinion of the talents of their only ward. But the butler was unable to offer a definitive answer, explaining that it was impossible to know until they witnessed her capabilities first. Even the Archduke might also give an indefinite prediction, but he knew that he could solve this matter. Unfortunately, at the time that they needed him the most, their father was on the battlefield, but the butler said that they were informed about his arrival soon as they were almost done there. The young master was contemplating whether or not to let Sienna take the challenge. But the butler reminded him that the Gildenax would not let it, and the other people would also make a fuss. In that case, Aziel would rather not listen to their opinions. Considering the consequences of this decision, the butler was worried that society would hate the young lady in the future. But Aziel was confident that their land and the Palace of Nacht would protect her, especially since she had already taken the pomegranate. Besides, Lady Isabel was rumored to be an exceptionally talented person. If she failed in this mission, no one else would dare to challenge Hasaros. Aziel convinced himself that they needed to be calm in order to surpass their situation. As he pondered more, he thought that it would be better if he were the one to join the challenge instead of their only ward. Suddenly, Michael abruptly came to his office and ordered his older brother to stop Sienna as she kept on saying weird things. Aziel called the name of Sienna, but their only ward directly declared her intention to challenge the Hasaros. Young Master Aziel refused her request, but the lady tried to insist. Hearing her stating how aware she was of being unqualified, he carefully explained that the challenge she was about to go on was not something to be taken lightly. Compared to her, Isabel Gildenac was a trained sorcerer who could be capable enough to take the test. Sienna still insisted that she had heard that it was not necessary to be trained before challenging a named. Because of that, he asked who had said that, as he explained that she could be in danger if she did not undergo proper training. This made the ward inquire about the chances of failing in the challenge. Their tutor interrupted their conversation, explaining that every sorcerer has the right to challenge a named, just like in Lady Sienna's situation. Hearing the tutor supporting the lady's decision, Michael frustratedly stomped on his feet to make him stop, and he exclaimed that he did not want to allow her since she believed that if Isabel succeeded, she would be sent back to the orphanage. It seemed that she would purposely let the other girl win for her to leave the palace. Aziel was taken aback, hearing that this was the reason behind her decision to take on the challenge, and Sienna did not even deny it. He could not help but wonder if she thought that it was easy for them to just discard someone so easily. But as he reflected on the time that he found her searching for food in the kitchen out of hunger, he began to understand that the young lady might feel as though she had no place in the Nacht household regardless of the support that they gave her and were willing to do in the future. He does not know what to do anymore to remove the distrust she has for them. As he thought those things, this made him allow the lady to do as she wished. When the young lady heard that, she was as happy as if she had already succeeded. After receiving the approval, Sienna left and went to her room. She was contemplating the challenge. She had heard that they planned to hold the event after the master of the house returned. This intensifies her hunch that Lady Gildelak was determined to show off her abilities in front of the Archduke. Later on, the maid called her attention to show that she had already prepared her meal. Since she does not know what the lady's favorite food is yet, she decides to prepare everything for her. Sienna was not pleased to see that. In her mind, she recalled that she had already mentioned that she could not eat that much, so she decided to run away. The servant immediately looked for the lady after she left, even though it was too cold outside. The ward managed to escape and stayed behind the trunk of the tree. Since the maid who had neglected her was kicked out, they hired a new one. Because of what happened, she wondered what the other servants told the new maid, who was extremely consistent in feeding her. She was complaining about how the servants neglected her before, and now she has to escape from them because of the torment. While talking to herself, she was surprised to see Lady Isabel approaching. Lady Gildenak immediately insulted her audacity to shamelessly wander around the palace. She even remarked that if she were her, she would not dare to raise her head outside of her room. But since Sienna was an orphan, she stated that there was no point in expecting even an ounce of shame from her. Seeing her attitude, the young lady was taken aback by the Gildenak family's blatant hostility, which she had not seen in the past. The lady must have rehearsed insults in a moment like this. Sienna smirked at the thought that Lady Gildelak had underestimated her. The noble lady seemed to believe that she was not capable enough, as she constantly brought up her status as an orphan. Seeing her reaction insulted Isabel, which made her begin lecturing the orphan. She proclaimed that being a child of the Nacht family was an honorable position, reserved for those with the necessary skills and qualifications, unlike Sienna, who she considered uneducated and beneath her. But to her surprise, Sienna replied like she was agreeing to her words. She even stated that she was rooting for her. She could not believe that it seemed the person she expected to be her rival would like to cooperate with her. After hearing that the orphan she just insulted was ready to support her, she dropped her hand fan in disbelief. Sienna immediately picked it up for her as she expressed how expensive it looked and that she must value it. As she handed her the fan, she encouraged her to do her best and secure her position, expressing that she was rooting for her wholeheartedly. The orphan smiled genuinely, but it seemed that Lady Isabel was infuriated and offended. Before her burning anger exploded, Sienna had already said goodbye to her and left. That day when Sienna returned to her room, young Master Michael went to her, and he was surprised that she was not prepared yet. It seemed that the lady had no idea what she should be prepared for, so he assumed that she had not heard the news yet. Therefore, he informed her that his father had already returned, and they would be having dinner with him. They are required to attend, and since the Archduke was the master of the house, their guests would be joining them for their meal again. Sienna hadn't anticipated the Archduke's early return, and the thought of sitting at the table with Countess Gildelak and her daughter filled her with unease. Michael added that he would be the one to escort her for that dinner since his father had already returned. He was not done explaining yet when he heard Sienna coughing. This made him worried that she might be sick, so the young lady explained that when she went out for a walk in the garden earlier, the wind was too cold. Michael came closer to check on her, and fortunately the lady had no fever. He was thankful that she was in a good state. But he could also sense that she was reluctant to eat with the people who insulted her on their first meeting. Sienna was surprised to hear that he could understand what was running into her mind. According to Michael, he does not want them there either. He felt sorry for her because although he had already done what he could, he still could not manage to kick them out. He realized that he was not really able to do whatever he wanted in some situation like that. Fortunately, the master of the house had returned early. He assured her that it meant everything would be certainly done by the next day. Sienna was moved by his genuine kindness. She could see his sincerity in his eyes. Michael did not insist on persuading her to prepare for dinner and encouraged her to get some rest instead. She just watched him leave while contemplating what kind of 10-year-old boy would smile so warmly and genuinely. Because of that, she concluded that he was naturally born with it. On the next day, Sienna woke up and she felt that there was something strange. It was an important day and she had to prepare early. Everyone was looking forward to the day that the two ladies would challenge Hasaros, but no one came to wake her up and assist her. The house was very silent, so she wondered if she woke up too early. She decided to get up while thinking that she does not need anyone to assist her since she was not actually born in that family. She decided to leave the room before the head maid found out that she slept there again instead of in her fancy chamber. But when she tried to open the door, she realized that it was locked. She tried to listen if there was anyone outside, but she could not hear anything. She suspected that there was someone who had intentionally locked her in that room. Considering that it was an important day, she would understand if they purposely did that to prevent her from attending the challenge. This tactic was nothing new. She had dealt with similar schemes since she was 12, and she was already sick of it. She went back to her bed while contemplating what she must do. If she really intended to stick to her plan, she must do anything to get out of that room. But then she realized that it was not the only day, so there was no need for her to try so hard. Besides, she believed that someone would eventually unlock it. Sienna just lay down on her bed again as she decided to just wait for someone to open it. She considered that it must be Michael. But later on, she suddenly heard the voice of Madame Deborah from the outside calling her. The head maid immediately opened the door with a worried face and asked how her condition was. But then, she found herself staying on her bed like she was planning to go back to sleep, so Sienna explained that there was nothing she could do and just accepted her situation. The head maid said that she could have tried asking for help instead of going back to sleep. The silence inside the room made her very worried about the little girl. But for Sienna, she knew that there was no one who would help her. That was somehow true, but Madame Deborah insisted that she was there for her. Because of that, she speculated that the lady must be thinking that she was also on the side of the Countess. In the back of Sienna's mind, being bribed by the villainess like the Countess was most likely to happen to the regular servants. The lady did not answer the maid's question as she urged her to hurry since she was already late for the competition. The maid could not believe that Sienna was thinking she was coaxed by the Countess, but the young lady did not answer her as she inquired if she must wear something neat and decent for that day. After they prepared, they immediately went to the Nacht Duchy's training hall. The audience was getting impatient waiting for the orphan to come. They were already complaining about how she could be late on such an important day. But Michael was already worried as he wondered if something had happened to her. Meanwhile, Countess Gildelac and her daughter were smirking because of the absence of their rival. But later on, Madame Deborah, who was panting as they hurriedly went there, came with Lady Sienna. Seeing the child, the people started criticizing her for being late. Suddenly, the head maid knelt and took the blame for the tardiness of the lady, and she was willing to take the punishment for her. When she said that there was a reason why the young lady was late, the Archduke inquired about that matter. Without any fear, the maid took her courage to reveal that it was because of their guest, Countess Gildelac, and her daughter. Hearing how the head maid exposed them, the Countess immediately defended their side, questioning her audacity to accuse such things to the guests like them. The head maid disregarded her whining and continued explaining to His Highness. She added that while she was personally attending to the young lady, she had also been keeping an eye on the guests a few days ago. Along with this, she found out that the servant who was assigned to assist the young lady had been starving her. Upon listening to her revelation, Sienna wondered why she was exposing those things in front of many people. The Archduke went mad as well when he knew how the servant treated their only ward. Young Master Aziel confirmed to his father that it was true and kept it a secret since Sienna didn't want to create a scene about it. Everyone who heard the words of the maid started murmuring about how cruel they were for starving a thin child like her just because she was an orphan. What they did just tainted the name of the Nacht family. The Countess, pretending to be innocent, asked how they became involved in the negligence of Sienna's servant. On the other hand, the orphan was impressed by the head maid's bravery in telling the truth. Through her, the public opinion of her had turned into sympathy. Because such an incident had occurred before, as her duty was to supervise the regular servants, she warned and confronted them. However, she discovered that the one servant who was assigned to serve the young lady was the one who locked her in the alcove. Everyone was surprised by that cruelty, which must be the reason why the orphan was late for the important competition. In the end, Madame Deborah was still claiming the blame for letting all that happen. However, she knew that a regular maid wouldn't dare to do that just out of personal spite to a child of Nacht. Her words were more intriguing as everyone was carefully listening to her. The head maid said that she interrogated the servant until she revealed that Countess Gildenac promised to give her 100 gold coins in exchange for stopping their rival from attending the ceremony. Hearing it made the Archduke stand in anger, as he couldn't believe what actually happened, but the Countess still tried to deny that accusation and exclaimed that they could not do such a cruel thing. How she defended herself seemed like she was stating that the head maid of House Nacht was lying in order to frame Countess Gildenac. If that were the case, it would truly be intriguing for the master of the house. But the Countess does not want to admit it, as she exclaimed that she was falsely accused. Despite the tension, the clerics intervened and reminded them that it was now the time to start the ceremony. Even in a moment like that, there was no way to cancel the event of challenging the named. They stopped arguing as they intended to start the ceremony and deal with that matter later. Aziel told Lady Gildenac that she still had the right to go through the ceremony even though she was a traitor, but she could not leave the palace unpunished. He added that it would be more terrible for her to receive punishment after she failed the challenge. The Archduke commended the words of his older son, so he ordered to start the ceremony. Before they begin, he reminds her that even though Lady Isabel succeeded in owning the named, they would still not let her immoral actions slide. Hearing that sent fear to the lady as it was not what they had planned, and her mother started to panic. Later on, the two challengers were called. Before letting Isabel go, the Countess reminded her to remain calm as she faced the challenge and assured her that what happened was just a misunderstanding. She gave her words of encouragement that everything would be resolved if she succeeded and proved that she was better than the orphan. The host of the event called her, so Isabel went to proceed with the ceremony. She was encouraging herself in her mind as she agreed to her mother's word that there was nothing to be afraid of. All she had to do was to concentrate on proving her skills. Once she succeeded, she was certain that they would eventually forget that they caused torment to their cherished orphan. When she went beside her rival, she whispered that she could not believe that she was competing against someone like her over the Hussarros. In the back of Sienna's mind, she just wondered if this was the day of her end as she ended up taking on the challenge. She simply replied to Lady Gildenac that she did not strive hard to be in that situation when it just naturally happened. Her opponent viewed what she said as an insult, so she got mad at her because of it. Sienna didn't pay much attention to her anger as she was more occupied by the spine-tingling black energy that she could feel surrounding Lady Gildenac while she was standing there. Later on, the host of the event presented them with the gods of the Millennium Box, who possess their own egos to choose their master based on their own qualifications. Once they had decided, there was no way anyone else could change it. The host of the challenge reminded them that if they were rejected, all they could do was just accept it. Both challengers agreed to the condition. He further explained that becoming the owner of the named meant receiving the honor of becoming the guardian of humanity itself. The named would grant permission to own them only to those who proved their worth, exchanging their wisdom and heart in return. He added that the contract would be finalized the moment the named acknowledged one of them as its rightful master. The host of the event asked them if they were ready. When they answered that they were, the challenge began with Lady Gildenac. He asked her to come forward to the bowl containing the Hussarros to do the challenge. Everyone was silently watching whether the famous, talented sorcerer would succeed or fail in that challenge. Lady Isabel tried to get the Hussarros, but upon reaching the water, she suddenly felt a strong magic force, causing her to scream in pain and preventing her from touching it. Everyone witnessed that, and the host declared her test was a failure and the chance already ended. Countess Gildenack could not accept it as she urged her daughter to try doing it again, so the lady claimed to everyone that she had not even touched the water yet. However, it was clear that she failed, so someone went to her and reminded her to stop since her turn was already done. Lady Gildenack did not want to listen as she tried to touch the water once again, but she still felt that strong magic force and screamed in pain. She could not believe that she indeed failed in this challenge. Her mother immediately went to her and comforted her. At that moment, she knew that they were already doomed. Having not proven anything, she knew that His Highness would not forgive them. They would taste the wrath of the Archduke for harming their only ward. It was now Lady Sienna's turn to take the test, and everyone was silently waiting to see if Hasaros would choose an orphan like her. The Nacht family watched anxiously, worried that she might fail, just like what happened to Lady Isabel, whom they knew was trained enough for that event. She closed her eyes as she started dipping her hand into the water. They were watching if there would be the same force that repelled the previous challenger. But minutes had passed and nothing harmful happened to her, which confused the young lady. As she reflected on the situation, she realized that, unlike the time when Hasaros had been destroyed, she only had one person's magic, unlike Lorena, who had stolen her magic before. This made her wonder if it was the reason why no harmful force had manifested. It seemed that it was not her day to leave the world yet. The headmaid must be very happy about it. This means that she was not destined to have her last breath so early. Certainly, there was no way that she would return to the past if things happened according to her plan. Her hands remained submerged in the water, so it was now time for her to remove them since nothing happened. But when she was about to do it, she suddenly got surprised when she heard a voice telling her not to remove her hands from the water. Sienna thought that it could be someone beside her, so she turned her head to see who it was, but it seemed like they were not. She then looked in the direction of the Nacht family and wondered if she just mistakenly heard something. While looking at them, Michael was laughing at Lady Gildenack, who was acting all high and mighty, but Sienna was much better than her. His brother stopped him from saying such things. Since nothing happened, the lady thought that she failed as well, but the voice talked to her and said that she succeeded. Now that it talked to her again and with long words, she had a hint that it could be Hasaros who was talking to her. It seemed like the named could read what she was thinking as he told her that she was correct and that he had been waiting for his master for 1,000 years. When Sienna heard that, she immediately pulled her hands away from the water as she didn't want to accept it. The others saw her reaction, so the young lady explained that her hands suddenly got hot, but at the back of her mind, she just didn't want to be humanity's protector. She preferred to be a researcher or even a salary thief rather than be the owner of a name, so she pretended that her hands were hurt and was about to go her way since she told them that she also failed the test. But just the moment she turned her back and said that, a loud voice suddenly spoke to her that halted her from walking. It was not only Sienna who heard it, but also everyone in that room was surprised after it talked. What surprised them more was when the item containing the named was floating in the air and called the attention of Sienna. Hasaros told the young lady not to go, and flames suddenly burst into the room. One of the clerics said it was the named after seeing his power and called it the flame of purification. On the other hand, Sienna didn't want that to happen and knew that she totally messed up now. The two brothers got worried for their ward, so they got up immediately from their chairs to get her. But the Archduke stopped them and just wanted to observe more before taking action to get Sienna from the flames. The young lady didn't know what to do as she was also shocked by the situation and was just staring at the flames. Then it suddenly surrounded her, but she noticed that she was not hurt, as it was not hot at all. After that, she took the courage to open her eyes inside the flames and saw a fireball in front of her. Sienna asked if he was Hasaros, and that flame looked happy while answering her that she finally recognized him. The young lady tried her best to stay calm in the situation and told the name that she didn't agree to him becoming his owner. Hasaros got a little annoyed as his flames became bigger and said to the lady that he had no time to ask her opinion on that matter. When the flames went back to normal and were circling her, Sienna asked him if she was wrong about her knowledge that a contract was usually done in a two-way agreement. Hasaros was not sure about that and shared that he was not even the first named she encountered. He even asked her if she was going to abandon him and that other named. The young lady was surprised to hear that, as she had never met a named before or anything that could compare to it. While Hasaros was circling around, he was confused to know that he was the first name she met since he was so sure that he was not. He then brushed off that topic and just asked the young lady the reason why she didn't want to make a contract with him. Sienna gave him a simple answer, and it was that she didn't want to be his owner. The flame asked the reason behind that, but before he got a reply, the young lady felt a little dizzy. She said that she was seeing two Hasaros in front of her. When she was about to lose her balance, that was when the named realized that she might be having her first manifestation. He tried his best to make Sienna stay awake, but it seemed like she couldn't take it anymore and passed out. The first manifestation was the earliest form of magic that young sorcerers demonstrated instinctively and subconsciously. It was said that through the scale and development of that magic, one could estimate what kind of sorcerer one would become and how powerful one was going to be. They also said that there were many people who fabricated their first manifestation. But for Sienna's case, the clerics would have doubted it if they didn't see it with their own very eyes. Her first manifestation was purifying the entire area with Hasaros's flames, so those clerics were sure that the young lady would become an exceptional terraformer. The other people who were present in that room couldn't feel much happier to hear that and congratulated the Archduke. But it seemed like His Highness was not glad to hear them, as he was so focused on the young lady. The young Master Michael, on the other hand, was not happy as well to hear those praises from them since they slandered Sienna earlier before she became the owner of the named. Aziel told him that their reaction was expected since terraformer was rare and valued. Michael asked if it was because they were the only ones who could protect sorcerers from malice, and his brother said yes. That was the reason why sorcerers protected terraformers, especially if they were powerful ones. Aziel thought how amazing it was because the Nacht Duchy, which was saturated with magic and had been imbued with malice since ancient times, had been purified instantly by the lady. It was hard to do it before, even with the terraformers' regular assistance. He couldn't help but ask himself if there was ever a time that the duchy felt that peaceful. Aziel also heard that there were some cases wherein the terraformers' purification powers influence natural objects, which seemed to be true since the young lady's power didn't stop with just purifying malice, but also bloomed into that much vitality. It was as if an early spring had come and it was called upon by Sienna. That scene would become memorable for Aziel, the spring of that cold winter. Michael, on the other hand, couldn't help but ask his father when the young lady would open her eyes. Instead of answering him, the Archduke commented that the child they were congratulating was unconscious, and yet those men kept making noise that Sienna couldn't even rest. After saying that, he ordered everyone to go out, which they obeyed and moved to the guest room. They also had a matter to prepare, and it was the consequences that the mother and daughter of House Gildenac were facing. When everyone was out, the head of the house was aware that Sienna was just pretending to be asleep, so he told her that she could open her eyes now. The young lady did what the Archduke said since they were the only ones left inside. After opening her eyes, Michael was surprised that she was awake all along, as he had no clue. He even got mad at his brother Aziel, as he also knew about it but didn't tell anything to his younger brother. Sienna explained that she did that because she couldn't face many people after what happened. His Highness fully understood her, so there was no need to say any more. He then questioned her if she was aware of what she had become that day. But Sienna just closed her eyes and remained silent even though she already knew all about it. The Archduke didn't press that matter anymore since what was important to him was for her to get better, so they let her get some more rest. When she was alone, she asked herself again the same question His Highness asked earlier. Her answer was obvious as she was fully aware and understood what he meant by it. But for Sienna, she really messed up. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her and asked what she meant that she messed up. It was as if she was being too harsh on him. The young lady was surprised that the named Hasaros appeared again out of nowhere in front of her. When Sienna asked if he was Hasaros, the named answered yes and said that she finally recognized him. He was happy, as it was the first time in 1,000 years that he was not speaking through a necklace. It was like his stiff shoulders had finally relaxed. But his happiness was cut short by the young lady when she told him that she had been snatched by a named. When Hasaros asked what she meant by that, she told him that knocking a person unconscious and unilaterally signing a contract with them was snatching. It seemed like she was unaware, so he explained that submerging her hand in the water was an ancient custom of requesting a contract. It was a ritual for getting clean to prepare for the contract. Hasaros told her that, in other words, she already requested an agreement with him the moment she did that earlier. All the name did was to consent to it. But even after hearing that, it seemed like Sienna was not bothered by it and told him that was what the world calls a snatcher. He didn't want to argue with her anymore since the contract had already been duly signed and he couldn't back down. While listening to him, Sienna thought that his fussy nature was because he was the name that had not been owned for 1,000 years. She knew that their conversation about that wouldn't end if she argued more with him, so she decided to ask a different question to let his guard down. Sienna wanted to know what those people meant when they said that she purified that entire area. Hasaros happily answered her that he was the one who did it as a gift for her to commemorate their contract. The young lady couldn't believe it, as she never ordered him to do that, and called him tactless. He then taps her head while telling her that no one would dare to cross her now since he had shown such incredible magic. Besides that, he used too much power, but he didn't know it was her first manifestation, so she collapsed because of that. The named felt a little guilty about that, but he comforted her by saying that it was still incredible, as everyone would revere her. Sienna shoved him and apologized, as she hated drawing attention to herself, so she had no plans to be an owner. Hasaros thought she was just lying, but the young girl seriously told him that she was telling the truth. Even when she possessed powerful magic, it was merely stolen by Lorena, and she was expelled. Although she was no longer controlled by her sister, she just wanted to live a quiet and simple life at the moment. The named still couldn't believe what she just said, but Sienna told him again that it was the truth. The small flame acted pitifully while asking the young girl if she was throwing him away. But instead of getting pitted, she was excited to hear that she could throw him, but Hasaros took it back right away and told her not to even dream about it. He got mad at her and shouted that the two of them were forever bound by the contract, which startled the young lady. The named looked like he was already defeated when asked if she didn't even feel sorry for him even when he was quivering like that. But the girl responded that he was the first one to scatter ashes over her simple dream. The little flame reasoned that it was all for her, and she didn't even know there was someone contaminated by malice around her. He was talking about the Countess and her daughter. He added that just recently they did something and their personalities changed completely. Sienna was not greatly surprised, as she already had a hint about those people, especially when she saw Isabella surrounded by something before their ceremony. Meanwhile, in the audience chamber of Nak Duchy, the Countess was crying while pleading for their lives. The mother and daughter were trembling in fear, and couldn't help but ask why they did that, and even insulted Sienna with a plan in mind to poison her. They even ordered her to be locked up. It was not even like Isabella would become a ward when Sienna disappeared, so she couldn't help but ask herself, why did they commit such childish acts? All the Countess could remember was they woke up from that malice as soon as they saw Hasaros's flames. She was certain that she and her daughter woke up from something. Even though that may be the case, the Countess didn't know what to do anymore now that they had committed a misdeed. Suddenly, the head of the Nacht Duchy called her attention and asked if that was all she had to say. Looking at him, she knew that Archduke Nacht was a judge appointed by the Emperor so he could exercise his judicial power on his own will. With that being said, he has the right to take her and her daughter's lives right at that moment. She wouldn't let that happen, so she begged His Highness to spare Isabella's life. Even just her daughter was enough for the Countess. The woman bowed her head and reasoned that her daughter didn't know anything, and she planned everything on her own. After that, she asked to spare the young girl's life, but the Archduke didn't let her finish talking. The Countess was crying so hard while pleading, but His Highness said that she tried to harm the child who was under his care. Because of that, the Archduke already made his decision for the consequences of their actions. He then picks his sword up, as death would be their sentence. The Nacht family doesn't show mercy after all. After hearing that, the pitiful Countess couldn't do anything but accept what had been decided. Before their sentence could even happen, the young girl Sienna suddenly interrupted them. Everyone halted and was surprised as to why she went there without their knowledge. Aziel scolded the knights guarding the door as to why they let a child into that place. They got nervous all of a sudden, but before they could explain their situation, Sienna spoke first to defend them. She told everyone that she had something she needed to say, so she begged the knights to let her in. The young lady then bowed her head to Aziel to ask for forgiveness and not to reprimand the guards. The young master had no choice but to give in to Sienna as she asked him politely, so he couldn't possibly scold her for it. Everyone was surprised that the young master hesitated. The embodiment of discipline in the words of a little child, they assumed it was because of being Hasaros's owner. After that, the Archduke had no choice but to put down his sword for now as well. He looks at the little girl seriously, as if he was waiting for her explanation and telling her that it had better be an important one, as she interrupted something significant too. But that look on his face scared Sienna, as it brought back those memories of her in the past. It was when she was accused of using black magic on Lady Lorena's body, and that sister of hers was defending her as if she really cared for her when it was all just an act. But the Archduke didn't even listen to her and ordered her to be sent to the underground prison while calling Lady Sienna a traitor. She was caught up remembering her past and came back to her senses after the Archduke called her name multiple times. His Highness got worried and asked why she suddenly spaced out in front of everyone in that room. The little girl bravely told him that it was nothing and calmed herself down so that the memories of the past wouldn't get her. She would do what she had to do now, so she stated that the family members of the Count committed such acts because they were corrupted with malice. That was what Hasaros told her, which made everyone surprised, including the Countess. Those people understood now that both mother and daughter were not in their right minds, and it was the guaranteed truth if the name said it. They were now questioning their actions and were grateful that Lady Sienna arrived just in time. If it were not for the little girl's purification, the Countess and their daughter would have been completely engulfed in malice and turned into madmen. While listening to them, Sienna realized that Hasaros's name was quite well received, so it came to her mind that she should make use of it when something happens in the future. However, young Master Aziel was confused as to why she came to save the Countess and their daughter. Although they may have been tainted with malice, it was clear as day that they threatened her. The young lady said that she was not trying to save them, as she didn't even have the power to do so. She just believed that hiding the truth was the same as lying, so she had to say it to them. His Highness was surprised when Sienna said that the decision would be made by the Archduke and not an orphan like her. It was clear that the young lady still couldn't accept the fact that she was now a child of the Nacht household. Because of that, His Highness decided to announce the new ruling for the House of Count Gildenac. Among the great northern mines that the House of Count Gildenac possesses, half of it would be transferred over to Sienna, the owner of the named, untamed Hasaros. Those were the agreements written on the contract, but the young lady was confused as to why it had to be her. His Highness's secretary said that the Archduke had generously issued his ruling and that the incident was concluded by paying compensation. The Gildenac household was grateful for the young lady and promised to repay the compassion. Before leaving, Lady Isabel took one last look at the Nacht Duchy. They intend to provide compensation to the lady who suffered. She then expressed her gratitude and reminded herself that she wouldn't forget Sienna's compassion for her and her mother. The mines they got were not just filled with ordinary gems, but a special gem with the power to engrave magic spells. It was a place where essential jewelry was discovered. The secretary asked the young lady if she was aware of the importance of the jewelry. She answered yes, as she learned it during their class. It was an important gem engraved with a purification spell that was used as an amulet to block malice. Young Master Aziel told her that it was the reason why they call it a valuable gem. When Sienna said that it was too much for her, the Archduke told her that she was still unaware of how much that mine was worth. The young lady was having a hard time and told herself that she already knew about it, as they just shared how important it was. What was worse was that, if that was the original mine, Isabel, who was jealous of Lorena and not her, failed the battle, and it fell into Lorena's hands as compensation. She thought that it might turn into a huge problem if she stole the giant property that Lorena owns. The young master said that essential jewelry was necessary for sorcerers who possessed a name, so he urged her to accept it. But the young lady insisted that the Archduke or the young master could accept it instead of her. His Highness didn't accept that and told her that she was no longer an orphan, which surprised her. He continued to say that she was the owner of the named Hasaros, though that might be too much for her, who had just finished her first manifestation. As much as there were guaranteed privileges of being the owner of a named, it also comes with countless responsibilities. That was why he told her that she must listen well to them, which pressured the young lady. But she was surprised when the Archduke added that even though that may be the case if she wants to throw away her responsibility, she could also do that. That confused her, as she thought the great responsibilities that she had would increase, but he was saying she could just live as she wanted. The young lady still worried about what other people would say, but the Archduke said that she didn't have to care about what they said. The freedom he guarantees to her as the Archduke of Nacht couldn't be violated even by him. That was why she didn't need to say that she was merely an orphan, as she now has the Nacht. After hearing that, Sienna couldn't believe that the Archduke was saying that. The young lady had no choice but to accept it. Since he said that she could live freely, she would think about that agreement as well. The Archduke agreed with her while telling her to go back to her room and rest. Like words she wanted to hear back then, in a seemingly relieved expression, he has an expression full of compassion towards her. Sienna found it unfair, as her memories of the past really were disappearing. She was the only one stuck with those memories. Those times when her sister always laughed and mocked her, she questioned herself if she could forget about it just like that. And when they locked her up in prison and she met her end there, she couldn't help but ask herself if she could start afresh as if nothing ever happened. Her answer to that was no, as there was no way that she could do that. If there was no regret or apology, then there also can't be forgiveness. That was why she had no other choice but to keep holding on to those memories while living her life. As she closed the door, she looked at the people inside and thought that she had already said goodbye to the people to whom she had bid farewell a long time ago. After that, the secretary noticed that the young lady was quite cautious with them. Since the Count's family would be affiliated with the underworld as a shareholder of the mine, he would prepare to invite them during the next New Year's banquet as a vassal family, which the Archduke agreed to. Young Master Aziel told his father that even though the compensation was underway, that was not the end of everything. The deadly poison they found that temporarily disperses one's powers. Fortunately, Madame Deborah found it, and it was not used on Sienna. But it was suspicious that its origins were unclear. They have to figure out who corrupted them. Aziel said that maybe those strange circumstances were caused by an external antagonistic group. His father commented that it was possible, so they would need to thoroughly investigate that matter. Meanwhile, that night, Michael was dreaming. In that dream, he was seated in a chair and wondered if he was in his room, as it was too dark for him to see, but it looked quite different. Suddenly, someone came, and that man was angry while commenting that the girl was too arrogant. That man couldn't contain his anger at the girl, as she didn't even know her place. He added that he hated even just seeing her while Michael was watching him and wondered who he was. He kept on talking about how he couldn't understand his father for bringing that girl to that palace. Young Master Michael was curious about the person in front of him, but he couldn't move his body the way he wanted to. When that man talked again, he was so surprised after he saw who it was. It was him, and it looked like he was the older version of him. After seeing his face, it woke him up from his sleep, and he was catching his breath while sweating so much. His maid suddenly came to him and asked if he was okay, as she was surprised when he abruptly screamed. She noticed that he was breaking out in a cold sweat, but the young master asked if everything was just a dream. His nanny didn't answer him as she quickly went to get a wet towel and a new set of clothes for him. Michael, on the other hand, was wondering who he was talking about that made him so angry in that dream. He couldn't remember a thing. He just knew it was about a girl but didn't know what she looked like. The next day, their teacher congratulated Sienna on awakening as a terraformer and gave her flowers. The young lady gifted everyone in the palace that day in early spring, so he was giving her flowers in exchange for that. When Sienna woke up, the radiant spring that she summoned amidst the winter season had already passed. Even if she couldn't see it, it was her very own blooming spring, so she didn't feel bad since she received a small and pretty gift in return. The teacher was happy to see her smiling so brightly for such a small gift, which made him realize that the Archduke made a wise decision. Those people who attended the ceremony that day suggested holding an event to celebrate Lady Sienna's awakening as a terraformer. But the Archduke declined that and told them that they wouldn't hold a celebration event. He added that, in the meantime, they would keep the truth about Sienna's awakening as a terraformer a secret. Those people didn't understand His Highness as to why they would do that, so they questioned him. The Archduke answered seriously that she was still not accustomed to living as a child of Nacht, and he would prevent anyone from meeting her in private. After saying that, he told them to leave if they understood what he meant. When they left the room, those people commented that the rumors were true about the young lady being highly cherished. The Gildenack household was spared thanks to the young lady's request. One of them said that harming a terraformer was a felony akin to assassinating a member of the imperial family. But their problem was that they couldn't talk to Lady Sienna. One of them was worried and asked what they should do now that it was impossible to reach her. The other commented that it was truly a problem, but at the back of his mind he already had plans in mind and thought that it was possible. There was no way those cunning vassals would stay still, and their assumptions were right as they started to send gifts for Lady Sienna. A bejeweled toy in an artisan's accessories, even expensive gilded books, and gifts with impure intentions started to arrive in the duchy. When the teacher saw those gifts, he asked if they were all for the young lady, to which Madame Deborah said yes and added that usually she would be happy about it, but His Highness had ordered them to return all of the presents. The teacher was surprised after hearing that. The head maid said that Sienna has not even seen the presents, so they could return them peacefully. At that time, the teacher thought the Archduke was being too harsh with the young lady, but seeing her smile like that, he totally understood now His Highness. He commented on how he was always way ahead of him. After that, they begin their lessons that day. First, because the lady had awakened as a terraformer, he informed her that she was mandatorily obliged to enter the military academy once she turned 14. In order to prepare for any unusual events in the future, he would be teaching her basic education. The young lady happily agreed to that, as she had always wanted to enter the military academy. The teacher couldn't contain his happiness while looking at his model student, who was so prepared for his class. He then proceeds to his lessons. Since she was already well aware of a terraformer's basic role through the assignment, he would explain about the terraformer's barrier. Terraformers form circular barriers, and they call those areas their territory. The more skilled a terraformer was, the greater the scope of their barrier. He added that usually, a number was placed in front of the territory. The teacher then asked Sienna how much area she thought one territory took. The young lady had no clue, but she guessed that it would be enough to cover her and another sorcerer. Her teacher laughed as the lady was truly inexperienced and said that the answer was about the size of a large mansion, which greatly surprised her. Generally, the average size of a terraformer's territory was about the size of 2.7 territories. The greater the control a terraformer had, the more the area could be divided. Their lessons continued, and time had passed by so quickly that it came to an end. The teacher told her that there was no homework for that day since she sincerely listened to the lesson, which saddened Sienna. When he asked her what was the matter, the young lady answered that doing homework was fun for her. That greatly shocked her teacher, as he had never encountered such a dedicated student like her. He remembered those moments he had before. After young Master Aziel caught his weakness due to one mistake, he began teaching Michael, and his exhausting days began. When the young lady arrived and was assigned to him as well, he finally found the perfect student. To him, she was an angel of learning, and she was the one he had been waiting for. He couldn't believe that there could be someone so worth teaching in the world like Lady Sienna. The young lady happily said to his teacher that it was all because of his classes that were so interesting. The two were happy as if they had their own world, while the teacher agreed to give her an assignment. He even asked her what kind of homework she would like, and Sienna answered that she liked everything that he gave her. Seeing the two of them, Michael couldn't help but comment how they were both crazy, as they were not in their right minds. But the two seemed not to mind the young master, so he suggested calling a doctor for them, but Madame Deborah said that they were just passionate about learning. The head maid noticed Sienna, and it was her first time seeing the young lady smile so brightly. Even if he was embarrassed to admit it, he still agreed with Madame Deborah and said that it was not bad. The madame told the young master that she would be preparing a meal for the lady and for him, so he should also study, together with Lady Sienna. Michael greatly opposed that and said that the head maid also had gone crazy. While eating, the young master noticed Sienna and asked what she was doing. It turns out that the young lady was falling asleep while eating her food, so the young master called her name multiple times. When she finally woke up, he couldn't help but comment on how she didn't eat, but then she said that she had to do her homework. He asked if she ate while she slept. The young lady wondered why Michael was even there to eat with her. While she was yawning, the young master told her to wake up as he was heading out after they finished eating. When she heard that, she finally opened her eyes wide awake and asked where he was going. It seemed like she had woken up, so he answered her that he was going to look around the shopping district. Michael noticed that Sienna was interested in going outside, so he asked her if she wanted to come with him. The young lady somehow feels like she will be losing if she says yes, just looking at his sly smile like that. In the past and even now, it was hard for her to go to any other place besides the orphanage or the Knack Duchy. At the orphanage, it was because the director told them that an accident would occur if the orphans went outside, while at the Knack Duchy, there was not particularly any reason for her to go out. Most of the time, she just followed Lorena during summer vacations just to help her with chores. When she was done eating, young Master Michael then happily invited her to go outside. Madame Deborah noticed that neither of them had had dessert yet, but they were already standing, which confused her. The young lady said that she was all right, but when Michael heard that, he noticed something. He had felt somewhat familiar with Sienna, that had something to do with his dream before. However, he was not sure about it and was suddenly lost in thoughts. The head maid saw his reaction and asked if he was okay. Michael brushed off those thoughts and said that he was fine. He then invited Lady Sienna to head out already. Using their family's carriage, the young master and the lady go their way to the shopping district. While they got nearer to their destination, Sienna looked outside the window and asked if that was downtown. He answered yes and questioned her if she found those wide roads amazing. He explained that Despater, governed by Nacht, was a bridgehead between the capital and the breadbasket of the empire's southeast region. That was why the roads were made large enough so that goods could come and go easily. While listening to him, Sienna thought that Michael might actually be a good guide for that day. The young master added that as the center of the city, the streets were flourishing with snacks, toys, perfume, and clothes. It was like everything was already there. After saying that, they finally arrived at their destination, and the young master asked where the lady wanted to go first. The people who saw their carriage recognized it the moment they saw the crest, and when Michael came out, those people started to greet him. The young man reached for Sienna's hand to help her get down from the carriage while the crowd wondered which family the lady came from. They also assumed that she could be the rumored child of Nacht. On the other hand, the young lady was so amazed at the sight before her eyes. The young master suggested taking a little walk first if she hadn't decided where she wanted to go yet, to which the lady agreed. While looking around, Michael made Sienna try those snacks that he had eaten before since they were really good. After that, they passed by a jewelry shop, and he thought that it was time for the lady to have some of it, but she didn't agree with the young master and pushed him away from that store. The two also ate some desserts, and it was obvious that they were really having some fun together. Then they saw an interesting dress, but it was kind of scary to be a dress, so they thought maybe it was a ball gown. After that, they continued their walk, and the young master asked the lady if she had fun just by looking around. Even though she didn't want to admit that she enjoyed it because of his adept escort, she still answered yes. She also thought that he had a talent for being a tour guide. Suddenly, something caught Sienna's eye. It was a pair of red shoes displayed at a shop that made the lady stop walking. Michael had to stop as well and went to take a closer look at what she was looking at. Then, he suddenly said that he would buy them for her and went inside the store, which surprised the young lady. She tried to stop him, but it was already too late, as someone had already asked the young master what he was looking for. He then answered that the girl next to him would like to try on those red shoes on display. Without wasting more time, a few people assisted Sienna in sitting on the chair while she was still processing the situation. Someone then gets the shoes and helps the lady to try them on carefully on her feet. But before that, she took a quick look at the young master as if she wanted to know if it was really okay to try it on. Both Michael and the assistant butler gave her a thumbs up just after she glanced at them as if they already knew what she was thinking. Since they gave her the signal, there was no need for her to hesitate in trying them on. The staff at that store couldn't help but admire the young lady after putting it on, as they really looked good on her. One of them told the young master that their store usually makes custom sizes, but it was like those shoes were made for her. Michael agreed with him and said to prepare the bill for them. That surprised the young lady, as he didn't need to do that for her, but he still insisted on buying them. He told her that even if she didn't like them, he wanted her to wear them just for that day because he liked to buy them for her. Since she had no choice but to accept it, as the young master was stubborn, she just thanked him for it. It seemed like she was not accustomed to receiving gifts from others, so to brighten her mood, Michael jokingly said that those yellow shoes looked like their butler's nose. He asked the assistant butler if he agreed, then turned to Sienna and said that it would be funny if the butler wore those in front of his father. The young lady tried to imagine the Archduke's face while the butler wore them, and she couldn't help but laugh at it. Since she agreed it was funny, the young master also bought those shoes for Austin. After that, they continued looking around, and Michael asked which store she wanted to go to next. He suggested visiting a toy store if she likes that. When they arrived in front of a toy store, there was a display in front, so he pointed at it and asked the lady if she wanted one of those. Sienna thought it was cute, but she didn't feel like playing with something like that. However, the one beside it caught her attention. It was a simple one compared to the other toys. It has a small kitchen, dining room, and bedroom. It even had a small library with tiny books on the shelves. While looking at it, it made her wonder if that's what a house looks like. All she had experienced in her past and her current life was the orphanage and the castle of Nacht. They were places that didn't mean more than just a space to live in. The young lady asked herself if she would ever get a home like that. Suddenly, Hasaros appeared out of nowhere and saw the small house, which surprised Sienna. He then passed by the glass of the store to have a closer look at that little house. For him, it was like a simple, countryside cottage. He even uses that chair like it was already his home while commenting on how it was perfect for his gentle temper. Meanwhile, the young master was so surprised after seeing Hasaros and asked Sienna why the named was acting like that. The young lady shyly answered that he liked the little house. The flames were singing and dancing while looking around that toy, and he couldn't help his excitement as it was really perfect for him. Later that day, when they arrived home, Sienna was speechless because Michael bought that house on top of the shoes, while Hasaros was rejoicing about having a new house. The young lady cuts off his happiness and catches him while saying that he really didn't need a house. The name didn't deny that fact but defended himself, as it was just a matter of feeling. He also added that he had always wanted something like that, so she should just let him be happy with it. When the young lady heard that, she thought it was similar to how she wanted a real home and not somewhere she simply lived. Suddenly, Hasaros shared that he was done already and invited Sienna if she wanted to come inside. That confused the young lady, and she asked what he meant by that, but before she could get an answer from him, he had already surrounded her with his flames. Then Sienna felt like she was being pulled inside of it, which made her scream. When she arrived, she covered her face as the wind was strong while the named was taking out those flames. But she was so shocked when someone welcomed her while calling her name. He was smiling at her, and Sienna couldn't help but ask if he was Hasaros. The named smiled even more because he was happy knowing that his master was so smart. He then told the young lady that where she was at that moment was similar to the dollhouse. That was his temporary home. Looking around, it made Sienna a little happy. She then wondered if that was really the inside of that toy, so she asked Hasaros about it. It was hard for him to explain it, but he just showed her that he used magic to materialize a real place. He suddenly uses magic to bring some chairs for her since what he was doing may take a while, so she should sit down first. After that, the young lady asked if it was really necessary to buy the dollhouse when he could just make that with magic. He answered that it was easier to have a real object instead of making something out of nothing. He added that she got rid of his house, so she owed him one. Sienna defended herself by saying that she was not the one who broke the necklace, so she didn't owe him anything. On the other hand, Hasaros reasoned that he wouldn't have broken out of it if she had made a proper contract with him. The young lady got annoyed and said that normally one would accept that the other person doesn't want a contract if they left like that. The name didn't accept her reasons for that and just smiled at her as if he didn't want to lose to her. Then he brushed off the topic since that would be his home now, and also there was a different topic they needed to discuss for that day. Hasaros then asked if she was aware of her being the child of purification. The young lady also asked if he was talking about a terraformer, to which he guessed that was what they called it these days. After that, he taps Sienna's forehead and says that she was cleansing the Nacht castle unconsciously without even opening a territory. When she asked what he meant by that, flowers suddenly bloomed around her. He told her that it was very rare. A child of purification that was as powerful as her didn't need to create a territory since cleansing was as easy as breathing for them. The named then wanted to know if she had been really tired lately for no particular reason. Now that she thought about it, she had been sleeping a lot more since she came there, and that was when she realized she was cleansing the castle of the underworld. Just seeing her lost in thoughts made Hasaros guess right. Her strength was powerful, but it was not enough to cleanse that entire evil palace. She even fainted right after cleansing a tiny bit during her first manifestation, but Sienna exclaimed that time was not really her fault. The named felt a little guilty about that and said that she had already been unknowingly purifying before their contract, and it had strengthened after their contract, so it was understandable that she fainted. After hearing that, the young lady wondered if she needed to leave that place, to which Hasaros said no. He added that it was not as simple as that, and besides, that place was already her territory. He asked her if she was born there by any chance, and she answered no. It actually had not been that long since she came there. When he heard that, it was weird since he felt that she was connected to that place so strongly. It was almost as if she lived there for 10 years and then passed away. The young lady thought that he got that right but didn't say anything about it, so the named continued that it was a relief that the palace was obedient to her since she ate that pomegranate. She made it easier for the people in that house to breathe. Sienna said that it sounded like he was actually worried about her when he said it like that. The girl suddenly got surprised when he got closer to her and told her that he was actually worried for her. He said that he didn't even choose an owner during the great period of prosperity, and she was the owner that he selected after 2 centuries. But he had no idea that she would be that stupid and rubs her head, which annoyed the little girl. She got more irritated after he said that it was thanks to her that he was going to be busy for the first time in so long. He even added that he had so much to do to prevent his stupid but cute owner, who was going around unconsciously cleansing a palace saturated with evil, from dying. Hasaros then seriously told her not to be upset or question his existence if he couldn't come to see her often, while placing her hand in his face. The young lady could feel how warm he was and said yes to him when he asked if she understood. The named then went beside her and told her that she was the child of purification. She was the owner of him, Hasaros, so he could only see as much as she could. But he corrected it so that he could only understand half of it right now. He was not completely awake yet, and he could only grow if she grew, so she should remember that all the time. The named smiled at her and also reminded her to find a real house for him as soon as possible. That confused the young lady, as she thought that the dollhouse was already his home, so she asked him what he meant by it. To make her understand more, he set an example like a crystallization of pure energy. When Sienna heard that, she wanted to ask more about it, but she felt something. She felt like everything was getting dark, so she tried to rub her eyes, but it didn't help at all. Before she could totally lose consciousness, she still heard Hasaros saying that it was all he had to say, so for now she should get some rest. The next day, the maids went to the young lady's room to wake her up while they opened the curtains. One of them happily greeted Sienna and lifted her blanket as it was time to get up from bed. However, as soon as she saw the lady, she was so surprised to see something that it made her scream so loudly. They then called the head maid quickly, while Sienna was so confused about the commotion they were causing so early in the morning. When she heard them saying her name, she thought that it was about her, which confused her even more. Suddenly, after seeing her hand, she had no idea why it became short and chubby. Then the head maid finally arrived and asked the servants what the commotion early in the morning was all about. When she asked what happened to the young lady, she stopped in the middle of her talk upon seeing her. Sienna became an adorable, tiny kid again, and she also had no idea what was happening at that moment. The moment she spoke one single word, Madame Deborah and the other servants couldn't help but admire her cuteness to the point that they had already forgotten the real problem. When the young lady called her, that was when the head maid snapped out of admiring the little one. She then checked her temperature while asking what was going on. Fortunately, she doesn't have a fever, and Sienna answered that she had no idea what happened to her. Madame Deborah then asked if she was hurt somewhere, to which the young lady shook her head, meaning there was none, so it gave relief to the head maid. After that, the madame ordered one of the servants to call for the Archduke and the doctor over there. She turned to Sienna and said that she would bring her some clothes that would fit in the meantime. Before she went, she told the young lady to wait patiently in her bed, to which Sienna agreed. While they were gone, she wondered what was happening to her. The moment she thought that, Hasaros confessed that it was his fault and apologized to her. The young lady looks around to find him, as it seems like he doesn't want to face her because of what he did. Eventually, he revealed himself and said that he lost his form, so he was clinging to her for a moment. He got off as soon as he could, but he guessed he was already too late. When she wanted to confirm if she was like that because of him, the name didn't answer her. Rather, he just told her that she would be back to normal in no time. The young lady couldn't accept that and tried to catch her, but the flame was fast enough to dodge her hand. She couldn't let him go for saying it so easily like that, but he had good reflexes, so he slipped away again. The named instructed her to find a house for him first, because in that way he would have enough energy to help her. Sienna didn't want to listen to her anymore, so she tried to chase him away using her short little hand. However, he warned her that she might become even younger if she kept talking to him in that state, so the little lady covered her mouth instantly. A moment later, Hasaros excused himself for now, as those people already come into her room. The Archduke, together with his secretary and the doctor, arrived there and asked what was going on, but Sienna didn't answer him, as he was the last person she really didn't want to see her like that. The doctor then checked her up and said that there was nothing affecting her health, but a magician's body was different from a regular person's. They consist of a balance of the body and magic power, so he thought Miss Sienna's condition was caused by an imbalance due to recent events, including her first manifestation, the contract with a named, and the cleansing incident. He added that it was uncommon but not unheard of, so they didn't have to worry too much. The little lady was so surprised when she heard from the doctor that she would probably return to normal in 2 weeks. She couldn't accept that since she needed to bear that tiny body of hers that couldn't do much for that long. When the head maid saw her, she asked what was wrong, and Sienna just repeated what the doctor said. Everyone saw her cuteness, which made them speechless. They got back to their senses when the other servants were being loud in the corner while praising her cuteness, and Madame Deborah scolded them for being noisy. The Archduke turned to face the butler as he wanted to know how much younger Sienna had become. From the looks of it, he answered that she was around 3 or 4 years old, meaning she was almost 8 years younger. His Grace asked the little lady if her name knew about her situation. She wanted to answer him, but she couldn't pronounce Hasaros properly. The little girl says it again, but she is having a hard time, and she is embarrassed for looking like that in front of everyone. While she was busy fixing her pronunciation, the Archduke was staring at her cheeks and couldn't take his eyes off them. He then tried to touch it as they looked chubbier, maybe because she was younger, but he was surprised when Sienna suddenly talked. Even though she couldn't say Hasaros' name properly, she just went on with it and said that it was Hasaros' fault and that she should wait for a little to get back to normal. The little lady remembered what her name said about finding him a house, and a crystallization of pure energy would do. She knew that he was definitely talking about a jewel like the one that broke during their contract. It was an essential jewel used as the energy source for magic tools, a magic tool itself, or processed into potions. They have infinite uses, but they are priceless because of their limited quantity. She would have never been able to catch a glimpse of such a precious item in her past life, but she was different now. With that being said, she bravely asked the Archduke if the mine that he mentioned before was still valid. Because she was having a hard time pronouncing some words, His Grace couldn't concentrate, but he still answered her yes. The servants on the corner heard the little lady, and they couldn't contain their admiration for her cuteness, so Madame Deborah scolded them and ordered them to get back to work already. Since they were being noisy, the Archduke decided to invite the little lady somewhere else. He asked her if she wanted to talk about that already. They should go somewhere more private, to which Sienna agreed. When she went down from the bed with her long sleeping gown, everyone couldn't help but admire her cuteness. The secretary ordered those maids not to follow them, as the little lady wouldn't be able to say a word if they were going to squeal whenever she moved. Suddenly, the butler whispered to His Grace that he would be the only one to see Miss Sienna's cuteness. That stopped him from his walk, as there was truth in his words, but he explained that it was not the case. When the little lady was confused as to why he stopped, the Archduke said that they were going to his office since it was the one closest to her room. A moment later, Sienna was having a hard time catching up with their steps, even though she was trying her best to keep up with them. The distance between her and His Grace was getting bigger, but she couldn't just run in front of him since it would be disrespectful to the Archduke. Luckily, the butler noticed her and he informed His Grace about it, but it seemed like he had no idea what he was talking about. He turned to face Sienna to ask why she stopped walking. She then apologized to him and said that they should go first. Since she was out of breath and didn't want to explain it, she just told him that she would follow behind as quickly as she could. She didn't have the courage to look at him, as she thought that he must be frustrated since she was walking so slowly. Suddenly, the Archduke raises his hands towards her, which confuses the little lady. She became nervous as it looked like he was upset that she said that, but that was not the case at all. His Grace was just reaching out to her as if he was offering his hands to carry her since she was having a hard time walking. However, the head maid quickly appeared in front and offered to do it instead. It was like she was more than happy to carry the cute little lady. While the madam gets her, Sienna just realizes now that the Archduke wanted to carry her earlier instead of being upset. If that was what he meant earlier when he raised his hand, she thought that he should have said something earlier, as she got worried for no reason. On the other hand, the Archduke was left hanging his hand. He was already inches away from carrying the cute little girl, but he failed in the end. He then just turned around and went on to his office without saying anything, even though he felt a little down. Looking at his actions earlier, Sienna questioned herself if he really was reaching out for her. Even though she couldn't see his face, she felt like the Archduke suddenly became a little depressed. Meanwhile, the butler couldn't help but sigh as His Grace still didn't know how to approach children despite having 2 sons already. When they arrived at his office, Sienna shared what Hasaros told her about finding him a house like a crystallization of pure energy. The Archduke already knew that he must be talking about an essential jewel, so he gestured to his secretary to bring it. He then went to Sienna and handed over a pouch while Her Grace said that she could open it. After that, they were full of essential jewels, which surprised the little lady since she heard that one could buy a house in the center of the capital with a jewel the size of a coin. When she held one of them, she couldn't help but wonder how many were there inside the pouch. She estimates that it could buy at least 5 manors with those. The Archduke explained that in contrast to other normal jewels, they were not more valuable the bigger they were. Also, they were not completely processed yet. However, just because she receives ownership of the mine doesn't mean she would have jewels right away, so he would give her some of his first. A named was essentially a weapon that was made with a soul stone, the most special of essential jewels. When Sienna heard that, she had no idea what it was, so His Grace explained that a soul stone was when a name dwells in a jewel, but there also needs to be an entity to support it. Like the Archduke's named Ilis Gidio, it was a staff with a soul stone. After hearing all of that, the little lady asked the Archduke if she needed a jewel and a weapon to make a home for Hasaros. It was the best explanation he could bring to her, so he answered maybe and nodded to her. Since that was the case, she then asked His Grace if she should just choose one from the pouch first, but he was confused as to what she meant by her question. It seemed like the two were misunderstanding each other, as the little lady thought that he would give her one of those jewels. The Archduke clarified that she doesn't need to choose one, as Sienna could just take all of them. When she heard that, the little lady felt relief as she misunderstood him, but she told His Grace that she didn't need that many. The Archduke said that she never knows what will happen in the future, so for now, she could just store the rest and use them when she needs them. Sienna couldn't believe that he was giving her that many essential jewels despite their high value. But it seemed like it was not a problem at all since they started as the founding contributors and led generations of battle heroes as one of the Empire's 3 great guardians. They had enough resources stocked for 3 generations to eat and live plentifully. His Grace then stated that once the little lady returns to normal, it would be good for her to pay a visit to the treasure safe together with him. He explained further that essential jewels were worth giving to her, but there should be at least one item that she liked from there, which surprised Sienna. It was hard for her to believe that the Archduke was taking her to the treasure safe where they only keep special items in there. The young lady didn't want to hesitate at that moment since there was no reason for her to be so timid, as she needed to accept everything they gave to her. Besides, she was cleansing the area for them even though it was not the most comfortable place for her to be. She needs money if she wants to live on her own, so if she doesn't want to regret it later, she should just accept everything they offer. When it comes down to it, all of the things she received from Hausnacht would be good for her. Either way, them taking care of her would only last for so long. Because of that thinking, she then bowed in front of the Archduke and thanked him for the jewels. His Grace looked at Sienna and thought that she usually had a dark expression that was not fit for her age, but that day, maybe it was because she was younger that she looked different. She accepted his present without saying a thing. Everyone says what a sincere and calm child she was. The butler told him that Miss Sienna was a cautious person, so there was nothing for him to be worried about. Even the head maid praises the little lady as she is an amazing person, intelligent and composed. For now, the Archduke thought that he should be satisfied with that progress because the fact that she had let her guard down that much meant she was trying to accept them. A moment later, the maids were walking in the hallway while complaining about how their bodies ached from working over the weekend while others were playing. They regret not taking the weekends off as well. When they were busy conversing, young Master Aciel came to interrupt them, which greatly surprised the two. It seemed like they heard them complaining, and the young master was with the butler. The servants quickly bowed their heads to the young lord, but at the back of their minds, they wondered why he was at home that week as well. Then the Archduke noticed his son too and was surprised, as it was the 3rd week he had come home now. His Grace's secretary happily said that he finally used the magic symbol that had been collecting dust to return home. He thought he had forgotten about them. When Aziel heard that, he didn't say a word nor react to it. After that, his father told him to go and get some rest for now, to which he answered that he would see him at dinner. When the young master was about to go inside the study room, the secretary teased him by saying that Miss Sienna was reading in that room. That surprised Aziel, as he didn't know how to face or what to say to the young lady after he saw her. Because of that, he halted for a moment from entering the room as if he were getting ready for something. He then cleared his throat and stepped inside while the others were staring at him. The Archduke, on the other hand, noticed his hesitation at that moment and asked his aide if his son was caught off guard, to which he answered that he was not too sure about that, but he knew for sure that he was on the way to where Miss Sienna was. While walking, Aciel was denying the fact that he went home to see the little lady, but since she was in the study room, he might go there right away. However, he stopped for a moment as he couldn't shake off the thought that the flower he gave to her was under the desk last time. He was bothered if it was still there and, at the same time, hurt while remembering it. The young master wants to check whether that flower is still tossed aside under that desk. If he saw that it was not there, he thought that he would be okay already. Since he already decided what to do, he then pushed the door of the study room to where Miss Sienna was. A servant inside noticed the arrival of the young lord while cleaning the place, so she greeted him. She informed Master Aziel that the young lady just finished studying, so she returned to her room. But it seemed like his eyes were fixed on the flower behind her. He knew that it was not there the last time he went home, so he asked the maid about it. When the girl turned to look at what he was talking about, she told the young master that it was a gift from Miss Sienna's teacher, Mr. Seth. He gave it to congratulate her on her first manifestation, and the young lady asked the maid to place them in a vase. Upon hearing that, the young master felt a little hurt, as if the flower he had given to her before was of no importance compared to her teacher's gift. The servant noticed his reaction and was calling his attention as he was lost in thought, and his face didn't look good. Aziel didn't think of it any further and changed his expression to avoid getting caught up in his emotions. He then told the maid that he would be going already, to which she bowed her head as a sign of respect to their master. That night, the young master was having a dream, and he looked like he was in pain while sleeping. In his dream, he couldn't believe that the woman in front of him had died, and he looked at her as if he was in pain. After that, Miss Sienna appeared in his dream and she was staring at him. A moment later, books were scattered all over his room as he was looking for something important. He needed to find that thing and he was sure that it was just there somewhere, so he started to look for it everywhere. When he couldn't find it, he got angry and tossed and broke everything in that room in disappointment. As he was busy looking for it, he didn't care about his hand, which already had many bruises from looking everywhere. Aziel, in that dream, paused for a moment and thought that there was no need she place it somewhere too safe, so it should be in plain sight. While remembering Sienna in that dream, he couldn't help but think about the possibility that she might lose it after looking for it everywhere. While thinking about that, he hardly believed it at first, but it was already sinking inside him that it could be possible. And after some time, he couldn't control his tears anymore, as it was the only reason he could think of. He was sure that she lost it. Even though it could be the case, he still didn't want to believe it while he crumpled those papers. As his tears continued to pour, he realized that it was he who threw it away. Not only that, but also her feelings and efforts. Most importantly, he threw her. He despises her and ignores everything about her as if she were nothing. That hurt him so much as he realized all of it too late after she already left the world. After that moment, Aziel was startled and woke up from that upsetting dream he had. He was covered in sweat and panting as if he got sick all of a sudden just because of a dream. After remembering it, he couldn't help but think if it was really just a dream or not, as he felt it was too real. The young master tried to remember what he was searching for in that dream, and he looked so devastated. It was not like someone died or the demons invaded and the empire fell, so it was hard to believe that he was so upset from losing something that he couldn't even remember what it was. However, looking at the way his body was trembling, without a doubt, that was the worst nightmare he could imagine. He couldn't help but wonder what the thing he lost in that dream could be. Later that day, the head maid and one of the servants organized clothes for the little lady, and they were all amazed at how well they fit her. Madame Deborah was delighted that the lord's clothes from when they were younger were still there, but it would be better to have a fitted outfit for important events like the luncheon that day. It was an event that the Archduke said the whole family must attend, so the head maid thought that they should get a dress that fits little Sienna to commemorate that event, which surprised her. After hearing that, she was greatly opposed to it, as it would just be a waste since she was going to return to normal soon, so she didn't want to do all that. Madame Deborah then excitedly extended her hand to carry the little lady so they could head to the luncheon already. Sienna was caught off guard as the madame was treating her like a baby again, and she was always trying to carry her everywhere. The reason behind that was that she tripped in front of young Master Michael yesterday. When he saw her in that little body that day, he burst out laughing, which annoyed Sienna. It was because she really got smaller than him and she was so cute in her clothes. Not only that, even her voice was a little livid, which annoyed the little lady more. He even noticed how chubby her cheek was, which added to her cuteness, but she was getting irritated with him. What made it worse was when he kept laughing while saying that he would have bought shoes for the baby when he went to the center if he had known she would get that tiny. Seeing that all he could do was laugh at her, she guessed that he didn't have anything else to say to her, so she decided to head back to her room. The young master tried to stop her, but the little lady suddenly tripped because of the rug on the floor. She lost her balance, so she fell to the ground, which made Michael, the head maid, and the maid worried for her. Instead of crying, Sienna just felt embarrassed in front of them, and her face turned red due to that. But the others thought she was about to cry, especially Michael, so he comforted her by saying that he only said those things because he finds her so cute. After that, the two wanted to check on the little lady and tried to comfort her, but their faces looked like they were about to eat her, as she really looked cute. On the other hand, Sienna was screaming inside of her as she was not a baby, but they thought the opposite. The young lady came back to her senses after remembering yesterday's incident when the madame informed her that it was already time to go to the luncheon. Since it was more comfortable for her to be carried than to walk around in that body, she accepted the madame's hand. But the only problem with that was she easily got tired of the never-ending compliments from the head maid like a baby. All of them were already present there, including the Archduke, the young Master Aciel, and the young Master Michael. His Grace then was a bit worried for the little lady, so he asked if she was feeling uncomfortable because of her body. Sienna answered she was okay, but she felt a little nervous as she was avoiding making mistakes with her pronunciation. Michael couldn't help but compliment her because of her cute voice and cheer her up to make her feel better. On the other hand, Aciel was surprised to see her and thought that they must have been lying about her becoming smaller, but it was true all along. It was expected that he would react like that since it was the first time Master Aciel had seen her like that. Because of that, she had to talk clearly so that he couldn't hear her lisp, and she didn't want to make any mistakes as well, especially in front of Aciel. But the moment she said his name, the young master couldn't help his laughter because of her cute pronunciation. If Aciel still held it for Sienna's sake, Michael didn't even care about bursting into laughter in front of the little lady. That annoyed her, as he had no idea how much she practiced to get her pronunciation right. After that, the Archduke scolded Michael, so he quickly stopped as he became too frivolous in front of his father. His Grace then said that they should eat now, so he called for the servants using a bell. When they were about to eat, young Master Michael silently called Sienna's attention, so she looked at him. He then pointed at something behind him and said that she should have a look at it. She listened to Michael, but when she turned her head, she saw the butler also pointing at something on the floor, which confused the little lady. The moment Sienna looked below, she saw the butler wearing pointed, shining shoes that were funny. The young lady remembered that they were the shoes that Michael bought at the center. She couldn't believe that the young master actually bought them, and Butler Austin, who was so stern, really wore them. He even winks at them as if he were okay wearing it. Michael couldn't help but comment on how the butler cared about him so much that he actually agreed with his games. The two were competing with each other, as Michael said that he was going to get weirder shoes next time, while the butler said that he wouldn't back down, so he would try on whatever he wanted. Meanwhile, the little lady was so surprised that she was about to laugh because of how funny Austin looked. Since she couldn't control it anymore, she started first with a little laugh, but Aciel and his Grace heard that, which surprised them. But a second later, she was already bursting into laughter, as she couldn't hold it anymore. When the two heard that, they were in great shock that Michael made Sienna laugh, which was a first. On the other hand, Michael and the butler were happy as if they were successful on their mission. Aciel wondered how his brother did that, so he turned to look at him for advice. However, Michael waved his finger as a sign that he wouldn't share it, as it was a trade secret. On the other hand, the Archduke also looked at his youngest son and was sure that he would tell him, but he also failed as Michael just smiled at him without a hint of sharing anything. After that, his Grace looked dejected, as everyone wanted to see the little lady smile like that, and it included him. Sienna was done laughing and thought that she saw a new side of the butler that day. A moment later, she was distracted by a loud noise and wondered what it was, so she looked around to see it. It turned out it was young Master Aciel with his spoon and knife while eating. Sienna knew that he had already perfected his table manners, so she wondered why he was making so much noise. On the other hand, the Archduke suddenly drops his cup, so the maid tends to him, but his Grace says not to make a scene. Meanwhile, Michael was controlling his laughter as he already knew what his brother and father were trying to do. It was to make Sienna laugh as well, as he did. The little lady saw his reaction and wondered what was wrong with everyone around her. Since it was none of her business, there was no need for her to know, so she just went on with her food. A moment later, they finally stopped trying to do anything to make the little lady laugh. Then the Archduke asked if she was enjoying her meal. Sienna answered yes, but her pronunciation was still not good when she called him His Grace. The head of the house didn't mind it this time, as he had something important to discuss. The reason he called her to that luncheon was because of the meeting of House Nacht officials that would be held next week. In that gathering, he was going to officially announce that she was the owner of Hasaros, and he had already sent news to the Emperor about that. The first son understood his father's intention. He was getting the word around first since there were a lot of people who already saw it. The Archduke said that he was correct. He also said that if it spreads all over the capital at once, the aftereffect would be great. However, if they let the word travel by mouth, the news would spread slowly and they would have time to respond to it. Sienna heard from them that she was the first owner of a named in 10 years following Asiel, so it was not something that could be kept in the dark forever. However, there was something that kept bothering her. Once it starts to spread, and soon Lorena will soon hear about it as well. The little lady knew that she always had an eye on how Snacked. Just thinking about it feels like she could hear her voice even though she was not there. She could still vividly remember those words Lorena always used to say to her. It was about her being worthless, but she didn't have to worry since she had Lorena, who had everything. At that time, she didn't realize what it actually meant because she deeply craved affection. She didn't know that what she was saying was that she didn't need her. Sienna felt embarrassed as she fell for her sugar-coated words and gave her whole life to her. That was why, in her second life, she never wanted to give her love to anyone ever again. A week had passed by so quickly, and it was already the day of the meeting where they would announce Sienna's owning a named. The little lady was worried as her body still had not returned to its normal state, and she had to stand in front of a lot of people soon. With the terrible pronunciation she has and awkward movements because of her small body, it made it even worse. Just thinking about those people who loved to talk badly about her seeing her like that made Sienna more nervous, as she was sure they would mock her. Her maids saw her reaction, and they got worried so suddenly because the meeting was about to start. She got back to her senses from her deep thought when a maid asked if she was all right, as she looked pale. The little lady said that she was fine, so they just assumed that she was just a little nervous about talking in front of people. To help her calm down and cheer her up, they told her that her cuteness would win them over, and there was nothing she couldn't do when she was that adorable. The maids gave her things with her face on them to show how cute she was and how they supported her. They even told her that if anyone dared to mock her, all she had to do was to tell it to the Archduke, and he would scold them for her. The little lady couldn't say a thing about that, so they thought it must be hard for her to tell those things to His Grace. Because of that, they suggested Lord Michael, as he would probably bother those people as well. If that was not enough, she could also rely on Lord Asiel, as he would show them the true meaning of fear. Their conversation was interrupted when the head maid came in and called the little lady. She informed Sienna that it was time for her to go to the meeting, and she would be assisting her while waiting for the others. The melody could be heard inside the meeting hall, and some guests were dancing already. Sienna couldn't help but take a quick look, and she was amazed as it was more like a party than a meeting. The head maid told her that she was right about it since the Archduke put a lot of effort into it. She happily said that it was natural for His Grace to do that, as it was the first time presenting her to high society. Sienna didn't know if it would make her happy or not, because, like what Madame Deborah said, it was more like a party, so there were going to be a lot of people, and she really hated crowded places. Suddenly, the Archduke finally arrives and calls her name. His outfit signifies true nobility and the presence of a leader. The little lady greeted him, and His Grace was surprised when he saw how adorable she was in her clothes. He wanted to give her some compliments, but he was not the type of person who could express what he really thought. In the end, he told her that her clothes looked nice, which froze the people around them. His secretary wanted to correct His Grace, but the butler stopped him and thought that the Archduke still had a long way to go. The head maid, on the other hand, agreed with him but wanted to praise Sienna. However, the little lady interrupted her as she knew what she was going to say. His Grace was a little embarrassed and wanted to explain that he meant to say something else. But since it was hard for him to compliment her, he stopped in the middle of his words and just knelt in front of Sienna to carry her. Since they had to enter together, it would be better for him to hold her, so she didn't hesitate this time. The little lady then hugged the Archduke as a confirmation that she was okay to be carried, which surprised him. He then caresses her hair as if His Grace was cherishing that little moment she was in his arms. However, the butler called his attention and apologized for interrupting him, as it was time for them to go inside. The Archduke stood up and asked the little lady if she was now ready, to which she answered yes. After that, the attendant announced that the Grand Duke of Nacht and Miss Sienna were now entering the hall. As soon as the people saw them, they couldn't help but start gossiping. Some already knew that she was the child of Nacht. Some also noticed her appearance and said that it was true that she was suffering symptoms of age reversal, which affects only a very few children who are extremely talented. The people couldn't stop talking about her while they were walking at the center, and it made Sienna very uncomfortable that it was making her sick. Luckily, Lord Michael called her name just in time, which made her calm down a bit and feel a little less nervous. Lord Asiel was behind him, and the young lord teased the little lady for being carried there. Sienna explained that she had no choice. Michael didn't continue with the teasing and just praised her because the little lady's pronunciation got a lot better. The people around them start whispering again upon noticing their closeness. They have known Lord Michael to be unfriendly, so they were surprised to see that he approached Sienna like that. Suddenly, it was Lord Aciel who called the little lady. She got confused as to why he was giving his hand to her. Since they were in front of so many people, she had no choice but to reach out to him. That gesture sparks the people again to gossip, because even Lord Aciel was close to her, which makes them conclude that the rumor that he adores her is true. After that, the Archduke then started his speech by thanking everyone for attending that night, where he would introduce his beneficiary. His Grace was pleased to announce to his esteemed guests that the child beside him had become the owner of the named Hasaros. The little lady gets down from the chair to properly greet them like how a noble lady would do. The hall was filled with their loud cheer for Sienna and for Hausnacht. They all congratulate His Grace for such good news. The guests even cheered the Hausnacht for more prosperity and glory to the imperial family. The two young lords were calm as if that cheer was nothing new to them. However, the little lady was surprised and overwhelmed as she didn't expect it. She now realized what it was like to be the owner of a named. At that moment, she might actually believe that those many people were happy for her and congratulating her even though she knew it was not real. They were actually mocking her in their minds because she was just an orphan, and yet she became the child of Nacht and even the owner of an untamed named. Suddenly, she was interrupted in her deep thought when Lord Michael called her name multiple times. He asked her if she was tired already since she was zoning out. He also informed her that there was still one important thing left to do. The little lady got confused as she thought that the ceremony was over, but Michael just let her so she could see what he was talking about. The moment they arrived there, her eyes widened, and she asked what all those things in front of her were. They were all gifts for the little lady. That surprised her, as she couldn't even count how many there were. Lord Michael explained that everyone wanted to send her a present to congratulate her, but His Grace didn't let them. He allowed everyone to give just one present, and it became a mountain, but that was only natural for a child of Nacht like her. Michael asked which one she liked to open first, and she answered that it was the smallest one. When she was about to reach for it, the young lord snatched her hand to grab another one. He leads her to the biggest one and says that the bigger the better, which surprises the little lady. It was the huge teddy bear that was making the spotlight in all of those presents. Suddenly, Michael excused himself as he lifted her up and put the little lady beside that huge teddy bear. After that, he admired her cuteness, as it was perfect for her. He even has the guts to act innocent and ask who might be the person who gave her such a great present. The people around them also adored it and wondered who it was from, but Sienna already knew the answer to that. It was obviously Michael. After a moment, he was not done yet with her. He asked for her hand, kissed the back of it, and congratulated her while calling her our princess. His action confused the little lady, but when she saw those girls getting annoyed at her, she suddenly remembered that the young lord was popular with the ladies as well. Sienna knew what he was doing wouldn't do anything good for her, so she whispered and asked why he was behaving like that recently. The young lord happily answered her that it was fun. When she heard that, it really annoyed the little lady. She was cursing him in her mind and even wanted to end his life for making fun of her like that. The next day, Sienna had no choice but to go outside while the meeting was being held. Everyone has to come out for the picnic except those attending the meeting. If it were not for Madame Deborah's advice that she needed to greet their guests as part of Hausnacht, she really wouldn't go outside. As she looked around, she noticed that no one was interested in her even after introducing her at the meeting hall yesterday. The one who said that she would look after her, which was Madame Deborah, was busy also talking to some guests. Since no one was going to talk to her anyway, she thought that maybe it would be the perfect time to finish that conversation she had with Hasaros. Looking at the jewel, she wondered if he was inside of it. It was the essential jewel that she kept inside the drawer on top of her desk. Suddenly, someone dropped a fan in front of her, which interrupted the little lady in her thoughts. 3 girls showed up, and the green-haired one said that she dropped her fan while smiling. They were laughing as if it was intentional and asked Miss Sienna if she could get it for her. The little lady remembered them. They were those girls who were following Michael around and got annoyed when they saw how close the young lord was to her. Just like Master Aciel gave her his hand, Michael shows others that he respects her in order to warn the other children. However, for the group of girls who follow Michael around, Sienna becomes their easy target. The girl in the back said that Lady Florence was asking for a favor, while the black-haired one told her that it was very rude to not do anything after she asked her. The little lady was wondering what she should do in that situation. After a while, she thought that she needed to act like Lorena to make it out alive from them. They kept laughing at her while mocking her. They even added that she didn't know much about manners. If it were Lorena, she would shut them up with her reputable family name, exceptional skills, and social connections. However, unlike her, all she had were her skills. In that case, Sienna uses magic to give the fan back to the girl, just like she asked her to do. The green-haired girl was so surprised because it suddenly flew to her, which caused her foot to slip. She then fell to the ground, and the little lady just stared at her as if she deserved that. Sienna said that she just picked it up for her. But while saying that, her pronunciation was still not good. Due to embarrassment, the girl got so angry at her for daring to do that to her while calling her an orphan. Suddenly, someone saw the scene and hurried to Lady Florence. She asked what happened and why the lady was on the floor. The three girls started to point their fingers at Sienna while blaming her for using magic to throw the fan at the green-haired girl. They even added that she tried to scare Lady Florence when all she did was ask her to pick up her fan. The older woman then started to scold the little lady, saying that she did such a thing as soon as she became part of House Nacht. They even told her how all the ladies there were all precious children of noble families. The three girls were laughing in the corner while the older women continued to scold Sienna. The little lady was in a difficult situation. Even though she got back with the children, she didn't think that the wives would come for her like that. The others joined them as well. They said that it was what they already expected, as Sienna was an orphan. The little lady was just silent in the middle while listening to them, as she knew no one there would help her. However, an old man suddenly interrupted them and asked what was happening. One of the women called that man Viscount Jester. She told him that there was a slight issue among them, so there was no need for him to interfere. The old man said that it looked like a simple misunderstanding between children. On the other hand, when Sienna saw him, she knew he was the one who helped Lorena in her past life. Viscount Jester was one of the people who eagerly supported Lorena when she was trying to become the Grand Duchess in her previous life, so she wondered why someone like him was helping her. The man then said that it would be better not to make things bigger than they need to be. Just after hearing his words, the women were forced to let it go as if they couldn't afford to offend the Viscount. The people then went their way, while the little lady was relieved that they were already leaving. She then turned to look at that man to thank him for helping her, even though she had no idea why he did that. The Viscount just laughed and said that it was nothing since he did what should be done, as she seemed to be caught in a difficult situation. He even told her that she could find him if something like that happened again, as he would do his best to help her. Viscount Jester suggested going into the corner and staying with his children instead of being alone. He told her that something similar might happen again if she remained there with those noble ladies. Sienna could already sense something with the old man, so she politely declined his invitation. But before she could even explain, the Viscount grabbed her hand and warned her. The little lady felt the same dark energy she saw in Isabel. The man repeated his words to come with him, but this time it was forceful as he brought a knife with him and pointed it at Sienna. A moment later, the rain started to pour, and the people ran quickly inside with their children. The maid just now remembered that she was supposed to watch her that day, so she looked for her. She asked people around her, but no one answered. Two women thought about her behavior earlier, that she didn't even notice the little lady. Suddenly, the mother of the green-haired lady told her that she was the last one who saw her. She shared that there was a small issue with her daughter, but right after, some gentleman took her with him. However, the noblewoman said that she couldn't see that man anymore there, which greatly shocked the maid. Meanwhile, the Viscount brought the little lady with him to a house deep inside the forest. He pushes Sienna on the stairs and orders her to go upstairs. After that, the jewel in her pocket fell. She was already so wet from the rain because of the man dragging her all the way there. Luckily, she had the time to pick up the jewel before the Viscount grabbed her by her clothes as she was being too slow. Sienna thought about Hasaros, as he didn't respond to her on the way there either, so it made her wonder if she could escape there on her own. They arrived in front of a room, and the little lady tried to calm herself down to think of a plan. The moment he opened the door in that room, it looked quite messy, and Sienna was surprised after seeing it. She covered her nose as she couldn't take the rotten smell and wondered what it was. The Viscount laughed evilly while saying that it was finally ready while holding the girl in his hand. He then pushed her to the middle of the room and told her not to move a single step, as it was where she should be. When the little lady saw what was on the floor, she was greatly shocked, as it was blood. The man went into the corner of the room and touched something. He called her his angel and said that he would bring her back. It turns out that it was a coffin, and it looks like the little lady was about to become a sacrifice. The Viscount told her that his daughter would wake up if he fed her blood to his daughter and her magic would be transferred. Sienna thought that if it were possible to take her magic by drinking her blood, then Lorena would have stolen her blood long ago instead of spending years trying to win her over. The man grabbed her collar and said that if she gave him her blood, he would let her live. The little lady knew that he was lying, seeing how he was not in his right mind at that moment. He might also try and blame her when he finds out that her blood is useless, so it is better to escape from him. She was not even sure if she would be safe after she was struck by that knife in his hand, so she bit him as hard as she could. That made the man lose his grip on the little lady and shove her to the floor. It made him lose his temper as she dared to bite him. Because of that, the man was ready to take her blood using the knife in his hand. Since there had been no option left for her, she tried to call Hasaros with all her might while holding on to the essential jewel she brought. Luckily, this time he showed up and large flames appeared all over the room. He then put those flames towards the Viscount and burned him in front of the little lady. The man screamed in pain while the flames were all over his body, but it was still not enough to bring him down. On the other hand, Sienna also felt something, and suddenly her body returned to her normal age. But there was no time for her to react and be happy with it, as Hasaros told her to run quickly. He told her that she couldn't defeat that thing in front of them even if she had him because the Viscount seemed to have transformed into a demon. The moment his transformation was complete, he looked at her, which gave her chills all over her body. She then looked around and saw that the path to the door was blocked, so it was impossible to make it through there. The only option she had left was to jump out the window. However, she was worried that she might get hurt and couldn't run after. The demon was starting to get closer to her, but the lady hesitated to jump into the window. Hasaros warned her not to get any closer because he couldn't defeat it in his current state. Sienna was having a hard time thinking of what she should do, and time was running out, so she needed a way to get out. Luckily, she heard someone calling her from outside, and she was familiar with whose voice it was. A man on his horse was ready to shoot his arrow in her direction, together with some men behind him. While holding the essential jewel in her hand, she turned around to see if her guess was right. It was really Aciel who came to rescue her and was ready to shoot that thing in front of her any time. The young master came to save her, so all she needed to do was to get out of there. However, the demon was already getting closer to her, and the flames had no effect on him. It was hard for the lady to think clearly about what she should do in that situation, as the demon was about to devour her. Luckily, Master Aciel was already in a position to attack that thing at any time, and when he saw that Sienna was in danger, he didn't hesitate to let go of his arrow in her direction. It pierced through the window and went straight to the demon. However, even though it directly hit the demon's body, it easily regenerated, which shocked the lady. She knew it was coming back to life, so she tried her best to push the broken window to escape from it. When she finally created an opening, Master Aciel was already there and told her to jump. His arms were wide open, and he promised Sienna that he would catch her no matter what. Because of his assurance, the lady didn't hesitate to jump from the window and go to the master. Just like what he told her, he caught her while riding his horse. He asked Sienna if she was okay or if she was hurt anywhere, to which she answered that she was fine. A moment later, their conversation was interrupted by an explosion from the room where she had come from. The demon that regenerates also came out, so the knights prepared themselves to attack it. Master Aciel told the lady to hold on tight with him as he moved his horse away from that thing. Despite their continuous attacks, the demon was still fine, as if it didn't affect him. The lady noticed that something was strange and saw that their attacks were not working at all. Suddenly, Hasaros appeared and told her that she was right. He explained that the dark energy was exploding as that man became a demon. He also added that it was going to be hard to take it down with regular magic. When Sienna heard about the dark energy, she suddenly thought of something. Since the Viscount was still burning in Hasaros's fire, it means the fire of purification was effective. If they concentrated their firepower and attacked at once, then there was no time for it to regenerate. After that, the lady told Master Aciel to prepare his arrow one more time, to which he obeyed. She then called for Hasaros, as they needed the fire of purification again, which he also obeyed. The fire was already reaching the demon, and they just needed to wait for the right moment for Aciel to attack with his arrow. When the lady saw the perfect time to shoot, she then told the master to let go now. Aciel's name was Invisible Thanatos. The invisible arrow of death was combined with Hasaros's fire of purification. With the strength of the two, the demon would surely have no escape this time. After their attacks reached it, A big explosion could be seen in front of them, and the demon turned into ashes. Master Aciel and Lady Sienna successfully defeated it after combining the power of their named. Everyone cheered them on as the demon was now dead. They all witnessed how Lord Aciel and Miss Sienna took it down. After that, the master told the lady that they had killed the demon, and all thanks to her. He also told her that the other magicians would take care of the investigation so they could go back to the manor first. Aciel also said that she should calm down now and explain to him what exactly happened while on their way, to which the lady agreed. The lord then informed the others that they would go already and they could carry on with the investigation. Sienna took a quick look behind. She couldn't believe that Viscount Jester was now dead. That man was popular among the lords under Hausnacht, so he was a big support for Lorraine, but she couldn't believe he died before Lorena even entered Hausnacht. The lady couldn't help but think if it was all just a coincidence. From the cradle of the moon that she received, which was originally Lorena's room, to Hasaro's, which was destroyed by her strength, was now with her. Even the essential jewel, which was supposed to be Lorena's, also became hers. In addition, those who were going to be her allies either died or had their titles stripped after trying to harm her. Even if she had tried to interfere, it would have been difficult to end like that, so she couldn't help but be worried as to why things were turning out like that. After that incident, at the Grand Duchy of Nacht, the secretary of the head of the house was handed the reports regarding the lady's abduction. He informed His Grace that the Viscount's transition was severe, at an uncommon level before completion, so he was expecting the whole area to be infected, but it turned out to be clean. He added that it was most likely because of Miss Sienna's fire of purification before it was killed. Just hearing it made the Grand Duke crumple the documents he was holding as he was starting to get angry about it. When his aide noticed that, he quickly tried to comfort him by saying that what happened was actually a good thing since that region has always been filled with magic, so if it were not for Miss Sienna, there would have been a mass battle with demons. However, the Grand Duke thinks the opposite, as a child who was a newly awakened magician was kidnapped, so it was too dangerous to say that it was a good thing. The secretary just agreed with him and said that no punishment was fit for that, but not even the corpse of Viscount Jester survived. When His Grace asked why he suddenly got possessed, the aide answered that his daughter, whom he adored, recently passed away. After checking the coffin, there was a preservation spell on it. The Grand Duke was a little surprised after hearing that, and he asked if what he meant by it was that the Viscount used a preservation spell because he believed he could bring his daughter back to life, to which he answered yes. He guessed that it was the route of infection. However, Viscount Jester was not a magician, which means there was someone else who cast the spell. The Grand Duke could hardly believe that, but the aide said that there were those who would do anything for money. His Grace thought that it seemed like the most probable answer, but something didn't add up. As far as he could remember, Sienna told him that the Viscount said to her he could bring his daughter back if he sacrificed her. Because of that, he couldn't help but think if it was really just a delusion from being possessed. The Grand Duke then ordered his secretary to incinerate the area around the cabin and set up blockades. He also told him to dispatch the crows because he was anxious about something, so they had better do a thorough investigation on that matter. Meanwhile, while Sienna was studying, Hasaros suddenly said that he couldn't take it anymore, which confused the lady. When he thought about it, he almost lost his owner that day, and he couldn't do anything. It has only been a month since he carefully chose her as his owner as well. Hasaros felt embarrassed if the other names found out about that, to which Sienna agreed. He told her that at that point, it didn't matter how extraordinary he was or how talented the lady was. Because it seems that Sienna gets easily swept up in conflicts, they need to train her to survive in those situations. When the lady heard that, she asked what he meant by having some sort of special training. If that was what he was saying, Sienna told him that he could just find a new owner if she died. Hasaros couldn't believe her when he heard the lady saying that so easily. He jumped onto her head as he couldn't accept that, since he told her that he selected her very carefully. Sienna was trying to explain it while pulling him out of her face, but it seems like Hasaros doesn't want to let her go. Suddenly, he releases her and complains to his owner, as he had already told her many times before that she was the only one he chose, but she was so cold-hearted and foolish. While touching her nose, he still continued to complain to Sienna and asked if she was not thinking about his feelings at all. When the lady heard that, she was surprised and thought that she was being too harsh on him. The named then interrupted her thoughts by reminding her again, since she had a harder time listening than a worm or a snail, that he didn't want anyone else as his owner besides her. His words reminded the lady of Lorena's incident in her past life when she touched that jewelry where Hasaros was resting, and she collapsed after that. Because of that, Sienna wondered if there was a way to destroy a named, which greatly shocked Hasaros. He got angry because of that and let out a big flame all over the room, but the lady didn't mean it that way. Sienna calmed him down and told him to listen to her for a moment first before getting angry at her. She then shared with Hasaros that she had returned to the past, and that was her second life already. After a moment, the named calmed down and asked if what she was trying to say was that she died, but when she woke up, she was back in the past, to which she answered yes. The lady also told him that she had no idea how it was possible, but she remembers the future. In that memory, she was not his owner, and he was destroyed by someone else. Hasaros said that there was a possibility for that to happen if it was the age of prosperity, but since there was so little magic now, he was not completely sure. With that being said, he asked Sienna if she was certain that he was destroyed, because it was also possible that it was all just an act, and then she took him back, which surprised the lady. It was strange to think like that, so she just told him that it was too complicated to say that. Lorena, in her past, was recognized as a genius after destroying Hasaros, but even if she had not, she was already a rising star. She was naturally gifted with healing abilities. Because of that, she becomes a healing magician and is known as the Healing Angel after extending the dying emperor's life by a year. Hasaros got the story and thought that because she hated Sienna, he assumed that maybe she tried to steal him to stop her from becoming his owner. However, the lady said that she had no idea that she would become his owner. The named said that it could have been through a prophecy. If that was the case, Sienna said that it was still impossible because at that point, she had already lost all of her magic power, but Hasaros insisted that it didn't matter at all, as he still would have picked her as his owner either way, which surprised the lady. She didn't expect that he would still choose her even without magic. He then said that there was no way to be certain at that moment. However, the only thing for sure was that if she simply avoided that adversary, she could never have the quiet life that she wanted. The lady knew that he was right. She didn't intend to, but she took what should have been Lorena's and ruined everything. Since she was aware of that, Hasaros excitedly said that there was no other option for her but to do the special training. He added that she had to become even stronger so that Lorena couldn't destroy the lady. Even though she wants to say that it was such an ignorant and naive method to handle things, she had no other option left but to follow his suggestion. That made Hasaros happy as the lady accepted it, and they even clapped each other's hands like a team. He then hugs her finger and says that she doesn't have to worry about it since she is not alone now. He even added that their contract was eternal and that they would always be on the same side, so her enemy was also his. He would always be with her wherever she went, which made Sienna happy. She felt so happy that it made her laugh, and Hasaros was annoyed a little as he was being serious with her. But a moment later, she was already crying, which confused him, as she was just laughing a second earlier. Sienna suddenly got embarrassed, as she didn't even know why she was crying. Even Hasaros got panicked and asked if it was about what he said. He went closer to her and tried to comfort the lady while asking her what was wrong. Sienna couldn't help but think of the deep scar Lorena had left because of her betrayal, so she didn't let anyone by her side hurt her again. She promised herself that she would push those people away in that second life of hers. However, she was also bothered by the thought that maybe it was what she actually wanted, that someone could be by her side. Someone who would say that they would always be on her side no matter what. Because of that, she decided that she would do everything Hasaros wanted. She was going to make a name for herself as a genius magician and become the greatest terraformer. Her sudden decision confused him, as she was just crying earlier and now she was saying such things to him. Sienna thought that being a coward trying to live a quiet life was enough for one lifetime. She had no idea where destiny would take her, but she decided to go as high as she could, and she would engrave Hasaros' name there. The one who said he would be with her and choose her no matter what. The named who declared that he would always be on her side forever. The next day, the head of House Nacht was waiting for someone in his office while standing beside the window. His aide had come and announced that Miss Sienna was with him already. When the two of them went inside, the young lady asked if he had called for her, to which His Grace answered yes. However, upon seeing Sienna, there was something about her that greatly surprised him. The Grand Duke thought that maybe it was because it had been a while since he had seen that 11-year-old girl, but she looked brighter than before. His Grace was so caught up in the change of her presence that the young lady had to ask if there was something wrong with her. But the Grand Duke brushed it off and said that it was nothing. Before asking Sienna anything, he knew she must have been startled, so he asked the young lady first if she had had some rest, to which she happily answered yes. Sienna even brightly told His Grace that it was all thanks to him that she was okay now. Her reaction surprised the Grand Duke, as she didn't avoid making eye contact and even smiled at him. He knew that the doctor had already checked on her, but he still asked Sienna if she was hurt somewhere. The young lady answered no, since she was saved by Lord Aciel. However, she told him that she was really surprised. She never expected the Viscount to do something like that. The Grand Duke knew that what happened was still a big shock to her, but no one was making a clear statement about the situation. Because of that, he asked Sienna's permission to share with him what exactly happened at that time. Before telling everything to the Grand Duke, she thought that those people who stood by and watched while she was getting kidnapped actually helped Lorena, especially Ms. Deborah, who took Lorena's side. In the past, she would have quietly swept it under the rug. However, since she made that decision with Hasaros, she was going to change and use everything she had to reach her goal, even if it meant using House Nack's power. Since His Grace asked her, she shared every detail of it, even the time when the Viscount suddenly took his knife and pointed it at her to warn her. Those words shocked the Grand Duke, as he didn't expect that to happen to the young lady. Sienna then continued to say that she was so shocked that she was going to shout for help, but there was no one around. She also explained that she got into an argument with the other young ladies, and one of them asked to pick up her fan, so she obeyed her, but she used her magic. Thinking about it, Sienna said that it was her fault since she used her power on such petty things. Although she had his support, she told him that she was still a mere commoner and they were nobles, so they probably thought she was being arrogant. When the Grand Duke heard that, he controlled his anger towards those people. He then asked if they said those words to her, to which she answered no. They simply warned her to be careful. His Grace wanted to know as well if Ms. Deborah was watching her when those people were saying those things to her. Sienna replied that Ms. Deborah looked busy talking to other people, so she probably didn't see what was going on at that time. She also stated that even when she was trembling in fear as the Viscount was threatening her with a knife, Ms. Deborah was extremely busy. After hearing all of it, the Grand Duke couldn't help but sigh. He told the young lady that no one could boss around the child of House Nacht. That applies to asking her to pick up a fan or small favors. He also told her that she didn't do anything wrong, and he had already told those people to respect her, so it was the fault of the ignorant for not listening. The young lady happily agreed with His Grace that it was their fault, as they had ignored his orders. But the Grand Duke said that it was worse because they treated her badly. The aide then interrupted and asked what they should do about the ones who disrespected the child of House Nacht. His Grace ordered him to strip Viscount Jester, who tried to harm Sienna and Ms. Deborah of their titles, and exile them from the domain along with their families. He also added that they would confiscate all their possessions. Lastly, he ordered his aide to bring him the list of ladies who argued with Sienna. Regardless of their status and age, they would never be able to set foot in his home again. In case they feel remorse later and ask for forgiveness, he told him not to forget to leave a record. The aide obediently obeyed and knew that the Grand Duke was like a king to local and regional nobles, so no one would want to make connections with those families from now on. There was nothing more humiliating than for those who belittled Miss Sienna for being a common orphan to become commoners themselves. The aide then told His Grace that he would spread word of it, to which he didn't object. Just like that, news about the incident and the punishment spread like wildfire among the nobles. They heard about Viscount Jester's kidnapping the child of House Nacht for unfair profit. Some also heard that it was due to the negligence of Ms. Deborah. They couldn't believe she would leave a child who just had their first manifestation all alone. Since things were a bit tense currently because of the Grand Duke's orders, they were being careful not to get on His Grace's nerves for the time being. Some men praised the Grand Duke for having a sharp eye, as the child he adopted from the orphanage was the owner of a named and a terraformer. On top of that, she made everyone cautious of His Grace. Because of that, some of them wanted to visit that orphanage and wanted to try their luck to find a talented orphan like Sienna. Meanwhile, at the House of Nacht, the young lady was having a conversation with Hasaros. However, Hasaros wanted Sienna to do some special training. He wanted to know how much his little genius had practiced. The young lady was a bit confused, so she asked him if he was referring to basic training, to which he answered yes. Hasaros knew that she had been practicing how to gather mana with her teacher, so he knew she was proficient enough to move basic objects by now. Her named then instructed to close her eyes and feel the flow of mana around the core of her heart. After that, he explained that the ring that envelopes the source of her life, everything starts right there. He then told the young lady to open her eyes and her hands now and imagine that her core was in her hands. Suddenly, a magical power shining so brightly appeared in her small hands. The young lady couldn't help but be captivated by the beauty of it, which made her speechless. As she keeps staring at it, Hasaros praises Sienna and says that it was her small area. It would be the start of everything for her, a new world and a small seed for her to become a Terra. The young lady was so happy while looking at it, as it was a world that she had created for the first time. Hasaros then patted Sienna's head as she succeeded this time, and she did a pretty good job. Even though he didn't compliment her fully, the lady didn't mind it at all because he looked really happy for her. The name told her that meeting that demon was helpful at some point. He even said that standing in the face of death was the best way for a magician to improve. However, Sienna noticed that he has a knack for saying terrifying things so calmly. Hasaros was a little annoyed because for him there was no name that was as nice as his. Since that was enough for that day, he ended their training and said that they would slowly expand her area, to which the lady agreed. Suddenly, Hasaros asked when she was going to give him his own house, as that toy was not the real one. However, instead of answering him, the lady thinks of it as his obsession with owning his place. The named complained at her and said that she should try living without a home. Sienna just laughed at him as she thought that he brought it all on himself, and besides, she had already given him jewels. That little flame even got angrier as he was talking about his real body. He told her that it was not a house if she just brought materials to an empty land. However, his master didn't think of it seriously because he could just make his own house since he had all the materials. After hearing that, Hasaros gave up arguing and said that she was so mean to him. He couldn't say anything more to her and just commented that it was his fault for choosing the wrong master. Because of that, he shut himself in his toy house, as his master was not listening at all to what he was saying. On the other hand, the lady was laughing while calling her named. She thought that maybe she had gone too far on teasing him, so she whispered inside the toy house and said that it was just a joke. When he asked if he had heard it right, Sienna answered yes and said that she had already inquired from his grace if she could go inside the treasure room. The Duke asked the young lady if there was anything she wanted because of what had happened, so she told him she needed a body for her named. From what Sienna heard, the Hausnack treasure room was amazing, and there was a legacy from the period of prosperity as well. Since the Duke said that she could take whatever she wanted, she asked Hasaros what he would like to do. After hearing that, it seems like the little flame had already calmed down and told her that she could have said that to him from the start. Since they got permission, he decided to go to the treasure room, and shortly after, the Duke and Michael accompanied her. The young master told the lady that it wouldn't be easy since there were so many items inside that room. There were even ancient items that they didn't know what their purpose was, but still, they cleaned out the dangerous items, so it should be okay. When she heard the last few words, she assumed that there might still be dangerous items. The young master said that she was quick to catch on and tried to scare Sienna, but the Archduke stopped him immediately. He then stated that she doesn't get scared of something like that, which annoyed the young lady, and she wanted to be scared now just to mess with him. The Archduke noticed their relationship, so he asked when they became so close to each other. Instead of answering, Michael teased Sienna, as his father thinks they were close, but the lady wanted to know why he was bragging to her. The young master said that he would brag to Asiel as well if he were there, since he was close to her and his big brother was not. After hearing that, Sienna thought that Michael still didn't want her to be close to Asiel, just like in the past. If there had not been a misunderstanding in her previous life, she wonders if Michael would be nice to her like he is now. The young master continues to tease her while she is busy thinking that it is easy to keep a distance from Asiel, and she needs to keep it that way so there is no unnecessary conflict. After a while, the Archduke informed the young lady that it was time for her to go inside. He also told her that there was an ancient spell cast in the treasure room and only a member of House Nacht or those who have eaten the pomegranate could enter. He then gave her a key that would help her find what she needed the most once she entered the treasure room. At that moment, it was the time the magic would be the most accurate. However, the Archduke said that she must go alone from there on out, which surprised Sienna. He explained that the ancient magic becomes confused if there is more than one person. She was a little nervous hearing that, but His Grace assured her that she had nothing to worry about, as Michael was just joking. Also, their castle could never harm a member of House Nacht or anyone who was accepted as a member. That gave Sienna courage, and she thought that she also had Hasaros with her. Before going in, the Archduke told her that he would never send her in alone if it were not for the magic. The young lady thanked him for worrying about her and said that she would be careful. Even after hearing that, His Grace couldn't help but still be worried for her as she was going in with no one beside her. With one last look before going, Sienna saw his expression and thought it was strange. But she didn't want to mind it at all, as she might be wrong that he was really worried about her. After that, she told them that she would be back while starting to walk into the treasure room. As she walks further, it starts to light up like a path, and she questions if she should follow it. Hasaros, who was with her, thinks it should be okay and warned her to watch where she was going. The young lady told him not to worry, as it didn't feel ominous at all for her. However, his expression suddenly changed, and she stopped walking when she suddenly arrived at a familiar place. Sienna was now in front of Lord Aciel's room, so she looked around, as it was a bit strange. She remembered going inside the treasure room, but she arrived there, which made her wonder if she had been kicked out. Hasaros was also with her, but she was not responding to her calls at all. Then suddenly, Lord Aciel's room opened. The footprints from earlier led inside his room, so she thought that maybe she should follow them. The young lady excused herself from entering and thought that it would be okay since Aciel was at the academy, so there's probably no one there. However, unexpectedly, the young lord was there, standing in the middle of his room. Surprised, Sienna called his name, which caught Lord Aciel's attention while he was covering his face. It turns out he had been crying, and he had the same reaction with the young lady after hearing the familiar voice. He knew it was Sienna, so he turned around to see if it was really her. When he saw her, he couldn't believe it and wondered how it was possible that she was there. His words confused the young lady as if there was something wrong with the lord. Aciel then wanted to reach out for her, as he thought that maybe he was just hallucinating at that moment. Sienna was assessing the situation. She knew that Aciel should be at the academy at that moment, and there was also something that seemed off about him. On top of that, Master Aciel looks different from usual. Because of that, she assumed that he could be the past version of Aciel. If that was the case, she thought that she needed to run away from there. She then turned around and started running, but Lord Aciel called for her and followed the young lady. He tried to stop her, but she didn't even look or talk to him, so he kept chasing her. As the two kept running, Sienna couldn't believe that Master Aciel was calling for her so desperately. She didn't stop and took a quick look at him and thought that it was really strange. The young lady knew that there was no way that would happen, so she thought it was not real at all. As they reached the path going to the top floor, Sienna realized that it must be the treasure room's doing and that it was showing her an illusion. She remembered that His Grace told her that the treasure room would give her what she truly desired, so it made her wonder if deep down in her heart, she wished for Aciel to want her. However, just thinking about her previous life and what she went through, there was no way it would be her true desire. As the two kept running, the young lady had already reached a door to a room, but the young master kept begging her to stop. Before going in, she took one last look at him while he was desperately reaching out to her. However, despite trying his best to stop the young lady and begging her, she didn't give him even a little chance to go near her. She then closes the door with all her might and calms herself down. While she was catching her breath from all that running, a voice was suddenly calling her name. When she came back to her senses, it was Hasaros who was calling her non-stop. The named wanted to know if she was awake now, but the young lady asked where they were instead of answering him. Hasaros then told her that they were just walking earlier and ended up in that room, but she suddenly fainted. He had an assumption that she was under a spell that was showing her something through a dream. But since he didn't think it was that dangerous, he was just keeping an eye on her. After hearing that, she realized that the time when Aciel was chasing her was just a dream. It makes sense now to her since there was no way that Lord Aciel was what she wanted the most. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by something that dropped on the floor. It even rolled near her, so she had to pick it up to know what it was. When Hasaros saw it, he told her that it was a cigarette holder, which surprised the young lady. He also informed her where to put the rolled cigarette and how to use it, while Sienna said that it was an antique tobacco pipe. Hasaros excitedly checked the overall body and admired its craftsmanship. He knew it was from the period of prosperity and noticed that there was even a spot to place an obsidian stone on the reinforced mithril. Because of it, he couldn't help but want it as his house, which surprised the young lady. It didn't end there, as he saw that there was a fireproof spell on it and a spot for a jewel that was perfect for him. On top of that, there was an amplification spell, so he could use half the mana needed with that. However, Sienna refused it, as he wanted her to carry around a cigarette holder when she was still that young. Hasaros, on the other hand, insisted that it was the one he liked and that he wouldn't take anything else despite her suggestion to look for another one. He spat on it to make it his, but the young lady scolded him to stop acting like a little kid. Hasaros was still firm on his decision and even reminded Sienna about what she told him, that he could choose whatever he wanted. However, the young lady had no idea back then that he would choose something like that. To convince her even more, He told her that the treasure room picks what she needs, and besides, there could be a reason that it appeared in front of her. After hearing that, he succeeded as she agreed with him. Sienna couldn't believe that an 11-year-old like her would have to carry around a cigarette holder. Hasaros couldn't contain his happiness and instructed the young lady to put the essential jewel in the empty space right away. She took out the jewel from her pocket and followed his instructions. A bright light suddenly appeared as if it was absorbing that thing inside the cigarette holder. When it was done, he asked the lady what she thought about it, as it fit perfectly. The young lady was speechless and amazed by it. Hasaros then said that since he now has a real body, it was time to test it out. A big fire suddenly burst inside the room while he said that, even though he was making that kind of fire, she was using half the mana as before. After putting it out, he also shows the young lady how he could use the smoke. He could release it and purify the area. It was weaker than the fire, but it was much easier to use in a big area. Sienna already accepted it even though it was not the best for her. Suddenly, another item was dropped on the floor. When she took a closer look, she knew that it was a seal ring, but she had no idea why it had dropped near her. Hasaros thought he was going to be a multi-property owner and told Sienna to take it as well. He had no idea what it was, but he had a good feeling about it. The young lady was convinced by his words, so she kept it in her pocket since they wouldn't lose anything by taking it. Also, seeing as it suddenly appeared by her foot like the cigarette holder, she thought that it might have been a recommendation from the treasure room. After taking everything that they needed, the young lady decided to head back outside. The moment she saw the Archduke and Michael, she wondered why the two of them were still waiting there. The young master said that she came back really fast, and his father told her that it had not even been 10 minutes since she went inside. That surprised Sienna a little, as she thought that she had been there for quite a long time already. That made her realize that the ancient magic could change even the flow of time. Suddenly, she got nervous when they noticed the cigarette holder in her hand. The young master reminded her that she was still too young to use such a thing, while the Archduke suddenly regretted saying that she could choose anything. Young Lady Sienna was embarrassed when she told them that Hasaros was the one who liked that one. When Michael heard that, he commented that her name has a peculiar taste for things, to which the Archduke agreed. Suddenly, Hasaros was annoyed at the young master. He told Sienna that there was nothing wrong with the things he liked, and since Michael couldn't hear him, he told her to convey his words to him. However, the young lady didn't mind him at all as the three of them happily headed back. The next day, Sienna and young Master Michael attended their class together. Time passed by so quickly that their lesson had already ended. When their teacher asked if they had any concerns, the young lady raised her hand. She wanted to know about one of the sections of magic he was talking about earlier, but Michael interrupted her as the class was finally over, and she still wants to ask questions. All she did was study and do homework every single day, so he asked Sienna if she liked it that much, to which she happily answered yes. She thought that the more she learns, the more she wanted to know. The lady realized after she started studying that it was not only mana that was stolen from her. She was robbed of all the joy and opportunities in her life. That same day, after their lesson, Sienna was now practicing with Hasaros. When her named was satisfied with the result, he finally ended their special training for that day. He then told her that she could close her domain now, but the lady asked for a little more time, as she wanted to watch it just a little longer. Hasaros just let her be and asked if she liked it that much, to which Sienna answered yes and said that it was very tiny, but the domain was getting bigger and bigger. She was having so much fun growing her own small world. The blinding prism-colored light of the star seeped into her colorless life. Every day was full of life for her, but she was still worried if it was okay to be that happy since she still couldn't believe it. However, Hasaros had to interrupt her happiness for a while as he remembered her saying that she was going somewhere that day. When the lady heard that, she suddenly got up, as it had almost slipped her mind. A moment later, Sienna rode the carriage together with young Master Michael to visit the orphanage where she grew up. The person who cared for the young lady before she went to House Nacht was already waiting outside to see her. The moment Sienna got down from the carriage, she greeted Miss Lisa happily. The woman did the same. She almost didn't recognize Sienna, as she really looks like a noble lady. Their reunion was interrupted when someone also greeted Miss Lisa, which surprised her. It was young Lord Michael who came down from the carriage and who also accompanied the young lady to visit that orphanage. When they were inside, Miss Lisa asked the young lady if the Archduke was nice to her, to which she answered yes and said that she was doing well since everyone in House Nacht was kind to her. But at the back of her mind, she thought that it was just temporary, as she didn't know how everything would change if Lorena came there. Sienna told Miss Lisa that she was looking around when she came in and noticed that the orphanage had changed so much. There were no broken windows or anything else, and it was so clean. The woman said that she knew Sienna would notice right away. As soon as she became the principal, she fixed it up so it looks much better now. Young Lord Michael was listening to them, and he couldn't help but think if that place was really good. It looks better than other orphanages, but there were old windows with cracks and walls that were roughly fixed to keep the wind out. There was nothing intact if he looked closely, so it made him wonder what it was like before. The young lord also noticed that things might have gotten better on the inside, but just from seeing the snacks she provided for a highly esteemed guest, it was not enough. It was tea made from grain and not real tea leaves and hard gray biscuits that he couldn't even tell what they were made of. He couldn't help but think that even the servants at House Nacht would never eat anything like that. Sienna was talking to Miss Lisa about the old principal. She told her that if Principal Kendall knew that she fixed it like that, he wouldn't be able to sleep because it was a waste of money. An unforgettable memory suddenly came to the woman's mind, and she asked the young lady if she still remembered the onion peel soup. Principal Kendall said that even throwing the peels away was a waste, so he made soup with them. The young lord couldn't believe that they ate the peels of the onion. Miss Lisa was then really happy that she could throw out those onion peels and give the children some real food. She also told Sienna that she could give those cookies to them as snacks, but not that often. When Sienna heard that, she couldn't believe it, as it was her dream to try one. It was a luxury only for the principal and guests. As Michael listened to the young lady sharing her memories with that cookie, he was surprised by the things she experienced. His heart ached for Sienna, who once lived in a place like that and had to eat whatever food was only available to them. The more he listens to them, the more he feels his throat closing up, which makes him tremble. Miss Lisa said that it would have been nice if she could have done all of that while Sienna was there. There are days when she wishes that she had lived in her orphanage instead, as she couldn't look after her properly back then. When the young lady heard that, she happily told the woman that she also thinks it would have been a great place with Miss Lisa as the principal. However, the young lord didn't like that and yelled at them while saying that Sienna was a child of House Nacht now, so there was no need for her to come there anymore. His words were so rude for the young lady, so she wanted to reprimand him for saying such things. However, Miss Lisa held her hand to stop her and apologized for the young lord, as she shouldn't have said that since Sienna had to be with House Nacht. She explained that all she was doing was thinking about what it would be like if those times had not been so grueling. When the young lord heard that word, he couldn't help but wonder what it was really like when Sienna was still there. He visits the city of the commoners often, so he thought he knew how they lived. He couldn't believe Sienna lived in a place like that. Michael thought that there were probably far worse things than what they were talking about now. To lighten the mood a little, Miss Lisa said that she heard donations from heirs of domains have suddenly increased, which surprised the young lady. But His Grace's donation was still the largest. Sienna asked why the heirs of domains suddenly did that, to which the woman answered that after she was formally announced, it had become popular to search for talented children at an orphanage. Miss Lisa was not happy to see people coming for the wrong reasons, but there were people who donated after seeing the condition of the orphanage. She knew that it would be difficult to find a child like the young lady, but she hoped the heirs didn't realize that anytime soon. When the clock suddenly made a noise, they realized that they had been talking for so long, so they decided to stop their conversation for now. The principal really misses Sienna, so she asked if she would come by again, to which she happily answered yes. Looking at the expression the young lady had, Michael thought that he had never seen Sienna look so at ease like that. It pains him as they constantly treated her like a guest and created boundaries. Even before, the young lady thought she would have to return to the orphanage someday, which annoyed him. She always thinks that if a child more talented than her appeared, she would eventually come back to that orphanage. Before leaving, young Lord Michael looks at it and wonders why Sienna misses a place like that. When the two were on their way back to House Nacht, the young lady seemed really happy. Michael was staring at her, as he couldn't understand what Sienna was thinking at all. As he tried to remember what she said about visiting that place again, he couldn't believe that she was going to come back. The thought of her visiting the orphanage bothered him so much, as there could be a possibility that the young lady decides to stay there. He couldn't let that happen, so the young lord told Sienna not to go to the orphanage anymore. That surprised her, as he suddenly brought it up out of nowhere, and she had no idea why he said it. What she couldn't understand was that the young lord was the one who insisted on following her in the orphanage. Not only that, when she was talking with Miss Lisa, he was being rude as he interrupted their conversation. And now, he was telling her she shouldn't go there anymore, which really confused her. Even so, Sienna apologized, as she couldn't do that, and His Grace approved of her visiting the orphanage since the day she arrived at House Nacht. When the young lord heard that, he couldn't believe it and assumed that she was already thinking of going back when she came to their house. The young lady didn't deny that, since it was the place she had lived in her whole life. The air between the two tensed up. The lady thought that he was not going to let her even visit the orphanage, and the young lord thought that she was going to leave House Nacht to go back to that place. Michael couldn't understand her reason and couldn't believe that she would do that. It made him wonder if she hated their house and them so much that she would rather return to that place with horrible memories. Because of that misunderstanding of his, he reminded Sienna that she was now a child of House Nacht. She hates to admit it, but it was her reality now, so she told him that she knew that. The young lord wanted to argue with that and wanted to say more, but he controlled himself. He couldn't bring it to her and couldn't say what was on his mind, so he just brushed it off. He told her that he didn't want to talk about it anymore, and the two of them stayed silent on their way back. A few days later, the people in the orphanage, including Miss Lisa and some kids, were busy planting in their backyard. Suddenly, a familiar voice called the woman, which surprised her as she didn't expect to see her again. It was young Lady Sienna, who visited them again and was happy to greet the new principal. It has only been a few days since the last time she was there, so Miss Lisa asked if it was okay for her to come there so often. Instead of answering, Sienna asked if she was bothering her, to which the woman answered no, as she was more than welcome any time to visit there. She even acted like the old principal while saying that the more often she comes, the more donations they would get from the heirs of domains. The young lady knew that she was imitating Principal Kendall, who really loves money more than anything. The two laughed at each other, as her acting was bad, and Sienna said that she needed more practice. But the young lady stopped when Miss Lisa mentioned that Lord Michael didn't come with her. She couldn't give her a proper answer immediately because she had not seen the young lord since their argument in the carriage. If it had been like before, she would have given up visiting the orphanage to make him feel better, but it doesn't matter to her anymore. Whether Lorena appears or there was a misunderstanding between Aciel and her, their fragile relationship would shatter. Since she couldn't tell the truth, she just told Miss Lisa that Lord Michael was busy at the moment. Suddenly, someone called the new principal's attention and asked for her help with something. He informed her that the child from room 6 was cooped up in the back room again. When the young lady heard that, she suddenly remembered that room and wondered if there was a new kid there, as there was no one causing trouble when she was there last time. The back room was where Principal Kendall used to lock up children who misbehaved. Because of that, Miss Lisa had to go and ask Sienna if she could wait at her office first, which she agreed to. When the young lady arrived there, she noticed that the door to the principal's office was open. She remembered that Miss Lisa always taught them to close the doors, so she wondered why someone as meticulous as her forgot about that. Sienna also couldn't believe that there was a child who would go into the back room, so she had no idea what was going on. Suddenly, she stopped on her walk when she noticed something, and it looked like the fabric of children's clothes, which made her realize the current situation. The young lady then suddenly says that if she were him, she would have made sure to fix her clothes before she closed the doors, including the office door. While opening the dresser, she added that it was nice to use the back room as bait to throw them off. When it was fully opened, a little boy was there and asked the young lady who she was. After looking at him, Sienna suddenly went closer to him and said that she was someone who had been sold off before him, which startled the young boy. Although he was on edge, the young lady had lived at the orphanage for years, so she was used to handling children like him. She then reaches out her hand and asks the young boy if he plans to just stay there. A moment later, Miss Lisa arrived at her office, as there was no one in the back room. She was worried about where the little boy could have gone off to this time. When she apologized to Sienna for keeping her waiting, the young lady gestured at her as she was with someone. The little boy Sienna found earlier was the one Miss Lisa was looking for, and his name was Lou. The young lady happily said that it looked like that place was the most inconspicuous the boy could think of. When Miss Lisa heard that, she couldn't help but praise how smart she was and said that Lou came from another orphanage not too long ago. They were worried because he had not opened up his heart yet, but it seems like he was warming up to Sienna a bit. Because of that, the new principal stated that she really lives up to being the class president of room 6. But the young lady reasoned that orphans usually only trust other orphans, especially if they have had a tough time at another orphanage. She also told Lou that Miss Lisa was a good person, so he would listen to her for a while, which the woman was grateful for. She then asked if Sienna would come again when the effect of her words faded away. The young didn't hesitate to answer yes as if it was already given. She then noticed the time as she needed to go now. When Miss Lisa asked if she could stay for a little while, the young boy suddenly woke up and hugged her tightly while stopping her from going. He was clinging to her tightly as if he really didn't want to let go of Lady Sienna. When the new principal saw that, she thought it was serious, as Lou could be quite stubborn once he set his mind to something, so she told him to let Sienna go. However, he didn't want to obey her. Since the young lady needed to go back already, she whispered something to him to persuade the young boy. Surprisingly, he let go of her and believed what she said. To reassure himself, he asked if it was a promise from her. The young lady happily said yes and reminded him not to forget their promise. After that, she prepared to leave. Before she could ride the carriage, Miss Lisa was curious about what she said to Lou earlier, as it was the first time she had seen him being obedient like that. Sienna stated that it was nothing special, and she just told him that she would come back later. When the new principal heard that, she was surprised and had to ask again what Lou promised her in return. The young lady didn't reply to that and told her that she should have asked Lou, who was behind her, about it. The little boy just appeared so suddenly at the back, which startled the new principal. He then bowed his head in front of Miss Lisa and apologized for causing trouble all this time for her. He even told her that putting the bell in her clothes and hiding the underwear of other kids was all his doing. After hearing that, Miss Lisa asked why he had suddenly decided to confess about that, to which he answered that Sienna told him that she would come to play with him again. That greatly surprised the principal, and she looked at the young lady as she couldn't believe it. She then commented that Sienna should have been the teacher of class 6 there instead, which made her happy. After going back to the castle, the young lady was thinking by the window. She thought that it had already been a month since she arrived in Nacht. That means Lorena has about 6 months left until she enters Nacht. Even though she had been through a lot and had changed from before, her heart still felt fuzzy at the thought of meeting Lorena. She had no lingering emotions towards her sister, but she was scared. Of all the changes she had made, she still doubted that she was anything compared to her sister's magic. The young lady also thought that she was doing well, but she ended up arguing with Michael. Thinking about it, the young master has not shown his face since then, and she didn't even know why he got angry. Because of that incident, Sienna confirmed something. Things like gaining people's affection were pointless, so she needs tangible results and change. Suddenly, Hasaros appeared, asking the young lady why she was sighing so heavily. She then told him that she wants to be fully prepared for facing Lorena, who will soon appear. When he asked how she would do it, Sienna answered that the first thing that came to her mind was the Emperor's disease, which earned Lorena the title Angel of Healing. Hasaros commented that her worries would be solved if he could only cure that disease. When the young lady heard that, she told him that he could give it a try. He then asked if he could really try it, but Sienna said that it could work or it may not. Hasaros encouraged her by saying that healing and purification were inherently connected to each other, so there was no need to draw a line and say it was impossible. He then asked the young lady if what she said before about the Emperor suddenly falling ill was true, to which she answered that it was what she heard. As far as she could remember, the disease started suddenly and progressed rapidly into a critical condition. It was said that he was in a state that couldn't be guaranteed for a week, but Lorena's power managed to extend his life by a year, and the Emperor successfully resolved what he needed to before leaving the world. In recognition of her merits, when the ceremony for the new crown prince took place, Lorena stood by the side of the crown prince. She continued to say that the Emperor was highly respected by the people of the Empire, so the support for Lorena was great. Even afterward, she continued to receive exceptional treatment from the imperial family. After saying that, the young lady suddenly realized something. When Hasaros saw her reaction, he went closer to her to ask what the matter was, as her expression looked terrifying. Sienna asked him if he remembered when she told him that Lorena might have stolen him away to prevent her from becoming his master. Hasaros didn't answer that. Instead, he asked her if she had found something out with that. Based on the reaction she had on her face, it was as if she really did find something. She told him that all of that from the beginning was planned. When Hasaros heard that, he told the young lady that they should first confirm if the Emperor was really sick. Sienna knew it was difficult to do that since the Emperor was someone they couldn't meet easily. However, if they let go now, Lorena would soon manifest healing magic, and all their efforts could slip away without a trace. The young lady thought that if the Emperor's illness was really planned, the execution may be brought forward to keep her in check, which Hasaros said she was right about. The two also knew that in order to rival the reputation of the name's owner, significant achievements were needed to counter that claim, and that would be through healing the emperor's disease. Meanwhile, at the Archduke's office, his aide reported that the empire was in turmoil. When he explained that it was because someone had manifested healing magic despite her lineage, His Grace was greatly surprised. The aide continued to say that the person was none other than Lorena, the daughter of the Count of Mainancy. The people were in an uproar upon hearing that Lady Lorena of House Mainancy was recognized as a healing magician. They couldn't believe the lost bloodline was continued. However, they wondered why they kept her hidden until now, when her manifestation already happened a long time ago. Some say that their family was being cautious and keeping an eye on her, while others remembered that the lady still did not have a benefactor yet, so the House of Guardians would probably do all they could to take her. There were also groups who talked about the child that the House Nacht has. She was the orphan who became the owner of a named as soon as her powers awakened. But they find it interesting, as they thought that the announcement was because of that child. However, an orphan was still an orphan for them, so for them, a noble like Lady Lorena shouldn't be worried about that child even if she was the owner of a named. Meanwhile, at House Nacht, Hasaros was annoyed at the news that the mean girl Lorena had healing magic. He even suggested to Sienna that she should give it a try too. Since purifying and healing were of the same root, it was possible if she mastered them. However, the lady stated that it might not work, as there has not been a magician who could use two different types of magic since the period of prosperity. She remembered her teacher saying that magic was divided into first and second forms. The first form was using a spell to strengthen the body with magic. The specialty was different for everyone, but Sienna could use it if she learns. On the other hand, the second form, like purifying or healing magic, requires a special aptitude. The teacher told the lady that the magic that she manifested was purification, a type of second form magic. Even one terraformer, otherwise known as a purification magician, could change the outcome of a battle. He then continued to say that the bloodline of healing magicians had ended, but surprisingly there was a manifestation. They were using healing potions even on the battlefield against great demons. Because of that, being a potion master has become a favored profession. After sharing what she learned with the named, she told him that it might be faster to just become a potion master. When Hasaros heard this, he became annoyed and asked Sienna if she planned to confront that mean girl with such an attitude. Sienna removed him from her face and explained that it was he who told her that it takes 10 years to learn healing magic. However, Hasaros reminds the lady that she has him, so she would learn in no time and it would only take 3 years. When he was about to say more, Sienna told him to forget about it, which surprised the named and made him ask why. She answered that it would be better to improve her skills as a terraformer during that time, which makes sense, so Hasaros agreed easily. He told the lady that it was going to be a pain in the neck, but she said that it was really not, as there was no need to have the same skill as Lorena. Since her healing power could only be used on one person at a time, it was hard to utilize on a battlefield where a lot of people are hurt. In the past, Lorena only used her healing power when it was absolutely necessary. That was why she was always pestered by nobles who wanted treatment for chronic diseases. There was a time when Sienna helped her look like she was not in great shape in front of many nobles who waited for her. When they saw her, they were excited, as they could finally get some help. However, Lorena told everyone there that she didn't think she could treat them despite their efforts to wait and visit their house. She added, while in tears, that after extending the emperor's life, she was unable to use her healing magic like before. Everyone was surprised to hear that, as they couldn't believe it, and Lorena just walked away from them. She managed to escape skillfully, but nobles who couldn't receive treatment took it out on Sienna. They pestered her to tell about their situation to Lady Lorena, as if she were like the messenger or her maid. When they were being too much, she still apologized to them and calmly explained that she couldn't do any favors that would be too stressful for Lorena. After saying that, she asked them to return home. However, her words annoyed them, as she was not that special to them. After that, they started mocking the lady and told her that she was being delusional for thinking that she was something just because she was always beside Lady Lorena. One of them points his finger at Sienna while saying that she shouldn't look down on them just because they were asking for a favor, and that she should take a look in the mirror again while calling her an orphan. The worst part of what they did, besides insulting her, was when they shoved her until she fell onto the ground. They call her an idiot and arrogant while saying that they wouldn't be so nice if they saw her at a party next time. It was miserable for her as well, so he could tell how much she was heckled at that time. The lady said that if she had the same skills as Lorena, then they would ask her to do the same. She didn't want to be in that situation in order to expand her position. Sienna then looked at Hasaros happily and told him that she liked being his owner much more. Because of that, the named was so moved by her words and was convinced that she didn't need that weak healing power. When he told the lady that she was his owner, Sienna complimented him by saying that he was the best, but in her mind she thought that he was so easy to convince. However, Hasaros was curious as to how she plans to treat the Emperor's illness without healing powers. The lady had already thought about it a bit and said that if his disease was really part of a scheme, it would be best to solve it before he falls ill. In that case, Hasaros said that they have to meet him in person, which Sienna saw as the problem. She was thinking about how she was supposed to meet with the Emperor. The name touched the lady and asked if he was really worried about that. Without waiting for her reply, he compliments Sienna by saying that even though a smart girl like her was saying something so foolish, it still sounded so cute. When she asked what he was talking about, Hasaros answered that she would realize in time, but for now, she could be clueless because it was cute. A moment later, the young lady was summoned to the Archduke's office. When she heard the reason, Sienna asked if he was serious. His Grace answered yes and said that she had been receiving letters the entire time, so he couldn't reject them anymore since it was the third one. He told her that His Majesty wants to meet the young lady. Sienna still couldn't believe that the Emperor sent 3 letters because he wanted to see her. Suddenly, Hasaros went closer to her ears and asked if she still didn't understand what was going on while calling her my owner. When she realized it, she suddenly got up from the chair, which greatly surprised the Archduke. She got so excited as she just remembered now that she was the owner of a name that had had no master for 2,000 years. His Grace suddenly got worried and asked if she was okay, to which she answered that it was nothing. But he was still bothered, so the Archduke suggested that maybe it would be best to push back the meeting if she was not feeling well, which Sienna immediately opposed, as she was really fine. The young lady was so excited that Hasaros couldn't help but say how adorable she looked while being excited. When Sienna heard that, she thought that he was right, as she said something that was so obvious that it was cute. It made her worried for no reason at all. The Archduke was still not at ease and told the young lady that she didn't have to push herself too hard at that moment. Sienna insisted that if His Majesty wishes to see her, she should definitely go. But at the back of her mind, despite appreciating his consideration, she couldn't miss that once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. His Grace told her that it was okay if she didn't want to. However, the young lady said no because, as a citizen of that empire, meeting His Majesty was a great honor. For the Archduke, it seemed like the opposite. Sienna saw his reaction and misunderstood it as him being slightly displeased with the way she talked. She assumed that maybe because she was lacking in etiquette by talking like that, or maybe he was worried about her making a mistake in front of His Imperial Majesty. Because of that, the young lady told His Grace that he didn't need to worry, as she would ensure her behavior would cause no harm to House Nacht. She added that she would dedicate herself even more to studying etiquette, which surprised the Archduke. He told her that it was not what he meant. However, Sienna was too focused on his expression, as it was a bit gloomy. His Grace understands her for now. Since that was the young lady's intention, he said that he would respond that she was going to visit His Majesty, which made her happy. She thanks him for giving her that opportunity, and since the Emperor knows her background, even if she makes a mistake, she wouldn't let him blame the Nacht. Suddenly, Hasaros was laughing and told his master that choosing her as her owner was the best decision ever. He added that she was showing him such entertaining scenes too, which confused the young lady, as she had no idea what he was talking about. Meanwhile, somewhere at the palace, someone arrived to see an old man who was busy with the birds in his garden. He told the old man that whenever he sees them, the plants, they always seem so healthy. It turns out it was His Majesty Emperor Frederick II of the Empire of Feynord whom he was talking to. The one who visited him was Theseus Euros, Duke of Euros of the Sky. His Majesty asked the man if he couldn't see the beauty of his garden, no matter how tough he was. He didn't wait for his answer and told the Duke to keep the formalities to that extent. He ordered that if he had something to say, he should say it quickly and leave. Theseus then handed him something and said that he had been asked to deliver a letter from Duke Nacht, as it seems that the messenger couldn't find that place. His Majesty took it from him and was thinking whether he would read it or not. But a moment later, he tossed it into the trash and acted as if he didn't care at all as to who it came from. After seeing that, the Duke decided to take his leave since he now had nothing else to say. When His Majesty heard that, he commented on how Theseus was just nitpicking at his words and added that he had not really changed one bit. The Emperor thought that he was so oblivious that he might not even notice it had been passed down from generation to generation. The Duke decided to really leave this time, and His Majesty said that he was such a strict person that it was boring. When he was gone, the Emperor remembered something more important and turned to the letter he had tossed earlier. Before opening it, he told himself that he really wouldn't just sit still this time if Duke Nak sent him another refusal letter. However, to his surprise, it was accepted, so the Emperor couldn't wait to finally meet that child. Meanwhile, at Nak Duchy, Sienna was happy that things turned out that way. She heard that the Archduke had already written a reply to the Emperor, so all that she had to do was wait. The issue that the young lady was most worried about was now resolved, but she was troubled about what she should do with Michael. Since their last argument in the carriage when they went to the orphanage, she hasn't talked to him yet. Besides that, she didn't want to stop her studies just because her relationship with him became awkward. When the young lady was lost in thought in front of the room, someone asked if she was not going inside. It was young Master Michael, who seemed rather calm even after what happened that day. That made Sienna wonder if he was no longer angry about it. But the young lady noticed something. His gaze had some hesitation, and he was looking downwards. Suddenly, the young master caught her attention as she was not looking at him and saw her shoes. That made the young lady realize that she was wearing the ones that Michael gave to her. Sienna didn't notice it, as she just wore the ones that the maids brought. She thought to herself that it was a bit odd to wear a gift from someone she had had a fight with. That made her wonder if he was going to ask her to take them off at that moment and would take them back from her. However, to her surprise, the young master asked if she liked those shoes quite a bit, to which she answered yes. After hearing that, Michael commented that she also has a good eye for such things, which confused the young lady. He didn't explain more to her and just told Sienna to go inside already, to which she obeyed. The young master believed that he would simply need to instruct her if she was unaware of what suited her. Before their class had started, Michael was just staring at the young lady. Sienna, on the other hand, took a quick look at him. She thought that even though he sounded blunt earlier, he didn't seem to be angry, so she wondered if it was safe to say that they had already reconciled. A moment later, their teacher arrived and started their class. That day's lesson topic was deception. It refers to malicious energy stemming from human evil, sin, or wrongdoing. The teacher continued and said that, as for the two typical manifestations of deception, both of them were well aware of such cases. He told his students that it would be nice to prevent such occurrences, but even when humans are affected by deception, it is difficult to notice symptoms before they manifest. When young Master Michael heard that, he asked the teacher why, to which he answered that the reason was that humans inherently possess evil. The young lady thought that living a second life and having been killed in her first life, witnessing a person engulfed in flames, and transforming into a monster before her eyes was an unforgettable sight. Deception that affects humans was difficult to detect, but she distinctly saw it in the eyes of Isabel Gildenac and Count Jester, that dark energy coming from them. Yesterday, before class, Hasaros was surprised when he heard Sienna say that she saw evidence of infected deception. The name told her that it was likely his fault after all, as he could detect deception unlike humans. Because of that, it seems like the young lady had become his master and shared that ability with him. However, Hasaros assured Sienna that it was definitely not a bad thing, as it might even be helpful if she was going to live as a terraformer. Her name added that it was good news, but it was better to keep that hidden for now. He explained that it was helpful to have an advantage over others, but at the same time it could make them feel jealous, which surprised the young lady. Seeing his master's reaction, Hasaros couldn't help but praise himself for having amazing powers and being able to give great advice. He told her that he was the best and most helpful to his owner. That day, their conversation ended with Hasaros complimenting himself. Just thinking about it while in class made the young lady smile secretly, but the young master noticed her. He had no idea that Sienna was thinking about her named, who was really helpful, as he helped her feel better even at that moment. Suddenly, their teacher asked what conditions needed to be met to call a demon. The young lady raised her hand and said that the answer was a large amount of mana and a spirit. She got it right, so the teacher continued to explain that the level of a demon was categorized by the amount of mana and spirit. Currently, those are the 4 levels of demons. An uncommon one was a demon that loses all rationality and only has the primal instinct to eat flesh. When Sienna heard that, she realized that Baron Jester was uncommon. Their teacher then said that once similar demons identify each other and begin cooperating, they become a rare level. They called it unique, and it could imitate a human being to a certain extent and use dark magic. Then, when it transcends the human level, they call it an epic. a level where they could easily end humans' lives with just one finger. Just hearing how dangerous a demon could be to that extent sends shivers down the two students. The teacher ends their lesson there and says that their homework was to research the most well-known cases of each level of demon. The young master was surprised to hear that, as he hated homework the most. After the class was dismissed, the young lady immediately got up from her chair while Michael was staring at her. He then asked Sienna if she was going to work on her homework right away, which startled her, as she didn't expect him to ask that. Before answering the young master, she thought that he was going to find out, even if she hid it from him, that she was going to the orphanage that day. Aside from that, there was nothing wrong with going to that place, and there was no need to hide it, so Sienna told Michael that she was going to the orphanage. Contrary to her expectation, the young master just said, "Okay," and invited her to do their homework together when she got back. The lady hardly believed that Michael was fine with it and was not making a fuss after hearing where she was going. A moment later, they had finally arrived at their destination, the Melange orphanage. The young lady greeted Miss Lisa, the new director of that place, who was busy attending to 4 children at that moment. Despite that, she still warmly welcomes Lady Sienna, while those kids quickly surround her and tell their own stories about their lives. To avoid inconvenience to the young lady, Miss Lisa got those kids, as it was time for their baths already. After that, the 2 knights greeted the director and told her that they had come as Miss Sienna's guards. The young lady shyly explained that she had told the Archduke that she wanted to visit the orphanage regularly, so he said to take the knights with her. One of them informed Sienna that they would be outside so she could take her time and talk comfortably with the director. When they left, Miss Lisa couldn't believe His Grace made the young lady bring guards with her, even though it was just an orphanage. Sienna then asked if it was too much, but the director answered no and said that she was glad because it meant the Archduke cares about her a lot. The young lady just agreed with her, but at the back of her mind she thought that it was probably more because His Grace wanted to save face. Suddenly, Miss Lisa informed Sienna that after people found out that she was visiting regularly, their sponsors increased even more than before. She added that once word gets out that she visited with guards, it would help the orphanage even more, which the young lady found to be better. However, she knew what the new sponsors were really after, as it was obvious. They thought they might run into her since they heard that the child of Nacht, who became the owner of a named, visited the orphanage quite often. They also might be thinking that they could catch the Grand Duke's eye if they sponsor them. Some may think that they could find another talent since Sienna was from that orphanage. Even though the attention might be for the wrong reasons, it was also for the better since the place needs the help. Miss Lisa then told her that the children, teachers, and she were all so grateful to the young lady. Even the children there call her Room 6 teacher. Sienna heard that earlier, so she asked the director why they were calling her that. Since she was that curious, the director explained that it was because that was what she called her last time. She guesses they thought it fit her well. Even Lou, the untamed wild horse of their orphanage, calls her that. There was a time when that boy asked Miss Lisa when the Room 6 teacher was coming again. But a second later, he corrected that he meant Sienna. That day, the other children heard Lou saying that, which made them all confused about why he was calling her like that. Then the kids just made their assumptions that maybe it was because Sienna was so kind, smart, and so on. That was when they also started calling the young lady the Room 6 teacher. The director stated that it just spread among the children. When she was about to comment on how adorable it was, Lou suddenly appeared and called her name. He came from behind her out of the blue, so Miss Lisa got startled while asking when he got there. However, instead of answering the director, the young man said that there was a teacher looking for her. Then suddenly, a woman who was catching up to those kids showed up and asked for Miss Lisa's help. Because of that, the director told the young lady that she would be right back and asked if she would be okay. Sienna answered yes and said that she would stay there with Lou. When it was just the two of them, the young lady knew that it was time for his bath, but the young man said that he had already washed up. After they got seated, Lou showed her the book, and Sienna remembered it, as it was the one she had lent him last time. She then asked how much he had read. The boy pointed to the page as an answer, but he told the young lady that he didn't like the main character. When he was expressing his opinion about it, Sienna couldn't help but be amazed at him, as he actually knows how to read. She thought he was being silly when he shared about it. The young lady couldn't believe he could read a book like that at his age and thought that there were a lot of traits about him that didn't make him seem like an orphan. She then asked the young man if he was listening to Miss Lisa, to which he answered that he was trying. He added that it would be easier if the director didn't use words for little kids with him, which Sienna totally understands, as that could be hard. After hearing that, she pats his head and says that she will try talking to Miss Lisa about that. The little boy seemed to be happy with her concerns and thanked the young lady for it. The day passed quickly, and it was time for Sienna to go back home. The director, together with Lou, went to see her off. She told the young lady to get home safely and to come again soon. When she was saying goodbye, one of her guards told Sienna to wait there while they got the carriage, since it was parked a bit far away. However, the young lady told him that she would just go with them, as it was a hassle to go back and forth. The guards agreed with her, and so the three of them started walking and entered the forest. But somehow the young lady noticed something was strange, as it was too quiet in there. One of the knights said that he didn't see the coachman anywhere, and it was strangely quiet for a forest, as he didn't hear the wind or birds. Because of that, they suddenly got alerted, as he had a feeling they had been trapped with some magic, so he told Miss Sienna to stay close to him. Upon observing the place, the lady didn't see or feel any spirits. That means it was probably not a malicious trap or a demon. She thought that they didn't have to worry too much, except for the fact that they didn't know who set it up. Suddenly, not only Sienna but also the two guards heard some footsteps getting closer to them. A wind blew into them out of nowhere, so both of them prepared for a fight and protected the young lady, as it might be dangerous. Sienna felt where it came from and pointed out where she heard the footsteps, as someone was there. However, the moment she informed the guards about the location, the two of them suddenly disappeared. On top of that, a gate popped out, which was not there at all earlier. After seeing it, she feels like it was telling her to enter. When she was thinking whether she should go or not, Hasaros told her not to worry, as everything would be fine. Sienna thought the same, as she could feel a large presence welcoming them without any bad intentions. The named was a bit proud of her, as her intuition was pretty good. Since there was no other way to know, they decided to head inside that gate. At the moment she was in, she could hear the sounds again. Not only that, while she was walking, the plants were clearing a path for her, as if they were leading her somewhere. Suddenly, the young lady arrived in a garden where an old man was standing. When he turned around and saw Sienna, he told her that she had arrived on time, which surprised her. The young lady recognized her immediately and wondered what the emperor was doing there. His Majesty saw her reaction, so he asked if he startled her while adding that he was just an old grandpa. Sienna just said okay, but at the back of her mind, she thought that anyone would be surprised if the emperor popped up out of the blue. He then told her that he heard about a kind and sweet girl who became the owner of a named, so he wanted to meet her himself. When the young lady heard that, she wondered why he was treating her like a baby when she was not that young. She thought that maybe it was because it had been so long since he had had a child. Aside from that, she heard that he lost his only grandson when he was still very young. When she was lost in thought, His Majesty noticed that someone had entered his garden. He then told the young lady that he was trying to have a nice conversation with her, but it seemed like they had an uninvited guest. It was none other than Archduke Nacht who stopped His Majesty with his jokes. However, the emperor didn't seem to care at all as he came barging in like a raider. He even said that the Archduke was still acting like an arrogant brat. His Majesty even threatened that he was not going to keep letting his rude behavior slide just because they were related. His Grace reasoned that he would be more polite than that if he had come using a more reasonable way while calling the emperor uncle. After hearing that, His Majesty insisted that the Archduke was the one who kept the young lady hidden away and wouldn't let him meet her. His Grace didn't back down and asked his uncle if that was enough reason to connect the garden out of the blue. His Majesty didn't retaliate on that and just explained that he was in a rush because he thought that the Archduke might change his mind. Meanwhile, the young lady was a little surprised, as they were having a fairly endearing conversation. It was fine though, but she wished they would do it when she was not standing there, as she didn't want to be in such a nerve-wracking position. Suddenly, Hasaros called her attention and asked if she was seeing that. Sienna had no idea what he was talking about, so she asked what exactly he saw. The named was a bit disappointed, as he was pretty sure they practiced enough. But then he let it slide for now and instructed her to follow him. Hasaros told the young lady to calmly concentrate on her eyes, so she quickly closed them and obeyed him. When he told her to examine the emperor, Sienna opened her eyes and saw something on the emperor. Upon concentrating on His Majesty, she could feel the darkness towards him, and she knew immediately that it was a spirit. Hasaros said that she was correct. He added that its form was different than usual, but he was sure it was a spirit. The young lady was in great shock, as Isabel and Baron Jester, who were both infected by a spirit, didn't have that much darkness inside them. Compared to the emperor, it was merely a teaspoon. If a person could turn evil and become a demon with just that small amount, she wondered what would happen when the spirit inside the emperor exploded. Hasaros said that he was positive that His Majesty would die, and it would be fortunate if he were the only one to die. The young lady thought that aside from that, if that spirit exploded at the wrong time where there were a lot of demons, the situation would get worse, which the named agreed with. He said that they must be prepared to face a group of at least rare-level demons. If that happened, a battle would break out. Even worse, since the emperor lives in the capital, if that were to happen in the heart of the capital, it would be beyond a simple battle. It would be a cataclysm. The young lady then asked if it was possible for a spirit to dwell inside a person's body in that form, to which he answered no and added that, at the very least, it was not a natural condition. After hearing that, she immediately knew that it was Lorena who was behind it if it was artificial. Just thinking about her made the young lady angry, as she had no idea what she had done. After she returned to the past, she was secretly hoping that just like how the people of House Nacht had changed, maybe Lorena had changed as well. However, the tiny bit of hope she had for her was gone now after seeing the Emperor's condition. That has confirmed that Lorena, whom she treated like a sister before, has not changed at all. She tricked not only the young lady but also used the Emperor to trick the entire empire. Sienna was sure now that Lorena was trying to do the same thing again, just like in the past. Hasaros then told the young lady that the Emperor himself must have noticed her presence for sure if there was that much scamming going on. Sienna agreed with him. After all, he was a member of the Imperial Fenard family, and they were a family of shapeshifters on Earth. In that case, the name said that the garden must be Imperial territory, and it seems like His Majesty was suppressing morale with purging force as much as possible. But if that was the Emperor's ailment, then he told Sienna that magic couldn't cure it. Purifying morale was something only specialists were allowed to do. The young lady wondered if that was why Lorena could only extend the Emperor's life by 1 year. Hasaros believed that was the case, but he added that there was little evidence to confirm it. After that, Sienna couldn't help but ask her named if they could actually help the Emperor. He honestly told his master that it might not be possible if she were alone. However, that was not the case now. Since she was with Hasaros, they could solve that problem, which gave the young lady hope. He continued to say that her strength has grown a lot too, and he has his own body now. The conditions have been fulfilled. The named then happily stated that it might be worth a try, to which Sienna agreed. She thought that this time it would be her, not Lorena, who would be the one to heal the Emperor. The young lady remembered the past. She thought that if it happened, what she needed to do was to get involved in the events. Unlike what happened before when she destroyed Lorena's plan, this time Sienna would confront her face to face. A moment later, His Majesty had prepared a tea table for the young lady, so he asked her to indulge herself as much as she could. He also added that she wouldn't find a table like that in the Archduke's house. Sienna then thanks him for it. She thought that the battle between those men beside her had finally ended. However, it seems like it was a battle of sweets this time. Looking at it, the young lady knew that those sweets were definitely unique, and no one would find anything like them even if they searched underground. Such treats could only be seen in the gifts sent by the imperial family to Lorena, and she distributed the palace gifts little by little to the nobles around her. Now that she thought about it, that must have been an act to show the special treatment the imperial family had for her and those around her. Sienna brushed that off for now and thought that it was the first time she had had an imperial snack. After tasting it, she couldn't help but think that it did not have a great taste since chocolate was chocolate and fruit was fruit. It made the young lady wonder if the name Imperial was just meant to attract people at that time. His Majesty finds Sienna so cute while she is eating. It suddenly made him question how such a precious girl could end up in that mountain thief's house. The Emperor then asked her if she would like to take a look around the garden after they finished eating, and leave that ignorant boy alone. The young lady knew it was a golden opportunity to talk alone with the Emperor. However, it was somewhat difficult to leave the Archduke behind, so she looked at him as if waiting for his approval. His Grace said that she could do it and added that even though it may seem like that, she was considered one of the best in the Empire, and that was His Majesty's field, so he might teach her something Sebastian couldn't. His words annoyed the Emperor, as he assumed that there was something the Archduke was trying to say. Before an argument sparked again between those two men, the young lady stated that she was already done eating. After hearing that, His Majesty then invites Sienna for a walk, to which she agrees. While on their way, the Emperor told the young lady that she must have been completely surprised by how an unfamiliar old man treated her with extreme kindness. He understood that many people desired her skills, which confused Sienna. Because of that, His Majesty explains that her presence purifies troubled souls, so it was natural for others to feel comfort in her presence. He added that even if sorcerers pretend otherwise, they couldn't deceive a terraformer. The young lady now realized why people have always been kind to her, but she knew that the emperor was a terraformer like her. He then smiled at Sienna and said that even terraformers were essentially sorcerers. But a second later, His Majesty became serious, as he didn't think he had ever revealed his identity to her before. The young lady suddenly got anxious, as if she was being caught just saying a few words. Sienna made the excuse that the only person who could converse with the Archduke as smoothly as earlier was only him, the Emperor, so that was how she guessed it. Luckily, His Majesty was convinced after hearing that and said that he had completely forgotten about that. Looking at where they were now, he didn't notice they had already come quite far inside while talking with each other. It was so different from the garden full of life earlier. The Emperor then said that it was not originally so overgrown with weeds like that. He added that it was a shame he couldn't show it to Sienna when the flowers were in full bloom, but she could still take a good look. The young lady didn't ask for more details and just wanted to know if that garden was his territory, to which His Majesty answered yes. He said that it was a world of his own, unlike anywhere else in the world. Suddenly, Hasaros told Sienna that it was called a sim world, where an extreme terraformer has manifested the entire world inside their head into a domain. He continued to say that it was a small world where a terraformer's imagination becomes reality. The young lady thought that a landscape overgrown with nothing but weeds, without flowers or fruits to call it a garden, was just as His Majesty described. She couldn't help but wonder if the place representing his heart had become desolate. The Emperor told Sienna that when the time comes, she would also learn it. Perhaps when she becomes an adult, she will be able to create a much more splendid garden than he. After hearing that, the young lady asked if the reason the garden was like that was because he was unwell. Instead of answering, His Majesty questioned if she saw him as someone who was sick, to which Sienna answered yes. What surprised the Emperor most was when she told him that there was something black next to his core. His Majesty couldn't believe it, so he wanted to know if the young lady could see it. She was looking at him seriously, but before she could respond to that, the Archduke came. He asked what was going on and said not to make such a loud noise. The young lady then answered His Majesty by saying yes. She explained that she had seen something like that black thing in Lady Gildenach's eyes, but there was not much like that with him. The Emperor couldn't believe that malice was visible to such a little kid like her. Her name told Sienna that it would be best to let him know that he and she were sharing their gaze, so she obeyed him and let His Majesty know about it. After hearing that, it now makes sense to him, as she was the owner of the named. The Archduke, who couldn't understand anything, asked the Emperor about it, so His Majesty had no choice but to tell him, since it had already come to that. He then told His Grace to listen and stated that he didn't know how much time he had left to live. The Archduke was surprised after hearing that and asked what he meant by that. His Majesty questioned his reaction, as he shouldn't be, since he was already 79 years old. His Grace then stated that even if they hold a national funeral tomorrow, as he said, the chances of it being a natural death are high. However, he questioned how he knew that period and what about the conversation he had with Sienna. The Emperor smiled a little and said that he was wondering if he could slip through, but the Archduke was still sharp, so he told him a little story about it. He shared that not long ago, he suddenly collapsed while taking care of state affairs. He told Arandir that if something happens, she, the crown princess, would have to inherit the throne. His Grace stopped him from talking about that, but His Majesty said that he was not dead yet, and he was just sharing it. He even told him that he heard that the underground vault was full of treasures, so he should bring him a generous amount of burial money. His jokes were not funny for the Archduke, so he yelled at him to stop him from talking about that. The two of them started arguing again as the Emperor stated that a person was leaving a will, but he was stuck in a double-edged sword. The Archduke then insisted that it was not a will but just a joke. While they were busy arguing, the two didn't notice that they were in front of a kid, not until the young lady asked the Emperor if he was sick because of malice. His Majesty realized that he said too much, even if it was only for a moment, and forgot about the child. When he was about to make an excuse, the Archduke told him that it was no use because Sienna was sharp. He suggested he stop if he was trying to appease her like she would a child, as it would end up in trouble. The Emperor asked if he was secretly bragging about his family's child, to which His Grace didn't deny. His Majesty then told the young lady that what she just heard must be kept a secret. However, Sienna questioned why she should keep it a secret when she could get rid of that. Before answering her, the emperor thought that the child purified the mother and daughter of Count Gildenac, so it looks like she could cure a similar kind of thing. He said that it was very admirable and beautiful that she was willing to cure it. However, that incident was possible because the two people were in the early stages of infection. The young lady informed His Majesty that she already knew that there was a lot of malice in his body. He was a little surprised, so he asked how she knew about it, to which Sienna answered that she was not exactly sure because it was her first time seeing it, but she told him that if he made a mistake and ended up in a place where demons gather, when his malice explodes, a lot of demonic beasts would be created. That was why His Majesty was in an imaginary space like that, to avoid harming others and because he knew his presence inside the imperial castle would worry him greatly. The emperor was in great shock after hearing all that, as she already figured out that much when it was just their first meeting. He then told her that it was true and said that because the mental space was the domain of a terraformer, it became easier to suppress malice while they were there. Looking at the young lady, the emperor couldn't help but think that the way she spoke was innocent, like that of a child, but she was accurately pointing out the current situation. Suddenly, His Majesty yelled at His Grace while calling him a bastard. The Archduke asked what was wrong with him again for acting like that. He wanted to know why he lied about the child, which confused the young lady. However, His Grace stated that he didn't lie, as Sienna was very sharp. Before he could even finish his words, the emperor said that she was not just a brilliant kid. A child like that should have been introduced as a genius, which made the Archduke realize that he was right about that. His Majesty then scolded him, as the young lady could be underestimated by the people who like to gossip. His Grace admitted that he was at fault, as he was unnecessarily humble, so he said that from now on, he would introduce her as a rare genius. Suddenly, Hasaros agreed with them, as he was happy with how they called Sienna and was proud that she was his master. However, the one they were talking about looked scared of their reaction and had no idea what those people were saying. After that, the emperor knelt in front of her and said that not only was she the owner of the young named, but she was also wise. His Majesty then kindly asked the young lady if she could show him her named. Sienna didn't hesitate and agreed with him, so she let him see where Hasaros were currently living. It was a cigarette holder. When the emperor saw it, he commented that it seemed to be true that Hasaros changed his form. He knew that a named could change its body, but that was his first time seeing it in action. After looking at it more, he asked if it was a small cane and said that the elegant appearance suited the child. But then, he just realized that it was not a cane at all but a cigarette holder, so he asked if she really picked it, as he heard she got it from Nak's treasure. The young lady explained that it was not her but Hasaros. She added that he liked that, so she had no choice. His Majesty now realized that it was her named Taste. He then smiled at her and said that, as the emperor and as a terraformer, it was an honor for him to see Hasaros and his master. After saying that, he couldn't help but think that names were truly mysterious and unknown weapons. Among them, the least known but the most powerful of them was Hasaros, and she became his master. The young lady then happily thanked His Majesty, while her name said that the human emperor was someone who knew something. He then said that there was no need for that, as he was the one who was grateful. His Majesty added that he was satisfied to see precious children like her at an age when it was difficult to expect another year. His words shocked the young lady, as she was expecting him to accept her offer to cure him. The Archduke then spoke and said that His Majesty also acknowledged it. He added that Sienna was not a child who says things without meaning to. As Archduke Nacht, he could guarantee that. Moreover, what supports Sienna's insight, which was not typical of a child, was the named Hasaros. He probably had something to say about treatment as well. It all makes sense to the emperor now, as he could trust the name's insight. However, he told them that there was an important reason why he couldn't give her a definite answer. His Majesty stated that there was already a child who made the same suggestion, which surprised the two. When His Grace asked if there was anyone else who had come forward to treat him, the young lady already had a hint as to who it might be. His Majesty then said that Sienna and the Archduke must have heard the news. Her guess was right because the emperor stated that it was the daughter of the Count Minancy family, who recently awakened as a healing wizard, Lorena Minancy. For the time being, I'll end this here. Did you enjoy the manhwa? If so, then check back for the next part. And don't forget to subscribe to my channel and stay tuned for more.